Hollywood, aka CEO of the Real Network and also CEO of Real Virtual. How you doing today, T?
I'm good. I'm good. Thank you for asking.
Good, good, good. Now, you and I, first of all, as everybody comes in, please hit the thumbs up button, thumbs up, share, subscribe, and so I want to talk about this topic that you brought to my attention. It has to do with you know how I feel about these celebrity marriages. Anyway, they most of them turn to crap, and apparently there was one with Iman Shumpert, the NBA player, and
Hmm.
Tiana Taylor, the drop dead gorgeous actress and
Hmm.
dancer and just super talented lady.
Hmm.
And apparently they've been getting real ghetto with each other in their marriage. What's going on with this?
Not they have been getting real ghetto because initially, when Tiana went to file the divorce papers, she did it secretly, just using their initials, and it was Iman who was like, "No, let everybody know what's going on. Add all of take out our abbreviations and add our name." And so ever since, it's been this public battle with him allegedly. I'm gonna use the word alleged, but I believe it. Him cutting off utilities at the house, him taking $4 million out of the account, him just being petty and mean and asking for all the things that he's ever received from her or anything that he's ever given her, he wants it back. So there's all of these like bitter, responses to this, drawn out divorce. So that's
Mm,
basically the baseline of where we are. Well, obviously they settled the divorce, but I'm saying in terms of relationship.
really? Okay.
Hmm.
So okay, so you're saying that there is this divorce between these two, and that she wanted to keep it quiet. She kind of wanted to handle it as just like, okay, we it didn't work out. I wish you the best. And he was the one that kind of came out and said, no, I want everybody to know what's going on. I
Yep.
want this to be a public spectacle.
Yes.
And that's it. Now, by the way, while you answer that question, I'm going to tell whoever's banging on my door that I'm doing something. So go ahead and do your thing. Do your thing.
Yes, that's exactly what I'm saying. Okay, he's gone. That's exactly what I'm saying. He wanted this to be a very public divorce for whatever reason. It's so weird to me that he would want this. But I feel like some of it was him wanting to get back at her for whatever reason. She said in the divorce papers that he was basically treating her cruelly, and that he was teaching her, basically was teaching her, treating her with cruelty. I'm sorry. He was treating her with cruelty, and so she just wanted to kind of handle it there, like, he's jealous of me, he's been jealous of my star rising and me growing, and when actually he was the one who was making all the money. I came into this relationship, he had made $48 million, and I hadn't made any of that in the entertainment realm. So we've
Mhm.
watched Tiana grow and become all the things that she's become, and unfortunately, her husband didn't like that. She said that sometimes they would be out be out in public, and the photographers would be like, yeah, 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 can you move to the side? We just want pictures of Tiana. And I think he started to
Mm,
resent things like that because he was
okay.
the star,
Okay. All right.
basically.
So let me start off by asking everybody in the chat, how many of you even know who Tiana Taylor and Iman Shumpert is? Give me a yes or no in the chat if you know who these two are, and why this divorce has gotten public. Let me know if you all have followed any of this, or you kind of know what went down. And so apparently Iman was what, a basketball player for for who did he play for? Do you remember? Was it
he
like the Cavaliers or something?
Yeah, he played for the Cavaliers, and I think Tiana said he got $8 million from the Knicks.
Okay, okay. So if I was to summarize the career of Iman Shumpert, you're looking at, I guess, what, a guy who used to be an NBA player, and he looks like about retirement age. He's not still playing, right?
Mm-mm. Nope.
Okay, and from what I'm looking at, it looked like he played at Georgia Tech, where he played college ball. He was a 17th overall pick in the 2011 NBA draft. So we're 14 years later, which means he's mid to late 30s.
Mm-hmm.
He was known for his defense and athleticism. He played for a lot of teams. He played for the Knicks, the Cavs, the Kings, the Rockets, the Nets. So he got pushed around a little bit to different
Yep.
teams. He did win the NBA championship with the Cavaliers and LeBron in 2016. He's also tried to do some stuff in entertainment, releasing several rap songs. Oh wow, that's so.
Again, he was a rapper for a little while. That's right.
Okay, so a 30-something-year-old black man that wants to be a rapper. That's so original.
We've
Didn't know
never
that there.
seen that before,
I've never seen that before.
What?
Yeah. So here's what's interesting, right? I think first and foremost, I don't think we should or have to speculate on this relationship. Like nobody really knows. He said, she said, and here's what we know about this relationship. In my view, we know he chose her and she chose him.
Mm-hmm.
That's what we know. And then we know that for whatever reason, they decided to renege on their vows and not choose each other anymore. And so now they're in divorce court. And another thing we know for sure is that the biggest victims of a divorce are the children.
Right.
It's not the man or the woman, in my opinion, it's the children, because the children didn't sign up for any of that. They signed up to have two parents that were going to take care of them. And apparently the two parents aren't getting along for whatever reason. Now, what I'll say to just as a man in general is I'm not comfortable with people creating narratives around their private relationship where we don't know. For all we know,
for sure,
she could have been an absolute terror to be married to. We just don't know that. Right. And people will come out publicly and say, oh, he cheated. And okay, he's an NBA player. They screw everything. I could have told you that before you married him. I'm not saying every NBA player does it. I'm not saying it's okay. Kobe Bryant, for example, screwed everything. We got a glimpse of that when he got caught with that white girl in Colorado. What people were caught up in with Kobe was, did he rape her or did he not? What I noticed was the stuff nobody else talked about, which was, dude, you had unprotected sex with a woman you met 45 minutes ago?
Yeah.
Damn. That's living on the edge. That's living dangerously. That's suicidal behavior. Yeah. And so to me, I think that it's just sort of like, you're not surprising anybody if you marry an NBA player and you say, oh, he cheated. If you don't want somebody to cheat on you, don't marry an NBA player. That's for sure. You know, I mean, you got these 6'7" millionaires going all around the country. They're away from home, 300 days out of the year. It's kind of like a breeding ground for behavior that may not fit. Like men who are in the house at home next to you are typically not as easily caught up in BS as men who are traveling all the time. So get that off the table. I don't even want to talk about that because Tiana Taylor is gorgeous. She could have married a regular guy. She could have got her a plumber. She could have got her a bus driver. She could have got her a medical doctor. She could have got her all kinds of men that would have sat right next to her beautiful ass and said, you know what, I'm going to make sure I don't cheat on you because I'm going to be right here with you every day at dinner. But no, she said, I want the big 6'7" millionaire that every other girl wants. And I'm going to see if I can be the one who tames this lion and makes him into solely my possession. I don't know if that works. I think that's a failed strategy. Do I sound cynical when I say that? What do you think?
Absolutely you do. Absolutely you do. Because on the flip side of that, there was interviews where the two of them were together and he was like, I pursued Tiana for like 4 years straight. And I told her I wouldn't be the man that has hurt her like the other man that has hurt her before. And so I think on the flip side of that, it's just like you also have to know that he walked in and was like attempting to sweep this girl off her feet and saying like, we could be friends and I won't do you like that. And I love you, girl. And I want to be with you forever. And I swear, just give me a chance. I want to say in an interview, it was like, he literally made me a promise. Like, I won't hurt you like they've hurt you in the past. And I think they were really young though too. So there's all of that. He probably really felt that way. But okay. Real life happened.
Well, you know what I think too is he spent 4 years pursuing her. And remember, he spent 5 years pursuing a championship. He's a competitor. And with Tiana Taylor she is such a pretty lady. I mean, I got to give her props. Tiana Taylor, shout out to my wife, prettiest woman I ever met. But Tiana is as gorgeous as the day is long. Yes. So she is, and she's famous. So she's going to attract what is often referred to as the big game hunters. And the big game hunters are the guys who might say, I'm going to really pursue you largely because I can't have you and because I know other men want you. And so that just comes with the territory, and that's fine. And so to me, I think that it's not a surprise to me that he really liked her. I don't doubt that he liked her because they had kids. They had beautiful children together. They got married. You know, he
Right.
did things for her that he never did for any other woman. But I think that what's fascinating though is that we would make the automatic assumption that she's the only woman that he could ever like. You know, that's just gonna be his person all the time, every day, no matter what. Even though you got all these women chasing these NBA players like crazy, is kind of ridiculous. It almost seems difficult to expect to have a normal family situation in that environment anyway. I know that we want to believe the fantasy, but how often does the fantasy become true? It doesn't
Well,
become true very much. I mean, sometimes maybe look at Steph
yeah.
Curry or something, but again, a lot of times you don't even know what's happening beneath the surface in these marriages.
Well, I mean, that's true, boys. It's so funny that you say that because it's almost like that's what marriage is for. It's for people who want to commit, and I think the symbol of marriage is monogamy. Like that's what we're saying. Like we're gonna be together and we're gonna like and love each other for the rest of our lives. That's literally what we're saying. So to get in a situation and then say like, I mean, I don't know how you expect that. I think that I saw a Breakfast Club interview of the two of them on there, and they were talking about, they were alluding to, they didn't say, but they kind of said that she even was keeping it like open, like an open relationship for reasons like I'm sure what you said. But I think just inviting that type of energy even into your relationship, it gets messy and there's spirits everywhere. And, depending on what you believe, we're all spiritual, beings. And you that's what that is. Like you're inviting all of these different spirits into I think your what's supposed to be sacred. So I knew that wasn't going to work, but yeah, so I agree with you, but I just have to counter and say like that's what you signed up for. You got married to say like I'm going to be with you. That's it.
Yeah, yeah, and I think that that's an accurate point, and I don't disagree with that at all. I As I'm doing research on these two, one thing I can say, and again, I probably sound cynical because again, I'm not 25, I'm twice that age. But how old were they when they got married? Well, they got married in 2016.
Mm-hmm.
They were about 25 to 26 years old, depending on what month it was. Iman was so process this. I want y'all to just kind of be honest with each other and yourselves. What's the probability that a 25-year-old black man who's handsome as hell, 6'6", 6'7", whatever he is, he played next to LeBron, so he's pretty big, looks like, with making $8 million a year, is not going to be roaming the streets, out in the streets potentially. He's away from home 300 days a year, surrounded by groupies everywhere. I just kind of, I'm not saying that it's impossible. I'm not saying that you shouldn't do it. I'm saying that maybe it's time that we kind of confess to the idea that sometimes people make promises that they're not able to keep. They want to try to keep the promise, but perhaps they can't, right? And these two get married. They're in their mid-20s. That's a great age to get married. That's a great age to commit, a great age to build a family. That's the perfect breeding age, actually. The perfect time to breed children is, especially for women, is like 25 to 30. That's what all the studies say. Even younger, actually, in some cases. But the question becomes, if you build relationships, how traditional should you expect that relationship to be? Especially when you are caught in a world where everything is so superficial. And I'm going to tell you like this. I'd be curious to know. I know this family is gorgeous. You look at them on the cover of Ebony. They are they're like this beautiful freaking, they could be on a birthday cake. They look so just, just perfect. You know what I mean? Like they look that perfect Nubian family that we all fantasize about and women get excited about it. But how often does that perfect Nubian family and fantasy turn into a nightmare for somebody? And I wonder if it's because we get caught so much in the flash that we forget about the substance. Like, what's the substance of your relationship? Like, you know how to look good on the cover of Ebony magazine, but have you put in the work required to really make the commitment necessary to have the kind of stable marriage that you're looking for? And that does require tremendous sacrifices on both of their parts that I wonder if either one of them really knew what they were. Obviously, they couldn't make those sacrifices because now they're looking crazy in divorce court, and their kids are traumatized from this, I'm sure, because kids hate divorce. I don't care what nobody says. Kids don't want to see their parents fighting each other, especially in the streets where they can go look it up on Google and see what mommy said about daddy and daddy said about mommy. None of that's present for a child. So my thought would be like, did he really think about what that really means when you're 25 years old and you're trying to fit into these expectations of marriage as a multi-million-dollar NBA player. And then was she realistic with herself about knowing what she signed up for? Or did both of them get so caught up in the superficiality of being a celebrity couple that they forgot about all the sacrifices that are required to make a marriage work? What do you think?
Like you said, all of this, all we can do is spectate. I'm not going to make it seem like I know Tiana or I know Iman, but what it looks like from the outside in, just watching, they had a reality show, which doesn't mean anything because, I produce reality TV. I know that's fake, um, but what it looked like is that this was a solid young lady that was looking for commitment. Like, I think she wanted what she signed up for. Just the way she moves. She was always supportive, and even when there were rumors of cheating, she always came out and was like, no, he's not cheating on me. He's not cheating on me. Everything is fine. This is my husband. I love my husband. We're together. This is cool. Every single time something came out, even when he sent a text message, I saw, and the only reason why I know all the things because I looked today, but he had text message Jaden Smith's girlfriend or DM'd her and was trying to shoot a shot. And even after that, Tiana was like, nope, nope, nope. That's not what he meant. He was just telling her hi. Like, all the things that could typically like embarrass a woman, he was doing, right? Even after,
Okay.
as they're going through divorce court, he's saying like, and she's saying, I want to do this privately. He's saying, nah, let's put it out there. No, Tiana has done this. No, I want your money. I want your royalties. So I'm glad about the settlement. I don't know if you saw the settlement information, but I'm actually glad that she was able to walk away with something without having to give something up, because I think she gave it a real try.
I'm going to respond to that in a moment. I want to say welcome to everybody. You're watching drboycetv.com, the home for intelligent Black people. My name is Dr. Boyce Watkins. I'm here with Tierra KJ Williams, who is the CEO of Real Virtual, and Real Virtual can help you get your business off the ground. They have a team that can help you formulate your ideas and execute those ideas. So if you're looking for a team that can help you execute that teamwork component of your business, reach out to Real Virtual for a consultation. And the website is realvirtual.net. T. Is that it?
www.realvirtual.net.
Okay, realvirtual.net. Okay, I'm going to put this on the screen so everybody can see it, so that if you want to go take a look at her business, you can definitely do that. It's great for those of you that want to generate extra income and start that business and get things going. I know that teamwork makes the dream work. That's definitely a big part of what I do. So I'm going to put the URL up there. And also, please hit the thumbs up button, thumbs up, share, subscribe, all that good stuff. Okay, so if you talk specifically about the financial side of it, you guys know I wrote a book called Financial Lovemaking, and I was really intrigued with love and money and how that interacts. A couple things that come to mind when it comes to love and money is I was intrigued by how money can make people, especially men, look more attractive. Like I just never understood that. You have some ugly guy, he's old and fat and stanky, but his money is just like this magnet for women, which was really interesting to me. So I studied the biology of that and like what's going on with that. And then also, I was interested in how money can complicate and just, can make things better, but can also just make things crazy. That especially when it's time for the divorce. And I noticed there's this thin line between love and hate. And the more passionate people are about each other when they're in love, the more they're trying to kill each other when they're mad at each other. Like when they decide that it's done. Typically, I mean, it's like the people that really try to hurt you the most are the ones who used to love you the most. And it's crazy what happens when that passion is flipped inside out. It's like I don't know. It's like we're both sword fighting and we're fighting the world with our big swords, and then we turn our swords on each other. So that passion that fueled your love is the same passion that can fuel your mutually agreed upon destruction. And I really kind of feel like there needs to be a push for people to really sort of tap into the realities of marriage and how money really is realistically connected and how money can complicate things unless you have some clarity. And let me ask you about this. I saw where Iman was asking Tiana for child support at one point. Is that accurate? And a lot of women got real offended by the idea of a woman having to pay child support. And I thought that was really interesting because, as a man, I paid 18 years of child support. Didn't nobody feel sorry for me? So,
Mm.
like they just, they just took a big chunk out of my check and kept it moving. So why is it, Tierra, that women get so offended by the idea of paying child support to a man?
Well, he didn't say he wanted child support. He said that the he wanted to change what was happening, the agreement with the child support, which I don't think was so offensive. I didn't have a problem with that at all. Um, but him asking for royalties, him asking for her money, is a little weird because at some point he was the provider and the protector, and now I feel like he's being petty. It's less about I need the money because I want to sustain my lifestyle and all of that. It's not about that. He literally is being petty in the blogs. And, so I think I had a problem with that part of it. But in terms of it just felt very like he was just trying to get revenge on her.
Mm. Well,
So that was funny.
Earl makes a good point. I think what Earl is really saying is that people have sympathy for women when they feel like they need child support, or when women say they want to get a piece of your money. Or when a woman trashes a man, it's like, oh, she's telling her story, or she's been abused and all these other things. But for men, it's kind of different. It's like when men, I've always been fascinated by the internet culture of so many women, going out and kissing and telling, like talking about who they slept with or
Mhm.
what happened in their relationship. Because you don't see a lot of men doing that. Because I don't think a man would get a lot of empathy if he was like, yeah, I slept with this woman and she was mean to me afterwards.
Mhm.
She didn't, she hurt my feelings. Like a man can't really do that, right? So you kind of have this thing where it's almost like people have lost loyalty to each other, and they've lost loyalty to their principles, to the game.
Mhm.
Like they're not committed to anything, right? If you have something that's sacred, that makes you a little sturdier and more reliable than somebody who holds nothing sacred, who just says, look, as long as I'm good with it, as long as you don't hurt my feelings, then we're cool. But the minute you hurt my feelings, the minute I don't have a use for you anymore, I'm going to allow my integrity to sink to whatever level I think yours has sank to. And so it becomes like this race to the bottom. Like we're trying to
Yeah.
outdo each other by seeing who could be the dirtiest, who could be the nastiest, and all that
Yeah.
stuff. And to me, if you're just the person who says, I'm not, that's not who I am, I'm not a nasty person, I don't, that to me is a little sturdier and more reliable, because that means that you're not going to let you're not going to behave like a degenerate because somebody else did. Like I'm not going to let my baseline integrity be affected by what I think you did. You weren't loyal, but that don't mean that does not mean that I shouldn't be loyal to whatever I committed to. Just because you're disloyal doesn't mean I'm going to be disloyal too. But that makes but then people start calling you names. They call you a simp or whatever, or stupid and all that. Like, why are you being loyal to somebody who's not loyal to you? So, but you know what I think, T? I think
Hmm.
that one thing about marriage that people don't have that maybe might help people is I think if you're loyal to an idea or principle, or committed to a purpose, that is more stable than being committed to a person. Because I think loyalty to a person, commitment to a person, depends on that person fitting whatever expectations you have, whatever fantasy you've built around what that person's supposed to be. And then when that person does not fulfill those expectations, you drop all your principles, you drop all your loyalty. So then what are you anymore? You're not a person of integrity. You're not a man or a woman of integrity. You're a heathen. You out here acting a fool, or acting ridiculous and being ghetto because somebody hurt you or whatever. Whereas I
Hmm.
think that, like, the most sturdy couples I've ever seen are couples that are like, oh, they're seen as kind of stupid, but they're committed to a bigger idea. They're like, I married this person, this is who I'm married to, and that's what it's going to be. Like Jesse Jackson's wife, people called her stupid because when Jesse went out and had a baby with some young chick, because Jesse he was Jesseing back in the day,
Hmm.
that's what it is, the pastor of the church getting all the women and all that. And they in the media went to her and they said, "Oh my God, Mrs. Jackson, aren't you going to divorce him?" And she literally just said to the reporter, she said, "I'm gonna say this one time: there will only be one Mrs. Jackson. That's it." And that was it. She just and so some would say that's stupid. Like, why would you commit to this guy who's doing all these things? But there's some people who would say that was actually kind of sturdy for her to just say, "Look, this is who I am. Who he is, that's his decision. But this is who I am." What do you think about
Hmm.
that?
I think they are very old school, and for I think she is very old school. That sounds like something my grandmother or my great grandmother would have said. I think it's harder to stand by someone. It's so funny that you mentioned loyalty, but in one breath, but in the same breath, you say like, if he go out and have different groupies or girls, like that's not part of being disloyal, right? It's like in one breath, it's like we're saying, be loyal to me if I make a mistake or do something. Because here's my thoughts on that, right? You know how I feel about this. I feel like we've had this conversation before where I'm thinking like, if you're cheating or having other women, what does that mean? Or another woman, because I'm not gonna let you keep doing it. But if you have a woman, it's like, okay, let's talk about it. Like, what am I not doing? We can go through that whole thing. And it's like, okay, you had your past for life. Like, stop that, right? You had that and then we nip the things in the bud that were not working. But if you're saying like, what is it? Are you running away with this lady? Are you gonna keep going? Are you gonna be a repeat offender? Like, what are we doing? Because after a while, that's gonna start to chip away at my esteem as a woman. And I think I told you this, Boyce. That's what happens with women. Like, we take that internally. Men can go out and be like, hey, I'm gonna just put my penis everywhere and it'd be cool, and not even think about the fact it's just not an emotional decision. But women internalize things like that, and they start to think like, oh, that means I'm not good enough. That means that I've done things wrong. And so I just think it's a different. We're talking about this, but it's like apples and oranges. Like, it's different.
Mm. Well, I think that's a good point. I think that's that Venus and Mars thing. Like, I kind of feel like the best thing I ever did for myself was to read a book about women called "What Women Want Men to Know" by Dr. Barbara DeAngelis. That helped me
Mm-hmm.
understand the mind of a woman, so I could kind of process things that didn't make sense to me. And I think if women are smart, they'll do the same thing and read a book about men, so they can really understand what goes through the mind of a man. How do we interpret our love language? I don't think I personally think people don't spend enough time studying the opposite gender. You just come in and
Mm-hmm.
you think that they see the world the way you do,
Mm-hmm.
and then you get it wrong, and then you're confused, then you're pissed off, and then everybody breaks up. That always All these families are breaking up. These people are making babies and ruining the kids by breaking up before the baby's even born. It's kind of becoming like this shit show. The idea of family is almost something that has become a lost concept. It's literally becoming almost extinct for a lot of people, a segment of the culture. And there's a lot of reasons for this, but I'll also say that, to your point, women do internalize things,
Mm-hmm.
and I've just found that really fascinating. I've never understood why somebody sleeping with another person has anything to do with you. It doesn't. It really doesn't. It really doesn't. They because
While we're married.
well, while we're married or while you're single or whatever, I'm not saying that it's okay. I'm not saying that's not the rule, right? The rule, sure, the rule should be followed.
Okay.
And it's fine. Like, whatever you agree to, you're supposed to do what you agree to. But just if you really want to talk about that, it's very confusing, I think, to a lot of men to say, like, if someone has a pleasurable experience over here, what does that have to do with you? That ain't got nothing to do with you. People don't. People, I don't know. I'm saying, give me let's have a moment of honesty in this room. How many of
Listen.
you have ever like been having sex with somebody and literally was doing it solely because you want to do it to hurt another person? Like, how many of you, like, really, like you're doing it in private, nobody knows that you're there except you and the other person? Has anybody ever done it and said, "Ooh, I'm really gonna break her heart. I'm really gonna mess him up. I'm gonna hurt him. She gonna be messed up when I go tell her about this experience." Like, that's the part that's so strange to me, because it's not, so that's what helped me actually overcome my jealousy. Is, my thought was, well, most of the time, if somebody's seeking pleasure, that has nothing to do with me. I might be one of the people that she's seeking pleasure with or whatever, but it doesn't. If she likes another guy, that may not have anything to do with me. Now, for women, it is a little bit different because there's more of that emotional attachment. Women have more of that oxytocin, which creates those bonds. So sex is interpreted differently for women than it is for men. But generally, if you take that away, I don't know. I think once I started realizing that, I was like, you know what? She likes me, but she probably liked somebody else before me. She might like somebody else now. She might like somebody after. She'll definitely like somebody else after I'm gone. What do I care? And that's, and people, when I say that, people think that that's weird. But then I had to be in my 40s before I got to that point. Maybe in your 20s and 30s, you think it's all about sex organs. All your love is reduced to what somebody's doing with their genitals, and I just think that that's an awfully limited way of thinking about love and relationships. Love is supposed to be deep. It ain't just supposed to be about penises and vaginas. That's kind of my little stupid theory. So tell me how dumb I am. Go ahead.
I don't think you're dumb, voice, but it sounds like a trauma response. I'm no like I don't know who hurt you, but I'm no therapist. Obviously, your wife is a therapist, but I it sounds like to me a trauma response, and that's you're
Mm,
not wrong for that. You're not wrong for being like, okay, in order for me not to get hurt, I'm just gonna put myself here, and this is the way I feel about it. That way, it can go this way. But there is no way in the world that Tierra is going to just kind of sit back and be like, it doesn't matter what you do to your genitals, even though we've gotten married. Because the thing is, we might as well have a open relationship. If you're not going to keep your genitals in your pants, then I should just go out and do this. Like what are we doing? Because then the trust is gone, and then I'm like, is that bitch at the store? Like, is there like there's gonna be, I'm going to feel it, and I'm not going to be able to trust you and look at you the same
mm.
because it's a deception, you know? And so I
Well,
know you get it. And I know,
mhm,
but to me, it's not stupid. But I'm just saying, like,
mhm.
obviously, we will stand divided on that one.
No, it's not. It's not stupid, and we're not divided. I think everybody should just do what they want to do, right? And
Yeah.
we're in agreement on that.
Yeah.
I think that when you talk about open relationships, you're right. There are more and more open relationships. They're just not called open relationships. But think about how many people there are out there with situationships.
Yeah.
I mean, think about how many, and I think that what you've got to kind of consider is that if I know a lot of men where they're seeing all these men go get married and fall in love and then get divorced and get devastated, lose their kids, lose their money. And then the only reason, and the main explanation is, well, he cheated. Then a lot of men are like, well, I don't want to sign up for something like that. So I'm just going to have situationships with women. So you're not getting the best out of men. Because your husband, even a man who cheats in their marriage, is usually trying harder than a single man. A single man owes you nothing. A single man says, I didn't promise you a nickel, so I'm not going to give you a nickel. A married man says, I'm going to promise you $1,000 and I might give you 950. Right. So if you beat that married man up for giving you 950 when he promised you 1,000, what you're doing, that I think, is you're trading in the person who at least is trying to give you 1,000 for the guy who ain't going to give you nothing, who's literally going to say, no, we're going to have an open relationship because I don't want to make a promise I can't keep. So I'm going to just keep coming to your house, getting the good stuff. And then I'm going to leave as soon as it's time to take care of the kids, pay the bills, visit you in the hospital, help you get your hair and your nails done, take out the trash, or do all the things that your husband was willing to do. Right, your flawed, horrible husband that you put out. He was doing all that. I ain't doing none of that. I'm here for you, and for that, I won't even talk to your kid. I know guys, that's the crazy thing. There are guys out there like that. Like, I don't even
For
want to talk to
sure.
your children. You got 3 kids, and they're like, are you my daddy? Like, hell no, I ain't your daddy. I'm here for your mama, and that's it. So to me, I don't think that's a healthy relationship. Like, when you talk about the pinnacle of disrespect, that's disrespectful, right? That's disrespectful when a person says, I did not hurt you because I gave you nothing, but I promised you nothing. Versus the person who says, I promised you everything and I gave you 90% of everything. Right. I personally, and this is me saying this without being gender specific, as a man, I would rather have a woman who promises me her best, who falls a little short, than a woman who promises me nothing and then gives me nothing, leaves me like dead on the doorstep, won't even come visit me if I'm in the cancer hospital. Like, that's just not, I don't know. That, to me, that's the way I see it. And I think that that's an okay interpretation. It may be a little unconventional, but it's better than the shit we got out here, because these relationships are BS. They're falling apart.
They are falling apart. So I feel you on the philosophy. I think what I'm saying is that's fine. Give me 950. But let that 50 that I don't get be like you didn't put the toilet seat down. You know what I mean? Like let it be like you didn't pick up the kids from school. Oh, you got a little attitude today. Okay. It's not like I had sex with Tina, Tamika, Tanya, all the women in DMX's song, right? You're not saying that. So I think you know, you're right. People should do what they want to do, but also find someone who is okay doing those same things, right? So if someone is, there's a lot of women out here that don't mind open relationships. Tierra
Mhm.
Williams is just not one of them. So you might not want to come over here, but there are women that's like, yeah, I mean, we can swing, we can be swingers, and we can do all the things, and that's okay. And there's women that's willing to be sister wives. I'm just not one of them. So in that 950, I'll take all the BS. I don't want you to, I just don't want you to give your body to somebody else.
Yeah, that part I get, right? And remember, I was telling you though, there's not many open relationships. Most women say what you say. Most women say, yeah, there are plenty of women who give you an open relationship. I'm just not one of them.
Hmm.
Most men I know don't want an open relationship.
Right.
They want
Right.
an open situationship. A situationship is not the same as a relationship. A relationship means I got to answer the phone when you call. I got to check in with you each day. I got to possibly live in your house. I got to help you pay bills. I got to help you solve problems. I got to come visit you when you go to the hospital. I got to really be there for you in every way that a man is. I got to help you with the kids. Oh, that's a relationship. A lot
Hmm.
of women don't want open relationships, and a lot of men don't either. So what a lot of men are picking, I've noticed, and it's a lot more dangerous, by the way. People talk about,
Yeah.
well, I don't want, I wouldn't want an open relationship, or I wouldn't want someone to cheat because they can get diseases and bring it in the house. I get all that. That makes sense.
Yeah.
But open situationships leave you open to all the diseases, right? So
Yeah.
when you go from saying, when you say my husband or my wife is crap, I'm gonna go be single. Do you know the rise in STDs among singles in places like Atlanta and Houston? It's insane, right? So you're on the
Insane.
dating market now, and you're free and easy, and so you meet somebody, and you're like, gosh, I'd like to have a full-fledged relationship with this person. So let's say the person's like, oh, I don't want to make all those commitments because it's too hard, but I'll come by and have sex with you. And you got to have sex with somebody because you need it. And maybe it's, like an important thing for you or something. So we're sleeping together, but then there's no accountability for anybody once you walk out of that room. Well, that's where the STDs get spread, right? Because you have a guy like an Iman Shumpert. As much crap as he was doing in that marriage, which maybe he was getting it in, maybe he was a 20-something-year-old NBA player with millions of dollars in the bank. I bet every nickel in my bank account that some stuff happened that wasn't marital, if you will. But what do you think he's going to do as a single man? Like now he can have sex with 8 strippers at a time if you want. And some of the athletes are crazy when it comes to Chad. I remember hearing Chad Ochocinco talking to, it might have been Terrell Owens or somebody else, and they were like, "Yeah, man, remember when we went to the Bahamas and we had sex with like 18 girls in one night? It was some massive number, right?"
Yeah.
So so to me, what bothers me about the whole single space, especially in the culture where sex has really been devalued. I mean, it's
Yeah.
being sold on Instagram, for 25 cents a pound.
Yeah.
Um, you're talking about literally a pandemic of STDs in terms of just the way the rapid nature by which it's being spread.
Yeah.
And so I don't know which direction. Like, I don't think you can really get away from it completely. I don't know. I mean, again, so I think that if you say I want to divorce my spouse because she cheated or he cheated because I'm worried about catching the disease. I just, in my mind, I'm kind of thinking, yeah, but if your man has sex with 2 women in the last 5 years, but the new guy that you met when you became single and you're trying to date after 50, oh, he might have had sex with 8 women that week. And there's nothing you can say. There's nothing you can do. You have no rights at all whatsoever. Is that situation better than the one before? I don't know. These are questions I'm asking out loud because this is literally like I think we always think the grass is greener on the other side, and I think that is always a lie. I think that the situation that you're in, you're typically better off making the best of the situation you're in than by constantly believing that your life will improve if you pick a different situation. That's what I believe. Please
Hmm.
tell me where I'm wrong.
You always tell me tell you where you're wrong. You're not wrong. You're not wrong. You said something about the reasoning I wanted divorce is because someone's going to give me an STD. It's just like that's not the reason, right?
Mm,
That's not wholeheartedly the reason. Like it's just it does something to intimacy. I think it does something to
mm,
trust. It does something to the bond of the relationship. The reason why people have sex, like you said, is to bond. Is to bond and to become and to build that and to build all the things that you need to make babies and take care of someone and love them long term. Like all of those things are done through sex and like time. And so as if it being one of the most important things that bonds you, it just kind of hurts to have someone go and do it with someone else. Now, I understand that, like, sometimes, so we've had this conversation. Sometimes a man might want pizza for dinner instead of the hamburger that he's used to. And I understand that. But I think that communication is important on that front. Like, I don't know. I don't know. Like, cause I know, I'm not married. So it's like, I understand like long-term situations, people just need what they need. But maybe people should consider, if you have a palette for different women, maybe you should look at all of your options. You want some sister wives, go get some, like, get women who are okay with maybe, coming through, and we get 3 women that we test out, and we, like, I don't know, all the crazy things that people do, all the secret lives that people live. Do that, but do what you want to do. Like you said, do what you want to do.
Okay. Well, you know what? I was looking for a list of reasons that men cheat and a list of reasons that women cheat. But before I do that, I want everybody to know you're watching drboycetv.com, the home for intelligent Black people. My name is Dr. Boyce Watkins. This is Tierra KJ Williams, aka Miss Black Hollywood. Here is her website. It's realvirtual.net. If you have a business and you want to start, or you want to start a business and quit your job or side hustle, whatever it is, reach out to realvirtual.net. You can do a consultation with Tierra and her team, and they can help you not only come up with the next idea for your business, but also execute the idea. And so feel free to go to realvirtual.net, not .com.net. And also let my book is the 10 Commandments of Black Economic Power. I have another book called Financial Lovemaking. You can find my books at drboycebooks.com. That's drboycebooks.com. And also, a lot of you already know about the pretty wildly popular Money in the Morning class that we do. I do a free class in the Black Business School that is designed on economic elevation to help you elevate your economic thinking, your financial consciousness. So if you'd like to be invited to this class, it's totally free. Just pull out your phone, text the word morning to the number 87948, text morning to 87948. Or if you live out of the country, you can go to drboyceelevate.com. That's drboyceelevate.com. All right, so we were talking about Tiana Taylor and Iman Shumpert and their interesting divorce, and just kind of got into a conversation about relationships. Let's not judge each other based on our opinions and our beliefs. I think that we can all agree that the Black family's kind of screwed, that divorce rates are incredibly high. These marriages, these families, these little instant families that look real cute on the internet, they end up crumbling and falling apart in front of our faces. And it says something's wrong. I think it says that we're not doing the work, to have the substance to go along with the flash. Everybody's worried about how good he looks, how good she looks, how much money they have, how much fame they have, and how cute the kids are. But nobody's talking about what is required to really know what it's like to really stay married. These two beautiful couple, beautiful children, got married in their mid-20s. And I would almost argue that, Tierra, that getting married in your mid-20s is hard now. It used to be doable. There was a time in the 1940s, 50s, and 60s where people got married in their early 20s. When my parents got married, my daddy was 22, my mother was 21. And they've been married for 50 years. They are doing their 50th wedding anniversary this year. And let me just tell you about this. Here's something that everybody needs to understand. That making it that 50 years, that wasn't no damn fairy tale. All this cuteness and looking good and being on the cover of Ebony and just, and all, we a beautiful couple and all that. And that was not how my parents made it 50 years. They made 50 years by being tough. They made 50 years by being committed to what they agreed to do. They made 50 years by forgiving each other an infinite number of times. They made 50 years by dealing with their heartbreak, being able to let things go. And why is that beneficial? Well, if you go and you ask my mama or my father, are you glad you spent 50 years of your life with this other person? They're going to say absolutely yes. They're very proud of the fact that they did that. And I can tell you for a fact that it wasn't all peaches and roses. If they had gotten married in the 1990s or beyond, they would not have made it 50 years. At some point, something would have happened where men would be saying to my dad, "Oh, you a simp, right? Why you taking care of a boy, a little kid? That was I was a little kid. You taking care of a little kid and ain't yours. You a simp." Well, they would have said to my mother, "Girl, you gonna let him do you like that? You do you like that? He gonna blah blah blah." And to some extent, I think anybody who's smart, you're gonna listen to women and you're gonna listen to men. You know, a lot of women don't listen to men, a lot of men don't listen to women, and vice versa. There's information out there. There's information, I think, Tierra, in the trauma. You know, when you had, as much as it was hard for people to listen to Kevin Samuels and that crew, I think there's a lot of knowledge you get out of that. If you can get past your ego and listen to what these men were saying, they were saying some things that needed to be heard. It just got lost because Kevin became famous by proudly telling women they were going to die alone, which that was my beef with Kevin. Was I said, dude, you don't have to say that. You're a smart man. You don't have to condemn people to die alone. And you saw God has a way of being ironic because he died alone, right? So the truth is, like he diluted a powerful message by making it so toxic and unhearable by so many people that needed to hear it. Because I would say on the other side of Vivica Fox, who almost took pleasure in Kevin Samuels' death, who was kind of like, almost like kind of gloating on it a little bit. She's 60 years old, talking about she looking for a man. And that's what a lot of men are talking. They're like, okay, here you are, you a senior citizen, talking about I'm on the dating scene. You really the old chick in the club. You the old chick in the club's mama. Now you're not even the old chick in the club anymore. You're the old chick in the club's mama, and you're still talking about I'm single and ready to mingle. And the numbers aren't really in your favor like they used to be. So maybe there's like an answer that nobody really wants to look for because they don't want to accept what the answer looks like. What do you think, Tierra?
You know, sometimes when I'm thinking about the things that our grandparents endured, our great grandmas, like you said, your mother, and what they had to accept from men, I know for sure women in this generation, in my generation, and the young girls, they don't want to deal with that. They feel
Mm.
like, at this point, you can see the internet is full of women saying, if he don't make $100,000, if he ain't, if he ain't 6 feet, if he is not this, they're popping the balloon, right? There's these trivial things that women are looking for. They gonna pop the balloon. And so you're absolutely right. But there are things that I don't know if I would want to put up with. Our
Mm.
grandparents had to put up with things because the men were the breadwinners, right? So the women had to stay home and they kind of had to work and kind of thug through that thing. We don't necessarily have to do that, right? We independent women. We're out here making our own coin, all the things. But we can't cuddle with these degrees. We can't cuddle with that money. So we have to figure out what the balance of that is, boys. I mean, I think that's the thing. Like, what are you willing to accept from another human being? Like, what about a man can you just accept and take and say, okay, I know this is flawed about you, and I'll accept that, and have those real conversations. But sometimes women get in these situations and they just really they want the wedding day, they want to throw the rise, and then afterwards they don't really want to do the work. It's just like, oh my God, I gotta do this with you every day. Like, you're here again still, so I just think we have to really decide who we want to be and who we want to be with, and kind of strive in that direction. And there's one other thing, because we talk about this often, but I often think about like Jada and Will, and we've had a conversation about Jada and Will before. But I remember I cringed when they were on Red Table talk about bad marriage for life, and but they've built so much together. It's undeniable what they were able to do together. But on the flip side of that, once I read Jada's book, Jada really resented Will in a lot of ways. She talked about how he was sexually incompetent. I don't know. It's just like, what degree do you just stay with someone just to build generational wealth, and like just to stay together to say we stayed together, but you like resent and hate them afterwards? So I guess that's my question to you. I'm throwing that back to you. Like, in a situation like Will and Jada, where it's obvious like Jada hates Will. Like, I read the book. She don't like him. Like, she ain't liked him in a long time. Where you would sleep with your son's friend, and then talk about it on a Red Table Talk with your husband, right? It's just like the disrespect is wild, right? So I wonder to what degree that you stay together.
Um, I think that Will and Jada definitely is an enigma. I feel like they definitely took themselves off of a perch, like they were kind of respected at such a high level. I think their respect level, at least as a couple, declined because they made that choice to reveal so much of their personal business on that show, The Red Table Talk. Um, when I see stuff like that, that doesn't make sense to me. In statistics, they had this thing we studied in grad school called the latent variable problem. And the latent variable problem basically says that it applied to statistical models. And it basically said if you see some shit that don't make no sense, that means that there's a variable underneath that you're not observing. There's some
Correct.
other, you're looking at it from in a three. It's a three-dimensional problem, but really it's a five-dimensional problem. There's two dimensions that you just don't know exist.
Yeah.
And so with that couple, it's almost like we're analyzing Will and Jada as a two or three-dimensional issue, when really it's a 20-dimensional issue.
Mm-hmm.
There's many dimensions to this relationship that we will never ever be privy to.
Mm-hmm.
Somebody might be blackmailing the other person. Maybe there's something terrible that happened in their marriage that that Will does not want Jada to expose. You just don't know, right?
Well, I
So
just mean at the level, I just mean at the level of disrespect. Like, how much
Mhm.
do you take publicly? If Alicia was doing this to you publicly, like slandering you and saying, oh, he don't satisfy me in bed, and just like really personal jabs, would you stay with Alicia just for to build generational wealth and to say you did it and stay committed?
well, first off, I think when you say just for generational wealth, I don't think I don't think staying married just for generational wealth is really a good idea in general. I
Hmm.
think it's more so it's bigger than just the money.
Okay.
Um, you know, if I was in a situation where I was married to her and we had 5 kids that were my children, I would give up anything to stay in the house with my kids. I don't give a shit. I don't care. You can
Really?
drag me. Yeah, you can drag me. You can cheat. You can do whatever you want. I ain't leaving my children, period. Because
Hmm.
I know what divorce does to kids. I don't think we care. We don't give a damn about the children. We don't even, the kids be sitting there. Your little 13-year-old son done got suicidal. He's hooked on dope now. I know people like this. I know children. I think about one in particular, but I know several
Mm-hmm.
where the boy, his dad moved out and he literally got hooked on heroin. He was
Yeah.
running the streets, getting into stuff. Now his mother ain't been able to control him since he was 13. Now he's 23. She's scared of him. She has to hide from her own son.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't think that would have happened if the daddy was still there. I think the daddy would have had he would have been able to be a good teammate to help her to control his behavior. And we ignore these effects. We want to, and the reason we don't see it clearly, in my opinion, is because of the egos. There's so
Mm.
many mothers who take it personal if you critique their child, that they can't hear you when you tell them, like, look, your son needs a daddy.
Yeah.
All these black boys, when these women are going out here trying to date these black men, and these men are pieces of shit, they're lazy, they talking like women. They sound like a bunch of biatches. Some of them, they run around talking about, well, how you gonna expect a man to make money when you ain't got no money? That's because she's a woman, asshole. She's not a dude. That's like her expecting you. That's like if you say, I want a woman to have a nice booty and some long hair, and she's like, well, you ain't got no big booty and you ain't got no long hair. That's because you're a man. She's a woman. People forget this. I hate it. I'm not gonna lie. I hate it when people literally, when a man will literally say, well, what about women? If she expects me to have it, she should have it too. No, there are gender roles. You're not the
Mm-hmm.
same.
Mm-hmm.
And so to me, that's that white liberal nonsense. They got that in our head that gender is a figment of our imagination, and we're all just a bunch of Brittany Grinders running around here not knowing what gender we are. To hell with that nonsense. No, you're a
Yeah.
dude, man.
Yeah.
Man up. And a lot of guys don't know how to man up because they never hung out with a man. All they know how to do is be women with beards and penises. And
Yeah.
so women have to acknowledge that part of the reason that you're dating these women with beards and penises is because you got these moms that swear they can just raise a man by themselves, and unfortunately you're raising women with beards and penises, and but yet these penises are working, so they're impregnating women and having children, abandoning them, letting people down, not committing to anything, and just going through life complaining. And so I personally think that until we have some accountability, like until men, for example, acknowledge our role in abandoning kids, like the fact that we're not doing what we're supposed to do, and women acknowledge their role, that somebody just told you that men are not important and that all your kids need is your love and not their daddy's love. Until we all start to become honest with that and have those come to Jesus moments, we're gonna keep raising some crazy ass kids. They put it this way: they will have no ability nor any concept of what it's required to build a family. In order for me to be a husband, I had to get training from my mama that was 2 decades long. I had to know what it was like to live with a woman in the house. There's so many things, so many little things I learned from my mother that told me how my mother was different from my father. That was very important when it came to dealing with my wife.
Mm-hmm.
Even the little things like how the bathroom smells different when your mama's on her period. Like I noticed that when I was a little kid, right? So when you grow up, it doesn't shock you. Like, oh my God, what the hell is this? Right? You're like, oh, I know what this is. So same thing, and the same thing you see, I think, with girls. When girls grow up, I think without dealing with a man on a day-to-day basis, they form this fantasy of what a man is supposed to be. And the fantasy is not linked at all to reality. And so they get together with a man. They're like, okay, do you promise to do this? Okay, yeah, baby, I do. Do you promise to be like this? Okay, I do that, baby. Because they're going to say, it's like a student loan. You know how people would sign up for $200,000 in student loans because all they really want is the check. They're like, I want the refund check so I can go to the mall. So I'll sign anything you need me to sign so I can get that refund check, right?
Yeah.
So he's signing the document so he can get a refund check.
Mm-hmm.
But you're really thinking that he's really gonna be able to live up to all these commitments he's making, and sometimes even he don't even know that he can't live up to it. He's trying, but he can't. So that's why I would say a 25-year-old Iman Shumpert getting married, that's a disaster waiting to happen. Kobe Bryant at 20 years old getting married. Oh, that was a disaster waiting to happen. I knew that. I said that actually. When I saw he was 20 and get married, I was like, what are you doing? That's crazy. Why would you do that? And lo and behold, a few years later, he's in Colorado having raw sex with this white lady he met 45 minutes earlier. Yeah, it just happens, and I just kind of think somehow we got to link up the fantasy with reality. It doesn't mean you let go of the fantasy. It doesn't mean you let go of expectations. You have to have expectations of people and standards and all that. But when all these families are breaking up, when all these marriages are falling apart, it tells me that there's some kind of misalignment there.
Mm-hmm.
And I think we're ignoring it. I think that we're not being honest with ourselves and with each other. So one thing that helped me a lot in terms of getting along with women in general is I try to remember. I think what was that book, The Four Agreements, where one of the four agreements is like don't have expectations for anybody, like something like that. It's like basically like stop putting your expectations on people.
Yeah.
Learn, do your absolute best. Pick good people to be in your life, and then accept them for who the fuck they are. That's
Mm-hmm.
what I believe. So, but you got to pick good people because if you pick shitty people, then you're going to always be accepting shitty outcomes. And that's the other thing. People don't take enough time. It's like, oh, you look good. You're famous. You're rich. I'm going to be with you. And you haven't taken the time to really evaluate a person's character long enough to say, okay, I've seen you at your best and I've seen you at your worst. Can I live with all that? If the answer is yes, then maybe that's your person. But you got to be able to accept people for who they are. Because if you don't, and you start putting these crazy expectations on them, all you're gonna do is be pissed off and frustrated because you can't control other people. I
Yeah.
can't control women. In fact, after you talk, I'm gonna tell you a funny story. But I want you to talk because I've been talking too much. Go ahead.
Well, no, I was just thinking when you were saying all of that was because in my mind I was like, well, how do I get to this then? Like, what are we really saying? So maybe we just have to allow people who get married young, and I'm gonna go back to Iman, maybe in 20 years from now, or maybe 10 years from now, 5 years from now, Iman will have a different perspective because he'll have some time to mature. He seems very, 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 very immature at this point, just in the way he's
Mhm.
publicly like trying to shame a woman
Yeah.
who's like, I mean, I just want to be cool. I don't want to start no drama. Let's not do it publicly. Like he's like, nah, let everybody know. To me, it just tells me that he has
Mhm.
some growing to do.
Yes.
So when you say that, it just and women usually mature faster than men anyway. Like y'all don't mature till y'all get what you matured at like 45 boys. Like men mature like you said in my 40s is when I figured it out. It's like, okay, that's when men mature usually. So waiting until later to get married or just kind of like just kind of like dealing with whatever it is that you have to deal with, but growing together in that direction, staying together regardless, and letting each other grow. Like, letting each other mature, growing together, letting each other mature, all of that. So I don't know. I was just thinking that. But I was going to ask you, did you see the numbers for Iman's settlement? Because you didn't say
Um,
anything about it.
I saw something about 8,000 a month in child support, and that he,
Um,
he wrote her a check for 6 figures, or 7 figures. Is that right?
Yes, 7 figures, and then I'm gonna read it to you. The
Okay.
latest ruling includes a one-time seven-figure payment from Iman Shumpert to Tiana Taylor. Tiana will also keep four marital properties valued at approximately $10 million from their shared estate, while Shumpert will retain a Miami condo and properties in South Georgia and Decatur. Regarding child support, Shumpert will pay $8,000 a month and cover private school fees for the daughters. Both have retained most of their personal assets, including Taylor's Bronco truck. So I feel like overall it was pretty fair in terms of, I don't know what they got, but it feels like it wasn't like she came in and she walked away with all of his money or he walked away with all of her money. They just kind of walked away like and was able to, evenly break bread and keep it moving.
Yeah, I agree. I agree. And by the way, everybody, you're watching drboycetv.com, the home for intelligent Black people. My name is Dr. Boyce Watkins. If you could hit the thumbs up button, thumbs up, share, subscribe button as well. Make sure you subscribe. And also, I'm speaking with Tiara KJ Williams, aka Miss Black Hollywood. Her website is realvirtual.net. If you'd like to get help with your business or get started or get some assistance, you can reach out to her company, and they can give you some people that can not just help you come up with your ideas, but also execute them. And also, don't forget that tomorrow morning we're going to do our economic elevation financial consciousness training. We do this every single morning, 7 days a week. If you'd like to join and you want to economically elevate, just text the word morning to the number 87948. Text morning to 87948, and you will get an invitation to join us tomorrow for class. And it's free to the public because I want to see you economically elevate. In case you don't know, my background, my PhD is in finance, and I'd like to share that with you so that you can achieve your economic goals. Now, let's maybe we can let me tell you my funny story, T.
Yeah,
Okay.
tell me the story. Okay,
So my
I'm
funny
listening.
story is about expectations with people. So let me read. So remember we mentioned that book, The Four Agreements. And so
Yeah,
what
my
are
favorite.
the four agreements? The four agreements are: be impeccable with your word.
Mm-hmm.
Don't take anything personally.
Personally. Mm-hmm.
Don't make assumptions,
Don't make
and
assumptions.
always do your best. Always do
Yep.
your best. And I think that's a perfect setup for a good marriage, right? Try to keep your word, right? Which is a
Yep.
big one, right? Because people make
Yep.
vows and then they break the vows, and the next thing you
Yep.
know, that breaks everything up, right? But
Yep.
then also don't take it personally. Can kind of mean, like, if somebody you know does something that I just don't like, or whether it's something sexual or something, maybe that's not personal. Maybe that's just them doing their thing, right? But then again, that does conflict with not keeping their word, right? So I can get mad
Like
about
that's
that,
not
right?
what
But
they
I don't
said
I
in the
don't think
book, boys.
I will say this. I will say this. I don't want to get cheated on, but if I got cheated on, I wouldn't really take it personally. But then again, maybe I should. Maybe let me explain why, and I'm going to give you explain why in a minute. What else? Don't make assumptions.
Don't make assumptions.
Find the courage to ask questions and express what you really want. Always do your best. I think doing your
Yeah.
best is good, and I think that what's interesting about marriage is that I believe a lot of people are doing their best, but their best just isn't good enough, because I think that being married and having a family does require training and commitment, intentionality and maturity. And so, to your point, when you were talking about Iman Shumpert sort of wanting things to be public and messy, a man with children should not want that. You should not want your children to have to see you attacking their mother in public. Just because she made you mad doesn't mean you have to lower your standard and become ghetto with it, right? You ain't got to be ghetto. You can just handle it professionally, because coming together it should be done in an appropriate way. Breaking up should be done in an appropriate way. But let me tell you the story about expectations that really is where your expectations, or forming a fantasy in your head, can really get you in trouble. So we talked about how sometimes I think women, especially girls who grow up without a father in the house, who haven't been around men, can have this unreasonable expectation of what men are supposed to do, so they can spend their whole lives looking for something that does not exist. Well, men can kind of have these weird expectations too. I knew this guy. I used to mentor him at Syracuse University, and I knew him even as he got older. So after he left school, He calls me up. He's about 28 years old, and he tells me, he says, I said, so how are things going? You know, you met a girl yet? What's going on? And yeah, he says, you know, Doc, these women out here, they're just no good. They don't have any morals. They blah 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 blah. They'll lie to you. And I said, oh, what happened to you? And he says, you know, I was dating this girl, and we would get together and we would pray together, and we would pray together twice a week. And I thought she was pure. I thought she was pure because we prayed together. She told me she was a virgin. She was this, that, and the other. And she said, he said that he said, man, he said, and my boy comes up to me and he says, man, I just got to tell you that right after you get done praying, she comes to my house and I blow her back out. Like he's like, we have sex, we've been having sex for a while, and I feel like as your friend, I should tell you that she's got this whole other life that she never told you about. And he was devastated, obviously, right? And he said she pretended to be pure, and it was all a lie. It was all a lie. And that's what I just had to tell him. I said, you know, man, I said, women ain't pure like that. Like they're not, nor healthy women are not, because healthy women are sexual because that's how you make babies. That's where children come from. That's why we exist. You know, if
Right.
women were as pure as we wanted them to be, then all humanity would cease to exist. So I told him, I said, honestly, man, I said, I wouldn't be so hard on her, because I said, of course, you can't excuse, deception, but I said, she probably wanted to sleep with you, but she was trying to play the game with you. She was giving you what you wanted. You needed her to be pure, and you're like, oh, we wait until marriage and this, that, and that. So she's trying to wait because she wants you, but you can't love the
Right.
one you want. You love the one you with. So your boy's like, hey girl, I can quench your thirst until your man becomes available. I don't mind being the replacement or the backup. And that's what happened. She didn't even really want him. She wanted you. That's why she was praying with you and letting you know how much she liked you. So the thing was, I just felt bad for him because I just kind of said, why do you have this purity expectation anyway? Like, she's human, and I just kind of think that's what happens sometimes. I think people expect too much out of other human beings sometimes. And so I think one of the secrets to accepting people is pick good people in your life. Take your time, really vet people, make sure that that they're just solid people. And then when they get in your life, it's like getting into a club, like with my closest friends. This is how my relationship is with my closest friends. You're one of my closest friends too. It's like I evaluate people over a long period of time. I make sure that they're not too crazy or too ridiculous, or that they are toxic or harmful or vengeful or whatever. And once I kind of let you in the club, I'm going to just pretty much be loyal to you and forgive you for shortcomings you may have, because I know that they're there. I know they're coming, right? And I don't know if we do that. I think we get surprised a lot, right? And what people don't realize is that when you go to the world and you tell everybody, "Oh, I love this person and they're amazing, and I'm gonna have a baby with them, and I'm gonna marry that guy or that woman or whatever," and then a year or two later, you're like, "I hate their guts. They're terrible. Let me tell y'all how abusive they were. Let me tell you how mean he was. He was horrible." You don't realize that you're really talking about yourself too.
Yeah.
You do know that, right? What you're really communicating to the world is that you don't have a lot of emotional maturity, nor do you have that patience to properly vet the people that you're letting into your life. So at that point, in my mind, I don't trust your judgment.
Mm.
And it's the same thing is true with Iman Shumpert. If you are dogging out the woman that you chose to be the mother of your kids, then why would you choose her? I mean, that's a sacred role. That is, she is the queen of your life. That is the woman that gave birth to your legacy. And you're talking about her like she a damn dog off the street. That
Mhm.
tells me that you're not a good decision maker. Don't get me wrong. We all have issues with co-parents and baby mama, baby daddy. Everybody goes through that. I got a child, and my child's mother and I didn't always get along, but you don't hear me talking bad about her, because I realize that when I talk about bad about her, I'm talking bad about myself.
Mhm.
And I don't know if people understand that. I'll let you get the last word.
Yeah, the internet is filled with people that do that every day. I feel like on my timeline, that's all we see is people breaking up and putting it and plastering their business all over the internet streets. Um, you've given me a lot to think about, boys. You've given me a lot to think about, but you always give me an alternative perspective on things. You know, God bless. I'm glad that Iman and Tiana are, I guess, no longer together. Like they are moving forward their lives. They've settled their divorce, and now they can just move on and be the successful people that they are. I think Tiana is an amazing, talented woman. It's unfortunate that she had to go through that, but I think the great thing about going through things is life is the greatest. It provides the greatest lessons. So I'm sure she's learned a lot. I'm sure she's matured. I'm sure he has. Well, maybe not, but he will. So God bless them both.
I agree. And Heather says, so Dr. B, we should expect a lie. No, I don't think you should expect anything. I think you should expect whatever you're comfortable with. I expect lies, though. I expect that human beings are going to be human, and and in my mind, it's sort of like I'm not going to get mad at you for making mistakes or coming up short. I just because you're just recycling people, and then you kick out people in your life that you've had around for a long time, and then you're starting over with somebody new, and you don't know what the hell you're gonna get. You dragging shit in from the street. I don't want to drag people in from the street. I'd rather deal with the devil I know than the devil I don't know. And I do know as much as on any day I might be frustrated with the people around me. I don't want to just bring a bunch of new people in my space, because you gotta have a whole new process. And then what happens is you find yourself running in circles because you find out that the new humans that you let into your life are just as human as the other humans that you booted out. And so actually, before we go though, I'm gonna read to you this quick list. As everybody hits the thumbs up button, thumbs up, share, subscribe. And this is Tiara KJ Williams, by the way, and I'm gonna put her website up here if y'all want to follow up. She has a great company called Real Virtual that can help you to get started with your business, your side hustle, whatever. If you want to make extra money, you can go to realvirtual.net and they can help you kind of get going. So go to realvirtual.net. Also, this podcast is on Spotify. So if you look up my name on Spotify, you'll find a couple of podcasts. You have the Dr. Boyce Breakdown. I also do Dr. Boyce Daily Stock Market, where I give you kind of daily updates on what's happening in the stock market. So feel free to look up Boyce Watkins there. And also Fly Nubian Money is something that Tiara is the producer on Fly Nubian Money, executive producer. And that is where smart Black women kind of share their perspectives on everything related to love, life, business, and everything in between. So you can find Fly Nubian Money also on Spotify. Now, let me read to you, Tiara, and I'm going to get your opinion. Then all the rest of you make a comment on this. I'm going to give you the five reasons that the top 5 reasons men cheat, according to research. And then I'm going to give you the top 5 reasons that women cheat. Okay. So in the list, and I want us to compare the list. Okay. So the top 5 reasons they say that men cheat is emotional dissatisfaction. They say men may seek emotional connection elsewhere if they feel emotionally neglected, misunderstood, or disconnected from their partner.
That's true.
2, opportunity and temptation. Access to potential partners, especially in environments that facilitate privacy and opportunity, can lead to cheating if impulse control is weak. That's NBA players. Opportunity and temptation. Women everywhere. Lack of commitment. Some men might not be fully committed to their relationships and see cheating as an acceptable option when their commitment wanes. 4, self-esteem issues. Seeking validation from other partners can be a way for some men to boost their self-esteem or feel more desirable. So if they don't feel desired or they are beaten down emotionally, they might cheat. 5, boredom or need for variety. A desire for new experiences or the thrill of the chase can prompt some men to engage in affairs. Okay. So that's the top 5 reasons that men cheat. All right. Now let's look at women. Let's see how much the list varies for women. And you can take notes on that, T, and let me know what you think. Top 5 reasons that women cheat. Emotional neglect is number 1. Women may seek emotional connection elsewhere if they feel neglected, unappreciated, or emotionally distant from their partner. That's 2, true. Seeking emotional or physical fulfillment. Some women cheat when their emotional or physical needs are not being met in their current relationship. So either they ain't getting no good, blankety blank, or their not emotional needs aren't being met. 3, revenge or retaliation. In some cases, women may cheat as a form of retaliation against a partner who has cheated on them or hurt them in other significant ways. That's interesting because revenge was not on the men's list, and it's funny that that difference is there. Number 4, low self-esteem. Women might seek validation outside their relationship if they feel insecure or undervalued, using an affair to boost their self-esteem or feel more desired. 5 is lack of love. If the love fades in a relationship, some women might look for that connection or passion with someone else, leading them to seek an affair. So here's what I noticed first, T. Most of the reasons for cheating for women almost always connected to some kind of emotion. That's what I'm noticing. First is emotional, if they're emotionally neglected. if they need to be emotionally fulfilled, if
Mm-hmm.
they feel the need to get revenge, that's another emotion. Low self-esteem, that's an emotion. A
Mm-hmm.
lack of love, that's very emotional. Whereas when they talked about the men, they do have some emotional stuff in here, but a lot of it is not emotional, actually. They do have emotional dissatisfaction and self-esteem. Um, then there's, well, maybe boredom is an emotion, but that's a different emotion, right?
Mm-hmm.
Opportunity and temptation. I guess temptation's an emotion, but it's a different sort of emotion. They didn't mention
Mm-hmm.
temptation when it came to women. They also didn't mention revenge when it came to men. What do you think about this list? How do you know, what variation do you notice there?
I think it's really important to know that men and women, obviously, we all know this, were raised a little differently. Where I think women fall in love with the idea of love. I think there's a difference between men and women, right? This is my philosophy on this. Women fall in love with the idea of love from a very young age. We're watching Disney stories. We're like, Barbie, you love Ken, and he gonna love you for life. There's we kind of like create this fantasy, and it's over a long period of time we create that fantasy, right? So I think once we get in relationship with someone, if they don't meet those ideas of love that we had, if it's not the way it was pictured, like, well, love is supposed to look like this, love is supposed to look like that, like this is the way love is supposed to look. I think then we go to those other things like, well, I don't feel emotionally fulfilled, I don't feel this way, or I don't feel that way. And I think it's because of what we created in our minds. For men, it's a little different because you guys don't want to fall in love with women. Like, y'all, that's not the first thing you want to do. You're not like, I want to fall in love. When you meet a woman, you're going, she's cool. The woman is going, I hope I fall in love with him. He might be the one. Like, it's the whole thing. Like, we go through the whole, like, that's our experiences, right? You want everything but to fall in love with this lady. And when you do fall in love with her, you be like, she got me. Dang it. Like, it's kind of like that. Like, we got to drag you into love. And so I think men fall in love deeper that way. I think that it's easier for women to fall in and out of love based on the idea that they've created. So if it doesn't, after a while, it's like, this just doesn't feel the same. This doesn't. So everything that you said,
Mm.
and after a while, it's like a woman will say, like, "Oh, this doesn't feel the same. I want you to take me on dates or whatever the woman wants." If she doesn't get that, then at some point, I think all of those things are true, and it's really not fair. But women do it. They do it, and we, after a while, it's like it just doesn't feel the same. My feelings don't feel the same because he's not the same, and it doesn't look like it looks in my
Mm.
head. And so yeah, that's my philosophy on that. But men don't want to fall in love with women. Like, I don't think you guys do. I don't think you guys do. So of course that's it. Of course that's the reason why you cheat. So yeah, that's
Mhm.
my philosophy on that.
Have you ever heard of the term love addicts?
Yes.
Yeah, so love addicts, and I wrote about this in my book Financial Lovemaking, actually, and I remember reading about it. And I gathered some stuff here. It says love addicts are individuals who experience an unhealthy attachment to the feeling of being in love,
Mm-hmm.
often confusing emotional intensity for intimacy. This
Yeah.
type of addiction is characterized by a pattern where a person becomes dependent on the euphoria associated with being in love, continually seeking out new relationships or clinging to unhealthy relationships in order to sustain these feelings. I think that addiction is high in the Black community. I really do. I think
Mm-hmm.
that addiction is a coping mechanism for tremendous amounts of undiagnosed, untreated trauma that doesn't just affect our mental health or in our relationships, but it affects our spending patterns and everything else, and just our ability to get along. So I think that trauma, um, it's pain, right? You're feeling pain inside. So the best way to ease pain or to relieve stress is through some sort of addiction. So maybe for men it might show up as a sexual addiction. Maybe for women it
Mm-hmm.
might show up as a sexual and or a romantic, a love addiction, right?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know a lot of men who are love addicts, but I know women who just they're in love with a new guy every 6 months. And one thing that I remember reading about, when I was reading the biology of love, because I was fascinated with how it made you feel, is really interesting. Is they're like these chemicals, phenylethylamine, that are really strong, like an emotional crack that you feel in the first 6 months. And they say that
Mm-hmm.
it gets triggered when you first touch a person. When you first touch them, you just have this blast of emotion. It's like hitting the pipe. When you
Mm-hmm.
touch somebody new, It's just a new experience. And they said that if you want to be committed to your current relationships, don't touch another person. Don't even put yourself in a situation, not touch like handshake or hug, but like in a romantic touch, like that trigger, like that will what'll happen is you'll be so like struck with the experience of the new person that the old person is going to seem boring. I compare it to like chewing gum. Like if you put a new piece of gum in your mouth, it's full of sugar. It's delicious. It's not that same piece you've been chewing on for the last 2 days. So in a way, it's almost like you have to protect your love by protecting your environment, sort of creating a space where it's easy for you to be committed to whatever you said you're going to do, almost like a person that's trying to eat healthy food that keeps sugary food out of the house. Because if you have all this temptation around you, this is why I feel bad for the NBA players trying to have traditional relationships, is that everything you're doing, you're constantly in these situations where you can fulfill all these temptations with nobody looking, and the world is encouraging that, everybody's going along with that. Right. So I kind of think that overall that's a factor I think we don't think enough about. So you have people that just have these relationships. They last about 6 to 9 months. And then after about 9 months, they said that the strong chemicals start to wear off. And next thing you know, the person is not as interesting. They're not as excited. I think for men, maybe it's like on the sexual side. They said the other thing that really triggers a strong emotion is like the first, like orgasms. We people are obsessed with that. And they said that for women, orgasms really open up the oxytocin receptors. So you form strong bonds with the person that helped you to feel that pleasure. And that's what some would describe as like a strong spiritual connection. Like when a woman's with a man, it's almost like his spirit goes into her body. And but really it's also just biochemical. Like he's something to you almost forever sometimes, and I personally kind of think if you're giving somebody that amount of power, you better make sure you vet that person, because I almost look at it as, when that person gives you that feeling and they get to control whether you get to have that feeling, they almost become like your drug pusher, and you're the drug addict. And that puts you in a position of weakness relative to that person. They have a tremendous amount of power over you. And if it's an abusive person who abuses that power, you're in trouble. Oprah Winfrey, remember when Oprah got caught was about to get caught smoking crack back in the day? And she said, I realized I wasn't addicted to the drug. I was addicted to the man. Mm-hmm. I think that that's a real thing. And I think that this
I don't know where Boyce just went.
Literally, can you hear me, T?
Yeah, I couldn't hear you. I was like, where did Boyce just go?
Yeah. I did. Maybe my Wi-Fi went out for a minute. Maybe that's my cue that I need to stop talking so much. So yeah, but I just think overall, like I think these are things that I wish people got trained on. Like I think love and attraction is so powerful that kids should literally get a course on relationships and family, because it opens this Pandora's box to, like you're just thinking, okay, I'm gonna hook up with so-and-so because they're cute. And you don't know that's like God's little dirty trick. That's they're sucking you in. They're like, yeah, come on in. We're gonna make you reproduce and multiply and all this other stuff. Then next thing you know, you're building families. And what do you have? When you have a group of traumatized people that are engaged in all these trauma responses that lead to these sex and love addictions, next thing you know, you've got these there's evidence of the addiction everywhere. The same way like you can see that somebody's been smoking crystal meth because all their teeth are missing, or smoking crack because they all skinny. Well, to me, when I see a person that's got 5 kids with 5 daddies, that's evidence of your addiction. Or if you're morbidly obese, that's evidence of your sugar addiction. So to me, when all these broken families are evidence of the addictions that are used to cope with this undiagnosed, untreated trauma. How's that theory? What do you think?
I'm into it. I like it. I mean, I'm into it. I mean, you just told me all the scientific things. I don't have a response to that. That's great. I learned a lot. I was listening.
Well, I'll tell you. I think it's interesting stuff. It's it's fun to watch. I think if you figure it out, it can really work for you, right? Like family and love and sex, all that stuff is really powerful. And if you harness the power of anything, it can be to your benefit. But if you use it irresponsibly, it can cause harm to yourself and to other people.
So whenever you find yourself in a situation with somebody and you think it feels like a soul tie, it feels like an addiction, you're like, oh my God, I'm having withdrawals from this person. Because we've all been there, right? You can just literally tell yourself, like, no, 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 that's just a chemical. You're not really feeling this way. Like, it's so funny, boys. Talking to you always, like, it kind of takes the air out of things. It's like when I'm like, I feel love and I feel all of these things. You like, girl, that's oxytocin. Sit down. Like, it's just like you take the air out of everything. I hate talking to you.
Blame it on the alcohol. Blame it on, that's just drugs and alcohol talking. That's true. That's
Girl, sit
true.
down. That ain't girl. Just tell
You know
yourself
what?
that that's
If
what.
you want, check this out. So I looked up the breakdown of the biochemical process of falling in love. So
Mm-hmm.
basically, here's what happens. So when you meet somebody that you like, hormones contribute to attraction and lust. There's
Right.
testosterone and estrogen. They're pivotal in the initial stages of attraction. These sex hormones are not only linked to sexual arousal but also prompt an initial attraction to potential partners. Neurotransmitters produce a high level of dopamine and norepinephrine. I said
Okay.
it wrong. They're released when someone is attracted to another person, which can lead to feelings of euphoria, increased energy, and a focus on the object of one's affection. Then romantic attachment is driven by dopamine, central to the reward pathways in the brain. Dopamine is heavily involved in the pleasure and reward systems associated with love, creating feelings of pleasure and reinforcement to motivate people to continue engaging in behaviors that strengthen their romantic feelings. Serotonin, levels of serotonin, another neurotransmitter, actually drop during the initial phases of love, leading to obsessive thoughts and behaviors often seen in new lovers. So you become obsessed because your levels of serotonin have dropped. And
See, y'all, we ain't in love with nobody. Like nobody's in love. It's over. Like we're not really in love. We just got chemicals in our body going off and pheromones and we're smelling people and we just they
Mhm.
smell good and it's
Yeah,
not real.
if you
Love is
take
not real.
if all these chemicals leave your brain, then you won't fall in love with nobody. You won't even be attracted. You won't even be attached to your own kids. Ain't that
That's
crazy?
crazy. That
Yeah.
is crazy.
And so I'm not done. Let me finish, and then we'll be done.
Mm,
Okay.
mm,
I
mm.
often called the cuddle hormone, oxytocin plays a crucial role in the bonding process. It's released in large quantities during intimate activities such as cuddling, kissing, and sex. Oxytocin helps to strengthen the bond between partners, promoting feelings of contentment and security. Vasopressin is another important hormone in long-term commitment. It's associated with behaviors that produce long-term monogamous relationships. It is released following physical intimacy and helps to maintain the bond between partners over time. And endorphins are the body's natural painkillers, which also enhance feelings of well being and relaxation. They are released during physical intimacy and touch, contributing to the comfort and happiness of long term partners. Now, I'm curious about vasopressin, and I want to know, do men and women have different levels of vasopressin?
And can
Because,
we okay.
oh, you got to go?
Hmm.
I'm sorry.
No, 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 no. I was gonna say, and aren't some of the could we be given some of the things to fall more in love? Like could they make pills of certain things and we could feel more of those things?
Well, I
Are
think that
any
if
of these things bottled? I
but
guess is my question.
you mean
Serotonin
like a
is
pill? You get like an oxytocin pill or something
yeah,
like
like
that?
are there oxytocin pills? Are there like because there's drugs, right? Or there is there
Mm.
serotonin exists, right? So could someone
Yeah.
take yeah, right? So could someone take something and fall in love with someone that way? I wonder. It's a love question.
Ooh.
I was just wondering, like, right? They have drugs.
Oh, that's a good one. That's a good. I don't know. Let me see. There's no pill or medication that can specifically create the complex emotions that we talked about. However, certain hormones and neurotransmitters involved in the feelings associated with love, such as dopamine, oxytocin, and serotonin, can be influenced by medications or supplements. Certain medications and recreational drugs can increase dopamine levels, right, leading to feelings of pleasure and reward. Right, that's what Molly, was it Molly? Is that right? Papa
Mhm.
Molly, I'm sweating, like stuff like that. I
I
think
don't
that
want
that
that.
can that can create like that euphoria and the
No.
connection with other
Mm-mm.
people. Oxytocin is referred to the love hormone. Let's see here. There are nasal sprays that can increase oxytocin levels. They are primarily used in research settings. The effects are subtle and not akin to creating romantic love. They might enhance feelings of trust and bonding, though. Serotonin, antidepressants, particularly sedative serotonin reuptake inhibitors, SSRIs, alter serotonin levels in the brain and can impact mood and emotions. So I remember a person I knew that was taking like one of those psychiatric drugs. I forgot which one it was. It was real popular, but it was for depression. I forgot what it was. But anyway, she said that one thing that happened to her was she had no desire to sleep with anybody. She did not feel any sexual arousal, none of that. And so that's kind of like a crazy place to be, right?
Yeah,
And
we know
then
that.
and then, by the way, with vasopressin, if you remember vasopressin, we talked about that earlier.
Yeah.
Vasopressin, it basically, that was the thing that creates monogamy. It seemed like they said vasopressin is important in long-term commitment associated with behaviors that produce long-term monogamous relationships. And so I asked, do men and women have different levels of vasopressin? And they said, yes, men and women have different levels of vasopressin. And these differences can potentially influence behavior and physiological responses in certain contexts, including social bonding and stress management. Vasopressin, known as antidiuretic hormone, ADH, plays a crucial role in regulating the body's retention of water and has significant functions in social behavior, sexual motivation, and pair bonding. Its levels and effects can vary based on several factors, including sex, as it interacts with sex hormones like testosterone and estrogen. So for men, vasopressin is often associated with aggression, territorial behavior. So this is what happens when men start to feel monogamous. They want to kick everybody's ass and fight over you. That's true. I mean, seriously,
That's
a lot of us
true.
see
No,
that.
that's
Yeah.
definitely yes.
Holy crap, this is
Yeah.
crazy.
And then
So
we
check
start
this
to not
out.
like them.
Yeah, wait, say it again.
That's it. And then we start to not like them. It's like, no, you mine, girls. Like,
Yeah, so vasopressin can create increased aggression, territorial behavior, and social bonding in males. It influences behaviors that are typically associated with male social interaction and mating. For example, in some animal studies, higher vasopressin levels have been linked to increased aggression and establishment of social hierarchies. Oh shit. Okay, in women, the interaction between vasopressin and estrogen might influence social behaviors differently. While vasopressin also plays a role in pair bonding and social responses in females, the behavioral outcomes might be less aggressive and more affiliative. So more cooperative as opposed to competitive compared to males. However, the exact roles and the effects are built on numerous factors. Studies in humans are less definitive compared to animal studies. Let's see. They also say that they looked at voles. Voles have been studied extensively for the effects of vasopressin on monogamous versus non-monogamous behavior. Human research often focuses on correlation between vasopressin levels and social behaviors. It is essential to note that while there are differences in the effects of vasopressin among men and women, the variation of each sex and influence, blah 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 blah. Okay, so there's not much saying there, but I personally think that says a lot, right? If you think about how men and women behave differently when they are in love, it's interesting. Like I know that my father, when he loved my mother, one thing I remember hearing my father say is the reason he married my mother, because I was 3 and I had a different daddy. He married my mother, and his first reaction was, these two are mine. This is my responsibility. This is my territory. And then also he had, potentially almost borderline violent confrontations with my biological father saying, this is mine, stay away, you know? And you think about that. I mean, but women can be territorial also, just maybe in a different sort of way.
yeah.
So this is fascinating, right?
Okay. You got to geek out tonight.
Yeah, this was fun. I gotta do this again. This was really interesting. I think that I think understanding who we are and how we behave and why, I think is really a great part of, being smarter and better people,
Yeah.
And then also just emotional intelligence to me means being intelligent about your emotions. Like, why did I feel this way? What happened here? And then that way you can put yourself where you want to be. So anyway, I'm going to go ahead and let you go. I've held you hostage for an hour and a half. And it's so funny. I was real tired when I started. I told you how tired I was, but I perked up with this because this was interesting stuff. And I want everybody to know I'm talking to Tiara KJ Williams, aka Miss Black Hollywood, and her website is realvirtual.net. So her company can help you with your business. If you want to go meet Tiara, who's an awesome person and a famous person and super smart, just go to realvirtual.net and her team will work with you to help you get your business going. They can not just help you come up with the idea and the business model, but they can also help you execute the business model. Execution is everything. And I know a lot of you are trying to look for the next level. And also, speaking of another aspect of the next level. I have a training called How to Make Money Without Working, and it basically leans on the ability to make money with stock options. A lot of people don't know that you can generate a lot of income by selling stock options, and we talk about that on a regular basis. So if you'd like to get that free training, How to Make Money Without Working, just text the word money to the number 87948. Text money to 87948. I will send you that. I'll also send you some stocks that I like, stuff like that, because I want to see you wealthier. I want to see you happier. I want to see you live a better life. That's the goal of this platform. And also make sure you follow us on Spotify. Just look for my name on Spotify. You can find my podcast there as well. So thank you all very, very much for hanging out. Hit the thumbs up button. Thank you very much, Tiara KJ Williams. I appreciate your time.
Great time.
And yes, ma'am. And we will see you all soon. Take care. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Hi, everybody. Mary Dean Esquire here at thewallstreetlawyer.com, coming to you live on thewallstreetlawyer.com, blackwallstreet.com, Fly Nubian Queen, a network where Black women have a voice, and I'm one of those proud Black women. Thanks to StreamYard, we are streaming to several platforms. Oh, what's up with my... Okay, looks like one of them is down. Let me see if I can change that. Get in here, guys. Drop your B1 in the chat. Let me know you're here. Let me know where you're from. We drop our B1. Shout out to Dr. Boyce Watkins. We drop our B1 because we put Black people first over here. Everybody puts themselves first. That's what the B1 stands for. Let me see. One of my... Okay, I think I might just have to deal with that another time. I don't want to take away from my live because I'm not going to be here with you long, guys. I'm just going to be here just for a little while. But what I want to talk about today is the power of replacing yourself and your business to make your business successful. I know, I get it. Get in here. I know you guys are business owners out there, and you all have these big, gigantic, beautiful, Black thriving businesses that you've created, that you've poured your blood, sweat, and tears in, that you have cultivated, nurtured like your baby. And the idea of, that you micromanage everybody that you do hire to run the business for you. So the idea of replacing yourself and removing yourself from that business seems to be very far out of your mind. But what are you going to do if you get sick? What are you going to do when you want to retire from your business? What do you want to do when you, I don't know, die? One thing that we are all guaranteed to do in this lifetime, as long as you shall live, you shall one day die. And I know, it's a little morbid to talk about these things, but these are things that we have to consider, because by the grace of God, we are living every single day, healthy, vibrant, ready to attack the world, ready to get out there and go and chase your dreams and get everything that you deserve in your Black-owned business, in your beautiful Black life. Black power, okay? But there's going to come a time where you're not going to want to run it anymore. You're just not going to want to get on that hamster wheel and do the things that it takes to bring in the dollars every single day. You're not going to want to do that every day. You're not going to want to do that anymore. There's going to come a time where it's going to be time to retire. And are you thinking about these things now? And if you're building your business so that you're planning for things like your retirement, business succession planning, or if you become incapacitated, you're really building a solid business that is really going to cover and protect you one day. Because for the most skilled leader, one of the things, the signs of a real true business is that you have replaced yourself, and so you're not having to be there day in and day out. And so the first thing you want to do is train people. You want to think about your team. You want to think about the people that you are working with. And notice that I did not say person. I said people. You want to have a whole bench of people thinking in the wings. Think about any other sport. And I think that's how it goes. They have one person starting. I think that's how it goes. And then they have backups. Or think about a play. And think about acting. There's always the main character, and there's always somebody who's waiting in the wings to take over should that person not be able to fulfill their duties. And I think that it's important that you build your business with that same kind of what if scenario should take place. You should be training people to take over for you. You should be and allowing yourself to, what we say, there's a thing called working in the business, and then there's a thing called working on the business. And you want to make sure that you're not always just working in the business, but you spend some time actually working on the business and above the business, so that you can make sure that your business is going to thrive should something happen to you. And so what does it mean to work on the business? What does it mean to work above the business? Well, when you're working on the business and above the business, you're making sure you have that solid foundation in place. A foundation that my signature foundation, my Black Wall Street Lift systems, where I take you through your legal, insurance, financial, and tax systems designed to support a strong sales system, so that you can make sure you're not only bringing in money day after day, week after week, but that you're also analyzing those dollars in relationship to what tax deductions that you can and should be taken in your Black-owned business. And in addition to, so that your sales system is truly supported. And so, yes, you want to be training people, training family members, training maybe employees, or even people that you are mentoring in some type of way. But these are things that you need to be thinking about, because it's guaranteed that if you're living this beautiful thing we call life, that you will definitely die one day. But one thing I think we don't really give a lot of weight to is, what if we become sick? And we're still living, but we're no longer able to run the race physically or otherwise. So how is your business prepared for that? And so once you've trained people, you're documenting the systems. That's another way that we work on the business. Is something that I'm really big on. In addition to my solid foundational systems, my lift systems, what systems are unique to your business and your unique brand? Systems like how you answer your phone answering system, client intake system, client enrollment system, how you're delivering on your service, that system, and maybe how you close out the client and on the back end, and then follow up. And so there are all these systems that you want to start putting in place, because how is your business going to run without you? What are some businesses that think about Apple? Think about Apple and think about Steve Jobs. And if Apple had not planned for Steve Jobs' departure, would that mean the end of Apple? Would that mean the end of us being able to receive? No, we know that it has not been, that they were fully prepared for his departure, and that they have, since his passing, they've even brought out new products, which goes to show that his mission and everything is still being carried forward, and there's still to be, remain to be one of the most successful businesses in the United States of America. And so you don't have to be at the level of Apple, and you don't have to be at the level of Steve Jobs just to make sure that you are doing that same type of planning for you and your business. As a matter of fact, if you're not at that level, one of the best ways to get there is to make sure that you're planning your business from that perspective. And then once you have gotten with your people, you have decided on, you're training people to take over, you're working above and on the business, meaning that you're documenting these systems, meaning that you are putting these things in place. The last thing that you want to do is make sure you formalize that into a written word, to a contract and an agreement. a handbook. You want to make sure you document these processes. You want to make sure that you document these systems. You want to make sure that you have a handbook that is actually handy, not just something that you done downloaded and cut and paste from the internet, but something that is actually real and alive and empowering to your particular business and that documents your particular systems. So you want to formalize that. And if you want some help in formalizing that, well, that's what your girl is here for. No. That's what I'm here for. I'm here to help you with that. And so I dropped a link in the chat that you can check out. Click on the link, schedule a consultation with me. Make sure you follow me at The Wall Street Lawyer on Instagram, The Wall Street Lawyer on X, now is known as X, as well as blackwallstreet.com on Instagram and across all platforms, blackwallstreet.com. And make sure you join my Facebook group, because Black wealth is definitely critical to Black power. Again, I said I wasn't going to be long in here. I just want you to understand that the thing about running a business, you don't want a business that runs you. You want to be able to run your business. And one of the best ways to make sure you can run your Black-owned business is by putting systems in place. Systems save yourself time, energy, and money. That's what systems are for. They save yourself time, energy, and money. You don't have to think. You can just run these systems on autopilot. It's the reason why and how McDonald's can deliver the same nasty burger to millions of people across the globe, is because they have well-documented systems, handbooks, processes, all written out, already worked out. All you got the to-do list and do what's on that to-do list. And so if you need help putting your foundational systems together, please contact me and figure so that we can get your legal, insurance, financial, and tax systems and shored up and fill in the holes so that you can be your best self. Mary Dean Esquire here at thewallstreetlawyer.com.
Right? I think any artist, I'm an entrepreneur, and I can say the same thing. Whenever you are sharing your world or your art with somebody, it can be sensitive, right? You also talked about early music. I'm going to reset. I'm in a hot second, but you also talked about early music, and it was very different. It was very positive. It was uplifting. Danette Mitchell says, when I was growing up, we had ratchet music. However, in the Black community, we kept it underground and elevated positive music. This is when we owned our own radio stations and music stores. I can remember listening to a Tupac who's going to give you a little bit of ratchet, but give you something to think about. Dear Mama or Brenda Had a Baby, KRS-One. So you have a nice mix. Today's music, it's all pop that P, look at my P, suck this, bitch that. Like, there's no love music, there's no community. Like I think it affects our relationships. I think it affects how men and women relate to each other, talk to each other. I think it affects our relationships, our ability to communicate, our ability to love. Music is so powerful and influential, much like this conversation that we're having today about hip hop's damaging influence on Black women, right here on Fly Nubian Money, which we do every Monday through Friday at 1:00 p.m. Eastern. You can catch us here. And you can also get notified when we're live if you text the word Queens, Queens, to 87948. Again, that's 87948. You can also catch us on Spotify by searching Fly Nubian Money to take us on the go with you. Aisha, I want to come back and talk to you. Given your Nigerian background, can you share some cultural differences between the music scenes in Nigeria and the United States, particularly regarding what's allowed to be discussed on the airwaves and how it influences societal values? That was a mouthful. You might be a mute.
Sorry about that. That's such a great question. And just listening to Dr. Alicia talking about the mental, how it affects us mentally. And what you also just said, Dr. Linnea, about, the way it affects you and how it makes you feel. It's amazing to me that today as well, hip hop has now crossed over where it's now also affecting the culture back home where I'm from. I just recently had a visit back home, and I came back when I was there visiting, and some young people were talking, and I couldn't believe what came out of their mouth. And I know it's because of the hip hop culture and what they were listening to. They were literally referring to the African Americans with the N word casually. I stopped them. I said, "Do you understand that this is unacceptable?" But because of what the pop culture says, so they thought it was normal to speak like that. I was mortified, and I had to correct them that please do not speak like this. It is unacceptable. Again, because the music business doesn't care. They now are spreading all over the world, especially now in Africa, where our music for us was for praise and gratitude and celebration. Now it's becoming abusive. It's becoming abusive because you're watching as they're selling these products to them, and they're listening is now becoming what now they think it's okay. So when I went and I was visiting and I heard that, I literally stopped them and corrected. I said, no, we're not going to do that here. This is not what we're about, because you think it's funny, or you think that is what you watch, and as you're watching these videos, it is not who we are. So ladies, it is crossing over, and unfortunately, it's about money. At the end of the day, it's not about caring about who we are, that we are fearfully and wonderfully made by God and to be respected and loved and cherished. No, they just want to make money. They don't care who is damaged as this is happening. And but for me, I make sure that even when I go back and I tell my brothers back home and my nephews and nieces that they're not allowed to watch videos like that. Because this is not who we are. This is not how we were raised. This is not what our parents taught us. And that we have to stay true to who we are and not listen to those music, because we know it's not edifying. It doesn't add no value to your life. It only denigrates you. And now here you are calling your brothers and sisters that are from America the N word and thinking it's normal. So it saddened me that was happening, but that is what's happening today. Again, we have to like you said, that we should make sure that it comes from us, Athena, that we should be the one making that move. We should be the one making that difference in our own homes, and making sure that we talk to our children and tell them that no, this is not part of our culture. This is something else. Somebody else is selling this to us, and we're buying it, but we were not going to buy it here. I'm hoping that is what we can do, as brothers and sisters in this space, that will make sure that we tell our children that no, this is not our culture. This is not how we're supposed to talk to each other or refer to each other, especially our women. An African woman, oh my goodness, she gave birth to the world. I said, you know how powerful you are. You give birth to the world. And now they're denigrating you with music by your own people, by your own boys and your own men, and think it's okay. It is not okay. It is not okay, because then you're allowing other people to look at you that way.
And what a lot of times what the youth, and we can say people, but mostly youth, don't realize is the verbiage, the language, the lifestyle, the drugs, the oversexualization. A lot of this stuff, the people who are rapping about it, they don't even do that. Some of these people come from 2-parent homes, good homes. They were like the life that they're rapping about, the image that they're portraying, they don't actually do in their real life. We're going to go to this video from Future talking about lean and the fact that he actually doesn't even use it. So let's cue that video.
Future regrets his influence on Juice WRLD, and the reason why will truly shock you. One of the first things that Juice WRLD told Future when they met up to make their 2018 record World on was that Future had influenced him to try lean. Juice WRLD told Vulture.com, "That's the first thing I told him." He was just like, wow. He kind of apologized. Future later reacted to this situation in an interview with Rolling Stone magazine, saying, quote, "When he told me that, I was like, oh what have I done? It really bothered me. It bothered me a lot. More than I thought it would bother me when he told me that. How many other 6th graders did I influence to drink lean? This really messed me up for a minute. It's all I could think about. Like, damn, what have I done? What have I done to other people?" Regardless of his habits, Juice WRLD was one of the best to ever do it. It will be remembered as such.
And so more accountability is definitely needed. More truth is definitely needed. More authenticity is definitely needed. I saw over in the chat some people were talking about, what about the parents? Why are parents letting them listen to this music? Listen, I'm only gonna speak for myself. I was young once. My mom didn't know what I was listening to. You, as a parent, you can make sure that you listen to all the appropriate things in the car. You can put on what do they call it? Explicit types of blocks on your child's phones. You can take the TVs out your house. They still got to go to school, and their friends is listening to it. They still got to ride the bus, and their friends is listening to it. They still see YouTube. Like, it's everywhere. Athena, how has music influenced you growing up? So I think I remember you saying you're 33, so you come from a different era of music than I do. So let's do that. Tell me what you're listening to right now, and then tell me how music has influenced you.
Well, I have a very eclectic musical taste. I am from the Caribbean, so obviously reggae and dancehall is a very big influence from there. I also listen to classical music. I listen to hip hop. I listen to pop. I listen to ratchet music. I'm going to sit here and be honest on the panel. I do like some of the artists that we have in question. I do listen to Cardi B. I do listen to Megan Thee Stallion. But I think the difference for me, though, is it's just entertainment for me. And because I'm not living in that lifestyle or culture, I'm not.
Welcome to Fly Nubian Money. I am Laura Lala Key, your host for today. And today we're tackling a very significant and controversial topic in our communities. And I am joined by some awesome co-queens. If you want to know what this controversial thing is, we're going to be talking about baby mama culture. And this seems to be something that is becoming the norm. And I want to talk about, we definitely want to talk about, is this harming our communities? And we want to talk about how the role of the Black family is so important. Today, I am joined by Linda Husser. She is the bodacious lifestyle coach for Black women over 50. And Tiara Williams, our actress, producer, and owner of Real Virtual. Welcome, ladies. I'm so glad to have you today.
Thank you.
All right. It's going to be kind of crazy for this. Are y'all ready for this? So we have some great footage that I think that we should start off with. So to get this conversation going, let's dive into this short clip video from the 80s or early 90s that is featuring some young Black women who are expressing their views on fatherhood and the necessity of men in their household. And they all are single mothers. This is my era. This is when I was growing up. So I have a lot of friends as well as myself who was a 16-year-old mother. And I kind of feel a little bit differently than the young ladies, but I feel like at this time is when people started saying that, you know, it just wasn't important to have the father in our household. So this footage was very gut-wrenching for me, and I really had a hard time watching it, and I think you'll see why once we pull that up. But right now, I want to know, have either of you had experience with single motherhood yourself or within your family? Tiara.
Let me unmute. Oh, I am unmuted. Okay, great. Yes, you know, I actually grew up without both of my parents. So I was a foster kid raised as raised by the community of my family. My mother was unfortunately, and my father were caught up in the crack epidemic because that was what the 80s were. It was the start of all of that. And not in turn, I'm not a single mother. My child's father is very active, but I am a single woman. So we're not together, but we co-parent wonderfully. Thank God that he is there and he is hands-on and active. He does not miss a beat. So I'm grateful that we have a father in the house.
that's a blessing, and it's also in the slim side of what we experience in our community. So that is a huge blessing. How about you, Linda? What is your experience with single familyhood, and have you experienced this in your household or your community?
I did not experience it in my household. I did grow up with my mother and my father. However, now that I think about it, all of my first cousins, nobody's father was in the home. And I mean, nobody's father was in the home. It is amazing. And so now that I'm thinking about it, we were the only married family in my family. Out of all my first cousins, I'm thinking nobody was married. And so I feel that it's important, even if your father isn't in the home per se, like what Tiara said, which I thought was really beautiful. She said she's not a single mother, but she's single. Girl, that's a t-shirt right there. Because basically what you're saying, Queen, and thank you for clarifying that. What you're saying is there's single mothers, there's single women, and there is a huge difference. So I would really like to explore that a little bit more, but of course we're going to go into the topic, but that's very important and a very clarifying way to put that. And thank you so much for making that clarifying difference.
Agree. And before we roll the footage, I'll put in my experience with it so that we have context of all the queens who are on here and our experience of this in the background of our lives. I was raised by my aunt. My birth mother gave me to my aunt because she had gotten into a lot of trouble. And so my aunt was the one who raised me. But when I say mama, I mean my aunt. Now, I lived in a community, I call it my village, where all of my aunties and my uncles lived in the same neighborhood, and my dad still lived in the neighborhood too. So even though my parents weren't married, I had a weird village, but still a blessed village. Most of my aunties and uncles were all married, and all of them were. So they were an example for me. So let's sit back and watch this video, because I have a lot of things that we can really dig into with this. All right, hold on.
Married. None of you are married. Raise your hand if you would like to be married to your baby's father. One. The rest of you who don't plan to get married, why don't you plan to get married? I'd like to know that.
You already have your child to think about, and then a whole family to care for. It's a lot of responsibility, and then you don't want the commitments.
I wouldn't want no man holding me down, because I think I can make it as a single parent.
But don't you think you might need help in raising that baby from a man?
Not really. I didn't have a father. My father wasn't in the home, so it really, male figures are not substantially important in the family.
Raise your hand if you're married. None of you are married.
Ouch. If you're just now joining us, you're watching Fly Nubian Money, and we are here Monday through Friday at 1 p.m. every day, Monday through Friday. And if you don't want to miss us, you can get a notification by texting Queens, Queens, to 87948, and you will get a notification. And sometimes we have some freebies for you there as well. You also want to make sure that you join us on Spotify. All you have to do is go on over there and type in Fly Nubian Money, and you can take us on the road with you and listen to us at your convenience. And then also, we help you get your financial house in order. And so if you don't know where to start with that, you can visit our website at flynubianmoney.com, where we have a lot of resources for you there to get you started on your financial road. And today I am joined by my co-queens, and we are talking about why baby mama culture is beneath Black women. I wanted to cry with that video. So I'm going to start off with you, Tiara. What are your thoughts and your perspectives shared in that video?
I think when I look at that, all I see is conditioning, right? It reminds me, I mean, I hate to get all historical, but since Black people have been brought to this country, it has been an agenda to divide and conquer. It has been, our ancestors being separated. Some of them sent to to Alabama, while the rest of the family is sent to Mississippi. It's just part of the agenda. So since the beginning, we have been separated. But I would say, like, somewhere in the 80s or 90s, like, that whole era was really a time when there was an agenda, I think, to program us in a way. So it just sounds like programming to me. It's almost like today when I look at female rappers 20 years ago, 30 years ago now, you would cringe to be like, who you calling a bitch? But now the girls be like, I'm a bitch, I'm a hoe. Like, they've taken on that armor. So it's kind of the same to me. It's the same agenda of, like, over time conditioning. For just being conditioned to just be like, you know what? We should normalize this. And so that's what I see. It saddens me, but I feel like it goes along with Black community, like how, like I said, we've been conditioned.
I have to agree on that. And it seems like our audience who's here with us right now are pretty much kind of feeling how we're feeling. Shalonda said that male figure is most definitely important in the family dynamic. And we heard that young lady say that she didn't feel like that the male persona is a big difference at all to her. And one of them said that she didn't want the drama. She didn't feel like she wanted that, which just makes me cringe as well. And we have someone else that they're all too young and they just don't understand. And we would love to know where they are today, which actually I would love to know that too. Linda, what are your thoughts and perspectives on this video?
My thoughts and perspective on that video is I want to just piggyback off of Queen Tiara and just say that a lot of that is conditioning, programming, because those women, young ladies, grew up in homes where mama didn't have anybody. And instead of mother saying, hey, this is not where you want to be, I would have wished that there was a father figure in the house. She has to save face. So then she's got to make it seem like this is okay, right? And so then we just perpetuate that. And we've got generations of children having children, having children. And they're all saying that it's okay. We don't need a man. But the one girl who was talking, who said that it wasn't absolutely necessary, I sensed the defensiveness in her tone, and it's a sense of sadness there as well. So my whole thing is we've got to do better as a community, even those of us who had our children young or did not have a man in the home. We've got to stand up, own our stuff, and just say, hey, if I had it to do all over again, I would have preferred that your father be in the house, instead of making excuses and making it seem as if it's okay and we got this.
I agree with that, which brings me to the next question. It seems like Dr. Vibe, Tiara, he agrees with you. He said that's a very strong take. We have been and continue to be conditioned. And I have to give Dr. Vibe a little shout out because he is a very well-known podcaster who is also he really pushes fatherhood. He really works hard for our communities. And so he has kind of a different take. So I'm loving that he's here today. Shalot is saying, my parents are still married strongly, but I don't necessarily promote marriage at all. And that's going to be another great topic that we can talk about today. But Tiara, I love your take on how, and Linda touched on it too, that you are single, but you're not a single mother. And so I would like you to elaborate on that just a little bit more. Give us a little more context of what that means in your life to your child.
Yeah, before we even talk about that though, I just want to back up a little bit. We have to think about, just to piggyback off of what Queen Linda said, we just have to think about what the Black man has had to endure this whole time. You can't talk about today and what's happening in today's culture without reaching back. It's like, I know people want us to forget about our history, but it's so hard to do when, Black men were put, where our mass incarceration, when crack hit every season, I feel like there's something, right? Like I said, mass incarceration, we're looking at the crack epidemic, which took a lot of Black men out of our communities. And just like when I think about assistance in the government, I think they reward women for not having men in the homes. I don't know. I never got Section 8. I wish I could have. But even when you get Section 8 and government funded programs, the criteria literally is the man can't be there. Like, he can't be there in order to receive it, so benefits. So I think for women, women started to see like, well, I could do better without you, when I think that was all intentional. But to answer your question about my daughter's father, it's still, co-parenting is not easy. And if I'm being honest, if in my 20s I could have figured out how to, because of my background and kind of the way I grew up, um it kind of affected the way I related to men in my relationships, right? Growing up without parents, you just don't, I still needed to work on me, right? And then he had his own personality, right? So there's us in our 20s trying to figure it out. I got pregnant when I was almost 30, so I wasn't that young, but still, it was still me working through some things about me. And when I realized it, I was like, you know what? I don't think this is for me. This relationship is not for me. But he was very intentional. Even when I got pregnant, he was like, I want my daughter. I'm going to take care of her. I'm going to be there. And he has not missed a beat on that front ever. If anything, it'd be sometimes he'd be like, I got her. I'm picking her up. Did you get this for her? Did you do this? I'd be like, well, Jesus. Like, I almost feel like the roles are reversed, which is amazing to me, because it's allowed me to still pursue my career here in Hollywood. It's allowed me to still do all the things that I wanted to do while we co-raised this baby. And she's not a baby anymore. She's 13. But, it's hard to do it separately. Would I prefer to be together? Yes, but that doesn't always happen that way. So, but when it doesn't happen, you figure out how to co-parent. You figure out how to make it work for the baby. Now we don't miss the opening of an envelope for Lauren ever. The both of us together, we show up as a united front, but it took lots of communication, a lot of like compromise, the same elements of like marriage, I would assume, because I can't get rid of this person. They are in my life forever and ever. And we have this child, but I'm also single. So, but I'm also single. So there's that.
I have to go to Linda because Linda's like bubbling. She has things to say. So I want to hear your comments and what you're feeling, because I could tell right now you're just like, you're loving everything that Queen Tiara is saying. So I would love to hear what your thoughts are on that relationship and how you see that as a great dynamic.
I would love, Queen Tiara, for you. I just see a whole new income stream popping up. Teaching, listen, because I'm a coach, so I always see different things. I would love for you to really think about having a platform so that we could reclaim this whole single mother situation and actually teach our queens the importance of a father being in the home. How do you navigate that? How do you negotiate that? And how important that is. Because like you said, there's some sacrifices, there's some different things that have to happen, but for the sake of the child, it's mandatory and necessary. And we've got to stop tolerating the intolerable and accepting the unacceptable. So I would love for you to really, really think about that, because when you said that, I'm a single woman, but I'm not a baby mama. That is, you are on to something. So that's what I feel about that. That's why I was smiling, because I know it's difficult, but we supposed to be able to do difficult things. Like, why is it that we can say we strong Black woman in this sense, but when it comes to doing the best for your child, you weak and you just fall all apart and I don't need him? It's not about that, because at one point you did need him to the point where you had relations and now you got a baby. So let's not put our head too high. Let's make this work for the child's sake.
Totally agree. Tiara, you have so much support in the comments, you know, and people are loving that because you're actually showing that it can be done. All right. And there is a distinction between what you're doing and what we're talking about here today. And it is what? Mindset. And I think that we have to go back to the historical aspects of this. Now, for those of you who are just joining us, we are going to replay that video in a few minutes so that you can listen to it again after we've talked about it a little bit and you can get a little more context of what's going on. But if you're just joining us, you are watching Fly Nubian Money. We are here Monday through Friday at 1 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. We tackle some tough things that are going on that you may be experiencing or someone else that you know is experiencing. And if you don't want to miss an episode, all you have to do is simple. Just pick up your little personal assistant right here and type the word Queens, Queens, to 87948. Then if you want to, I might miss it today. Well, go on Spotify and type in Fly Nubian Money there, and you can take us on the road, listen to us before bed, have us with your coffee in the morning. We would love to hear your comments. We'd love to talk back to you. This isn't just us talking at you. This is talking with you. And we would love for you to continue to put your comments in and we'll address those as well. And if you're kind of struggling a little bit with your finances, we can help you there as well. Please make sure that you go to flynubianmoney.com. We have some great resources and courses for you there to help you kind of get your money in order, because you never know when your nest egg is going to be tapped into. And if you don't have one, this is where you can find to get started on having one. Today, I'm actually joined by Linda and Tiara, and we are talking about here's why Black mama culture is beneath Black women. Now, I'm going to tell y'all something this weekend. Let's look at some stats. This is perfect timing. Let's talk about single parent households. Black single mothers, as of 2020, are about 64% of Black children were living in single parent households, predominantly led by single mothers. Now, Black single fathers, while less common, single fathers also make up a notably portion of single parent households in the Black community. And approximately 4% of Black children lived with their Black fathers, their single Black fathers. I actually have several cousins that are raising their young daughters as single fathers. And I see this, and they work hard too. But the poverty rates, and I'm going to talk about the economical impact of this. The poverty rates are this. Single mother households, particularly those led by Black women, have higher poverty rates compared to households led by married couples. Nearly 30% of Black single mother families live below the poverty line. All right, this is kind of scary. But let's move on to talk about the behavioral and emotional effects on our children. Let's look at some of the behavior issues. Children from single parent households may experience higher levels of behavior issues. Research indicates that these children are more likely to exhibit signs of aggression, anxiety, and depression. And how about the emotional part? Let's not forget, we are body, mind, and spirit. So the absence of a father figure can affect the children's emotional development, leading to difficulties in forming healthy relationships later on in life. Now, let's go back to that video. After looking at these stats, I want you to really listen to these young ladies again, because as Linda said, I also feel that a couple of these girls are coming from a place of hurt. So
married. None of you are married. Raise your hand if you would like to be married to your baby's father. One. The rest of you who don't plan to get married, why don't you plan to get married? I'd like to know that.
You already have your child to think about, and then a whole family to care for. You know, it's a lot of responsibility, and then you don't want the commitments.
I wouldn't want no man holding me down because I think I can make it as a single parent.
But don't you think you might need help in raising that baby from a man?
Not really. I didn't have a father. My father wasn't in the home, so you know it really, male figures are not substantially important in the family.
Raise your hand if you're married. None of you are married.
I'm going to cry every time I see that. I have this gut-wrenching thing. And Tiara, you touched on some of the historical aspects of this, but I think we even need to take it back a little further than what we discussed on that. Let's take it all the way back to slavery, where our men were considered bucks. There is a story in my family that my great-great-grandfather was a buck. And so many of his children were spread across many plantations. Tiara, do you feel that this has a significant impact for our generational damage that continues to go? How do we break this cycle?
Yeah, I think that as a community, Black people are so traumatized just in general. I mean, I hear a lot of people complaining about us very often, like, why can't Black people get it together? And I get really sensitive about that. Or why do our Black men play into this and this? It's hard, it's hard to really not be messed up, because I feel like as a community we haven't had a chance to heal. We just start talking about therapy, and one thing that we definitely took from our other generations outside of strength, we got strength from our ancestors, we got all of those things from our ancestors, but we also picked up the trauma. And then also we're in an environment that still to this day is it's discriminatory. We have to deal with things. Our life is always just a little bit harder for us, for different reasons. Economically we struggle. But I think the really interesting thing, now that I'm seeing all of these memes that were up, it's like going back to that conditioning. We embrace it now. Like, people are proud to be baby mothers. The first thing I said was, if I could have had it any other way, I would be married to my daughter's father. But it just didn't work out. I realized that our personalities were not aligned for forever. And so I didn't want to be in a situation forever with someone that I really didn't want to be with. But I wouldn't intentionally, because now that I know what raising a child looks like, I would never get into a situation just for fun, because somebody is rich or famous, or because he fine or whatever. Like, oh, I want to have his baby, he don't got to give me nothing else. And that's what we're doing. So I couldn't see myself doing it, but I see that women are embracing it more and more, and being okay with just whatever men are willing to give. It's almost like there's no standards, there's no shame, nobody. It's just like, that's what we want to do, be baby mamas.
I love Kim's comment. We must teach our ladies how to date and vet men. That is a part of it. But I also feel that we have to do a better job about giving our young ladies a feeling of worth, and also kind of teaching them that it is sometimes the nature of men to want to get the cookie. Okay. And you have to distinguish your self-worth accordingly, because sometimes they're going to tell you everything. My father even taught me this. My father was like, baby girl, I know men, so they're going to tell you everything that they can to get in your pants. So I need you to remember that these things, when they're whispering these things in your ears. Linda, you're a coach. So, and I know that you coach, ladies over 50, but your coaching is something that goes across the board. So if you had something to say to these young ladies that were in this video, I would actually love to hear what your thoughts and what you would say to them, because now you're on the other side. So what would your older self tell these younger ladies is a reflection of what you were at that age too?
Yes. So if I were to go back to, teenage years, they're tough. They're really hard. In one sense, you want to march to your own drumbeat and blaze your own trail. You think you're grown. But on the other hand, we are very much socialized beings because we were put here for one another. So you have to decide early on, are you going to be a donkey or are you going to be a unicorn? You really have to make that decision early on. There is a difference. While they're both in the horse family, there is a huge difference between donkeys and unicorns. And you have to be willing to be different. You have to be willing to be a disruptor. You have to be willing sometimes to even go it alone. Maybe you're not going to be the most popular girl in the world, but maybe you find a couple unicorns and the three of you become the three musketeers. You have to be willing to make some radical decisions early on in your life, because the choices that we make when we're young, fortunately or unfortunately, depending on what side of the coin you are, they follow you throughout the rest of your life. So I would also want to talk to the mothers of these children, because one of the things that's also happening is children are having children. So a 14 or 15-year-old is her mom had her at 15 or 16. So we've got grandmothers out here who are 30 years old, 31, 32, great grandmoms who are 45. So we got to go back a couple of generations and just really rethink and shift the paradigm. The paradigm cannot be proven how strong you are by how many kids, by how many baby daddies you can have, and if you can do it alone or not. That is not where we're going, but I see that's where we're going, but that's not where we need to go. We can be stronger in so many more areas, like not giving the cookies up to everybody and not wanting to be part of there's people who are married to a guy who's got 2 or 3 wives that's online and they're all cool with it. Not here to judge or anything, but that to me is absolutely outrageous in America. But here we are.
Yeah. I love what Penny said. She said at a certain age, some girls are not even thinking that deeply into their future. Our community must do better with teaching the children proper social interaction and the effects far into the future. I think that is the truth, because as we're sitting here as ladies who I feel like we clearly got it. We understand. We understand. But who's not understanding is these young ladies that we are seeing on our graphics and in the videos and today's culture. And we're not just talking, and now it's now even cooler that the ultra elite, such as the Kardashians, are doing the same thing. Now, here is something that is really interesting. We have a graphic up right now, and this woman shows how her absent dad didn't even notice her and asked her if she was single. Look at her comment with him. You bad. Are you single? And she says, I'm Talisha, your daughter, right? This is some scary stuff. So you can't tell me that not having your father in your home is not important. They even got to know who you are. Even if they know your name, somebody needs to know that's somebody's daughter. That to me is atrocious. It makes me sick to my stomach. And I just think that we have to change what people are thinking now. But how do we combat this okayness where it's okay for these ladies to say that they want to get the bag? Yeah. Where is their self-worth in this? Tiara, you got something to say on that, don't you?
Yeah, I just in general, right? You were talking about, I often have conversations with my 13-year-old daughter. And so I'm itching because she's just like, well, I want to have kids. I said, yeah, when you're like 30. Like, wait till your mom had you late. Like, go and experience life, go to school, go abroad, go see what's out in the world. Don't get caught up with what the internet tells you is the right thing to do, because the internet at this point is such a bad influence on our girls. We have these rappers who are hypersexual. We have they're being preached sex at every turn. Be a baddie, get lashes and a lace front, and I mean that's the starter kit for being a baby mama. At this point, you get to target a rich man or target someone who makes over $100,000 and have a baby by him. It's not about like getting new skills and and growing as a person, self-development, all of those things. We're not teaching our girls that. It's just about like, it's really just about this really fake culture that I'm seeing. And so even when I get so annoyed when I see women just chasing, and I live in Hollywood and I work in Hollywood. It's like you come here and you're chasing celebrity men, hoping to secure some type of bag, or you're looking for clout to get next to someone who is famous. It's just a really weird thing when really you can secure your own bag. I think Linda said this: secure your own bag. Create, I mean, really like work on yourself. That's what I tell my daughter that all the time. I said, you just want to take the time and get to know you. You want to experience life beyond the hood that you grew up in. There's so many resources. There's so many things that with the right mindset, because mindset is everything, that you can do. And you can, once you know that you have freedom in the mind to go and do it. Nobody ever told me to come to Hollywood. The statistics said that I should have been with 10 children because I didn't have a mom or a dad, right? The statistics say that I should have ended up on drugs. I should have ended up wherever. And people would have been like, yeah, I get it. Because Tierra grew up that way. I mean, can't be mad. She tried. But instead, I went on to have this other life with just a little bit of discipline. And I was just curious about everything. I was like, can I be a model? Can I be an actress? Can I be a producer? Can I write songs? I can sing songs. I just wanted to know more than I had seen. And so thanks for listening to my tangent, because I can go. But I'm gonna be quiet. But I guess
It's not a tangent. People need to hear this.
Is we have
Mindset.
to, it's all about what's here and what you want for yourself. I see a lot of girls not wanting much for themselves, or not believing that they can have more, because they look around and everybody's like, you just go get a job and you just buy a lace front and some lashes and that's your life. That's what the kids are doing right now. And get on the internet and make it look like whatever it is. Give the illusion that you're winning, but you're losing.
I love, James had a really good comment. When I was teaching 7th and 8th graders, the girls lacked self-worth and they were proud that they were able to have kids and for someone to see them. Do you see this circle that's happening? If the father is not in the house, us young ladies sometimes are looking for that father, are looking to establish something. There's something missing in our lives. So they think that's going to solve that. Linda, what's your thoughts on that?
You know what? It's still going, it is going full circle, but it's really, we're talking about the children, but we got to start talking about the mamas, the mothers of these children is where I'm really seeing this really starting, this really developing. And someone had commented about it starts with the mentors and having positive role models. Absolutely, because even with you, Tiara, you were in the foster system, but clearly there was someone or someone's plural, because I don't know, the ins and outs of your situation, who had a positive impact on you. And it goes far because, like you said, you should have been a statistic, but you weren't. And I'm sure you had some high hopes and some tenacity and some all of that for yourself. But I'd be willing to bet my bottom dollar that there were also some people who were telling you some things like, maybe they didn't break it all the way down and say, even though you're in the system, that you don't have to just be a statistic. They may not have said it exactly like that, but somebody was in your ear in order for you to become the person that you are today. And so while we're talking about the baby's mamas, we need to be talking about the mothers of these young women too, because we've got to break the cycle, because it is a circle. And we really need to have that conversation. Who are the mothers of these baby mamas?
And sometimes the mothers, the mothers' mothers, the mothers' mothers. That goes back so far. If you're just joining us, you are watching Fly Nubian Money. We are here Monday through Friday at 1 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. We tackle some really good stuff, and we talk about some hot topics of the day and generational curses. How do we change them? What do we do? You don't want to miss an episode, because we talk about everything that is relevant to our communities. So in order for you not to miss an episode, all you have to do is to text the word Queens, QUEENS, to 87948. Now, all right, shucks, you missed us. All right, well, you don't have to miss us. All you got to do is go on over to Spotify. And type in Fly Nubian Money and take us on the road with you. Have a glass of wine, have a glass of coffee, and talk back to us. We love it. But one thing that I don't always ask you to do, and I'm going to ask you to do this today for us, is to please make sure that you share this out. This information is so important to our community. Get the conversation started in your households, in your communities as well. And let's start putting our heads together on how we can change this thing. Now, if you need some help in the financial department, you always can go to our website, flynubianmoney.com, where we have plenty of resources for you there and courses to help you get your financial house in order. Now, in my research on this, I pulled up a couple of things on YouTube that I thought was very valid. And I wanted to see if anybody else was talking the way we feel about this. And I found several people who feel the same way, who are trying to teach the generation this is not good. But I really love this young lady that we're getting ready to bring up, where she actually talks about, and she's the younger generation, on why she feels being baby mama is not wise. So I would love to pull that up so that you can hear what she has to say. And then let's get into what her thoughts are about.
At the end of the day, how is this man going to show up for your kid? A lot of the times, the reason why baby mamas are called baby mamas is because you don't really hear anything about the baby daddy. It's the baby mama doing all the work. Like I said, you chose to have unprotected sex, therefore this is your responsibility. So, of course, with me now being a transfer student, but also, you know, majoring, almost graduating from the U in African American and African studies and history, a lot of things literally stem and root in racism. When looking back at the archives that I went to during my history seminar, a lot of the history archives that I chose to look at because of the topics that we were able to choose from was abortion. And I specifically chose that because I wanted to see what it was like for women back then who had to deal with having their bodies controlled. And the one thing that stuck out to me the most was the way in which Black women were treated when it came to abortions. Abortions, especially pre-Roe v. Wade, were very, very taboo. Only the rich white woman could afford them. And they would also be very hush-hush, very secretive on who was performing them, but they were only accessible to rich white women. And so within reading the archives, a lot of the times I was saying these women were having these children because not only were birth control and other sexual education not given to the Black community, but also they would be forced to have these children and then forced to go on welfare because they wouldn't be able to afford having a child. So then it was also like, with them not being able to have access to abortion, obviously unsafe abortions became a thing. And there was even this woman who mainly performed abortions, and she was kind of known.
Ouch. That goes root deep. And it goes right back to what Tiara talked about. We have to look at the history of this and how poverty, they love to keep certain communities in poverty so that they can continue their agenda. And we can go into a whole nother show about that. But my question is, how as the community, how as our being the auntie, the sister, the godmother, how, Tiara, can our communities change this up and start instilling the difference into our young ladies?
I think somebody already mentioned it. I think somebody already mentioned like self-worth, Okay. I think somebody already mentioned self-worth, and let me pause that. Somebody already mentioned self-worth, and I think something that's really important in our house, and I still consider myself and my daughter's father a unit, because we are a unit. We made a unit. We have a child, like we have to kind of move in that way. But the way that what I noticed is, even going through her teenage years, I saw somebody mentions like seventh and eighth grade, like girls lacked esteem. We've dealt with that right now. Like, we've dealt, even having two parents that love on her consistently. She still is just going through puberty. She's trying to find her own way, and trying to figure out who she is. And in that, she's made a lot of mistakes. And then there's pressure of the internet. Although I don't let her get on the internet, she still does it in school. So there's that. There's just all of these other things that we have to kind of like block and shield her from, and figure out what we want to allow her to be exposed to. And so I thank God that her father is there, because there's a lot of things that I just don't get to. There's something that she needs to hear from a man. So even though I say, like, I'm a single woman, not a single mother, I'm still very dependent on that dynamic. Like, I'd be like, well, let her daddy do it. Like, I thank God I can say that and just be like, are you gonna, because today she did this, and he's like, man, how we gonna deal? It's still a very like um unified approach to the way we deal with her. But you ask me, I guess that's what I would recommend for mothers. If you don't have a father figure, or the child doesn't have father figures, one of the things that I had, that you mentioned, Lala, was cousins. I had cousins, I had aunts, I had uncles, my grandmother had 12 children. So all of her boys were at the house, and all the girls were like in the world, and I got to just kind of like have that, where my uncles taught me how to fight. My uncles taught me how to, if it was like, don't be scared of that girl, go outside and fight her, I'd be like, I don't want to fight, or whatever it was, whatever the thing was. It was whatever season I was growing in, there was always someone there to kind of step in and say, this is the way to do this. This is the way. So I think that people should lean. If you don't have a male figure, you got an uncle, you got a daddy, you gotta, and I don't want to put it in, I wouldn't say his name, but I have a really good friend who he is like like, he just loves children. And so he'll just be like, I'm gonna mentor this baby. They could be my daughter, they could be my son, and he just takes them on, and he really takes care of them and invests in them. And I respect him so much for that. I respect that he looks at them literally like they're his children. They are his children. Those are his kids since he was young, but he just makes it a point to just like see a child and like just take them under the wing. So there are still people in the community that are like that. And there's still, I think, people around that would do it. We just have to seek out those influences and really just start to look at our community around us. But Lala, a problem with that may be that we don't see each other as community anymore. We don't see community anymore. Like, you don't look at we had next door neighbors. The next door neighbors would press my hair. The other lady on the other side would do other things, but we don't necessarily walk down the street and say, no, that's like that's your neighbor. That's your, distant auntie. I used to feel like that when I was younger, that there was a community.
I think that right there is our answer. We got to get back to community. We have some slides up now that are talking about the economic impact. So we talked about the community impact, but we also cannot leave here without talking about the economical impact. So poverty rates in single mother households, particularly those led by Black women, have higher poverty rates compared to households led by married couples. And nearly 30% of Black single mother families live below the poverty line. I think this also goes back to the video that we looked at as well, too. Effects on families and the communities, social support systems. This is so important. This is our community. Single parents frequently rely on extended family networks and community resources for support. However, the availability and quality of these support systems can vary widely. And then how about the role models of these? We talked about this, our uncles, our aunts. The absence of fathers in many Black households highlights the importance of a positive male role model and mentorship programs to provide guidance and support to young men and women. So once again, we're getting back to how important it's just, we're focusing on the young ladies, but how do we also mentor the young men and our sons and our nephews? Because as we're the aunties and the godmothers and, you know, the sisters, we need to hold them accountable as well. So these are things that we have to foster to show them that money is not always everything, but self-worth comes much higher than that. Everything else can come below that, which was going to lead me back to this. When I was doing this research, I had no idea that there was this thing called push presents. I was like, what's that? You know, I'm like, I'm not showing my age. It's where these young, the young couples, the ladies who want the bag, are taking all of these pictures with the baby daddies, calling them that. The baby daddies giving them big presents for being baby's mamas, and it's everything except the paper and the commitment of a relationship. So how? Now let's talk about the male side. The male is giving them to them like, oh, we're just going to go ahead and give this too. How do we instill this into our young men? Look at this. This man has 4 women pregnant at the same time, and they all are okay with it. Let's look at Nick Cannon, who has 50,000 children and plans on having more kids. You see these things in the social media. You see these with the big celebrities, and it's okay with them. So how do we teach the young men? Let's switch to the young men, that this is not okay. You can't take care of children this way. You can't just seed and flee. Linda, I'd love to hear your thoughts on that.
Well, my love, one thing we can do is put it out there. We can definitely put it out there. We can attempt to have a paradigm shift as well. But I also feel that there are some people, for whatever reason, feel that having as many children as they can is part of being fruitful and multiply. You're going to always have somebody who's going to find a way to justify what they do. If we were to speak on Nick Cannon, that's his whole process is, well, I can afford to take care of them. But children need more than money. They need time, right? So there is no way that he's given equal. How many children is it now? 19, 15, 14? There's no way that he's given all those children equal time. However, I still, and y'all can beat me up, it's all good, bring it. Chat, I still put most of the onus on the mothers because you carry the child. Because you can choose to abort the baby. You don't have to have the child. So at the end of the day, I believe the mother still has more skin in the game than the man, because the man cannot carry a baby as of yet. We haven't gotten that technology together yet. And so that's just my take on it. I'm still going to put it back on the mother, because we do carry the children if that's what we choose to do. And of course, me being me, I just wanted to throw a monkey wrench in the conversation and get some juicy dialogue going on.
Well, I think you're right in that. But we also have women ourselves. We're caretakers. We're built to be that way. We have the extra emotional thing that goes with it. And connection with men physically is also a way that we express love. So I think we're getting into a different dynamic on how we as women express love. And sometimes, in some cases, these ladies are having these babies because they feel like the man is going to stay around. Tiara, I heard you say, Lala, I don't want to skip over you.
Yeah. You know, I understand what Linda is saying, but in that same vein, like I said earlier, I think like you condition people to be like we talked about conditioning in a negative way, I think you can condition and train people in the opposite direction, right? We can have these, maybe if our culture wasn't so hypersexual, everything wasn't about having sex with women and the pursuit of women and leaving them, and just kind of the messages that we're sending to men, you know, the messages that we're sending to our young men, saying like it's okay to live this lifestyle. It's okay to, I mean, look at what the rappers tell us. Like, right, a lot of times men are looking to these public figures like Lil Wayne and Nick Cannon and whoever else to tell them how to be a man, right? Because they have money, they have swag, they have all the girls, and that's what it looks like to, you know, be successful in their eyes. They don't know, they're kids, right? And so they and so you go out and you're like, I'm gonna get 50 baby mamas, and then, you know, the difference is that little boy don't have the wait until all those mamas need something for the kids. Wait until this baby is sick and that baby is sick, and you going back and forth. You know, if he really puts the time in, it's like that's gonna drive him crazy, having all of those different households. You already have like 4 or 5 different broken households that you can't live in, like you said, 100% of the time. What I've learned is that children need time. Children need time. They need to be told things over and over again. That conditioning doesn't come in one day, once a week, one weekend. It doesn't come that way. You have to spend time with a child to really rear them. And so I would just say, on the flip side, instead of blaming women, and just saying like, oh, if you don't want to have the baby, abort them. I think that everybody needs just, you know, conditioning. If you're looking and seeing like baby mama culture is cool and not being commitment is one of the best things that you can do for your life. It gives you direction. It puts you on a path. You can build if you can commit. You know, there's all these amazing things that can come from commitment, and we never talk about that. Commitment is also hard, right? It's also a very hard thing that you got to stay, regardless if you happy, you sad, you got to be committed to a thing, and whatever that thing is. And for whatever reason, that's not what we hear in this culture. We're not taught to, you know, really commit. We watch videos for 2 minutes, but if it's 10 minutes, you might not commit to it. You can't commit to a 20-minute video. A lot of people left because their attention spans are low. How you gonna raise kids with a short attention span? So I think that I think it's just important that instead of blaming, we just kind of change the messages and the things that we are feeding one another online. If you are tempted to say something outlandish or give somebody bad advice, because everybody has an opinion on the internet, just don't give it. If it comes to like you sharing all your 25 kids and saying, yeah, this is how I live my life, don't share it. Just go live your life. Shh. You know? So that is my that's just don't say it. Don't share it. We don't care.
I love it. I love it. But you're right, Tiara. This world is, they teach us in social media, hey, don't keep that video over a minute because you're not going to be able to keep everybody's attention. That's true. But we also, what you said, you have to nurture. So check this out. Nick Cannon, Father's Day, said his Father's Day gift was that his children could all come and talk to him on Father's Day and get advice. I'm sorry, that's not nurturing. Mariah Carey has actually even come out and said he don't see them that much. As a matter of fact, you know, I don't need him. See, here we go. We're back
cycle.
To the cycle.
At least they were married.
And yes, and then he went crazy. I don't know what's going on with all them babies. I just can't. I can't. First of all, I can't even believe that this hour has gone by so fast. Mm-hmm. We have really tapped into something that has deep, deep, deep roots. There's so many aspects to this that we can continue to get into. But before we close this out, I just want to remind you that you are definitely watching one of the best shows around, Fly Nubian Money. We are here Monday through Friday at 1 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. And we tackle some tough topics. And if you don't want to miss an episode, you want to text the word Queens, QUEENS, to 87948. As simple as that. And then if you want to get your financial house in order, and you want to get some courses and you just don't even know where to start, you can make sure that you head on over to our website at flynubianmoney.com. Now, if you have missed an episode, you can always go back and check us out on Spotify, and you can just look up our name there, Fly Nubian Money, and you'll be able to take us with you on the road. I agree with Kim. Kim's comment is we need to further discuss this. This is like a mini series that we need to dig into, because I think what we do need to get back to is community, and how do we do that to get these young ladies mindset a little different. So I'm going to throw it to you, Linda, first. I would love to hear your final comments on this, because I know we have so much more to talk about this, but what are your comments about this today, and how can people reach you?
Well, my comments on this today is that you don't have to be a baby mama because you are single. You can still co-parent with the father of your child. You can still have a dignified relationship with the father of your child. You could still have a radical love for your child and still be single and include the man in your life. I am Linda S. Husser, also known as the Bodacious Lifestyle Coach for Black women over 50, and I can be reached on all social media platforms under Linda S. Husser, and speak2linda.com for a free 30-minute Ignite Your Life session.
Love it. So make sure you guys go over and check out Linda. She has some really good stuff, and you can be bodacious too. Tiara, I would love to hear your final comments, and where can we find you?
Oh, there's so many things I want to say. If it's a wrap up of black women are listen, the name of the title was baby mama like why that is beneath us, right? Why baby mama culture is beneath Black women. It is, right? I feel like we are worth more. We are queens. We are deserving of men who are stable and there for us and there with us and going through the process and taking care of us. And I think we're deserving of all of that. Right. And so I would encourage women before they lay down and have babies with a young man that you don't know or that you've only known for a little bit, take that opportunity to vet him. Make sure. I mean, I knew before I had a baby with my child's father, I knew what kind of man he was. I knew that 20 years later, we would look up and he would still be right there. So make sure that you find someone who will be there with you, so they don't leave you with all of the worried about how you're going to pay for this, and that, leaving you in financial ruin and financial poverty. I think to raise a kid in this economy is somewhere around $600,000 at the last time I checked in a lifetime. If you don't have $600,000 by yourself to take care of a baby, just consider maybe like making sure that you have a partner. And so my name is Tiara Williams. I'm also known as Miss Black Hollywood. I'm at Miss Black Hollywood. That's MSBLACK Hollywood across all platforms. And then I'm also an entrepreneur. You can reach me at realvirtual.net. If you are an entrepreneur that wants to, you're ready to start a business and you need creative coaching or you need help getting started, we can help you at Real Virtual. That's REEL virtual.net.
And as you can see, my co-queens are pretty powerful. I don't think we have any problems with self-worth here. And I am Laura Key. I am Laura Lala Key. I'm an international real estate agent, and you can reach me at bit.ly/Laura Key info. My take is this: as a mother who was a mother at 16 years old, I could not have possibly done it without my village. And because my village supported me, they also let me know that this was not something that should be repeated. And so from that experience, they helped me to get to the next level and see that it wasn't the end of the world, but they also made it a point where I still could have a father figure in my life as well as my sons. I'm grateful for my husband. He's been around since I was 14 years ago. He's one of my friends. We weren't dated at the time. He was one of my friends who actually came to see me at the hospital. So he's been in my son's life from day one, and that's who my son considers as a father. I am so glad that you all joined us here today. This is a very important topic, and I think we have been told that this needs to be a part 2. So you want to make sure that you definitely tune into us. You have been watching Fly Nubian Money. Money, ching, ching. And we help you to escalate and uplift yourself when it comes to money matters, and we talk about tough topics. And if you just now catching us, you missed the show, but you always can go back and watch the replay. We love to hear all of your comments afterwards. We're here Monday through Friday, 1 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, and you also can check us out on Spotify. Just type in Fly Nubian Money so that you can listen to us wherever you go. And then if you don't want to miss any episodes, you can text the word Queens, Queens, to 87948, and then go on over to the website and get your free resources and courses on getting your money in order. We thank you so much for being here today, and we know we're going to see you tomorrow. Keep the conversation rolling, and we will check you out. Have a blessed day. Thanks, Queens. Bye.
You see my
Hey, loves! Welcome to Fly Nubian Money, where we help you master your mindset and maximize your money. I am your host for today, Laura Lalaki, international real estate agent. And in today's episode, we are talking about the Derrico family divorce. So check this out. Karen Derrico is divorcing Dion Derrico after 19 years of marriage. They have 14 kids, y'all. 13 of whom are minors. And they say that because one is 18 and he's still in high school, so he's still considered a minor because he's not quite graduated yet. But Dion has been ordered to pay the by the courts to pay $90 a month in child support per child. I never thought of that. That's absolutely crazy. You can't even buy a pair of shoes for that. So while Karen, his wife, is responsible for the health insurance of each child, Dion's financial habits, including six foreclosures and 5 bankruptcies, have been a significant strain on their marriage. And some say Karen should have stayed for the sake of their 14 kids. But does she really have to stay in a situation if someone is ruining their financial life? And so I am actually joined by 2 of my beautiful queens, Constance Carter, our wealth activist, and Tiara Williams, actress and former reality show producer. Hi, ladies. How are you today? We are going to dive into this. But before we get into this crazy conversation, I want you guys to kind of sit back because we are going to watch a little bit of video that we haven't even seen. The queens haven't even seen. So we want to get your raw reaction, our raw reaction. And if you are just watching, just tuning in, make sure you put your comments in because we want to have this conversation with you. So let's see what we got queued up. I'm a little on edge. I want to see what we get ready to see. This might be exciting. So
this is good life. Jamal, how old are you?
I'm 43.
43. What you do for a living?
I'd rather not say that, but I make over 6 figures.
So you're a millionaire because over 6 figures is 7.
Well, I make good money. I'm good. I'm over the range that all the women claim that they want. So
okay, but why can't you tell us how you get the money?
I'm legal. I don't want to put my business out there like that, but I'm legal. I ain't no street
because that's the first thing people are gonna think is that your job is not legal.
Well, I'm telling them now I'm legal. I just don't want to put my my work sources on the internet. People that know. If I meet a match, she'll find out.
Okay, but you make high 6 figures or mid 6 figures?
I'm around 250 range, something like that.
Okay. 250 range. Do you have kids?
Yeah, I got 3 kids, 28, 22, and a 5-year-old.
Okay, the 5-year-old, are they all by the same woman?
No.
How many women?
3.
3. Why you not with the 5-year-old mama?
Because I like young girls, and she wasn't ready. I tried to rob the cradle, and it just.
So you said you like young girls?
Well, I did. I was 31 when we met. She was 22.
Oh, okay. So, okay. So y'all can't
So
work it out.
I don't have like no, you know, street babies. I was in relationships with all their moms, actually engaged.
Oh,
So yeah.
they're all relationship babies.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
All long term too.
All long term. Just never made it to locking it down for being the one.
Yeah, I was actually engaged to all of them, so I tried a few times.
All three? You were engaged to? Or you were engaged to all three?
Except my first one. My first one I was 16. So I had him when I was 16.
What kind of woman you looking for?
Pretty much to first start off with, I like a soft spoken woman. I don't like ghetto women. I don't like manly women. I don't like women that try to put themselves in men positions. I like a soft spoken woman that's sweet, caring, loving, understanding, that's teachable, and leadable. Because I have a podcast too, and I see all these women, they say they want a God-fearing man and a Christian man and all that, but none of them are Christian women. They just say it with the title. They don't act like it. So a Christian woman knows how to listen, obey, and understand her man. They don't do that. That's their biggest flaw. They always want to, and I think it's because of the fact that they make their own money. They feel like they don't have to listen to nobody, and I think that's the reason why a lot of women are single. Because like a man for myself, like the men that they ask for, the men that will pay bills, that will do all these things that they like, is not gonna put up with tolerate the behavior that they think is okay. So for me, I just like a soft-spoken woman, understanding, able to be, teachable, nurturing, loving, good principles. A woman who's responsible, reliable, and just a woman that know how to speak life into me. I don't require much, so it's really not hard to please me. I just want a woman because how I am, I'm an alpha male, but I'm soft with my woman. She's the only one that see me soft. The world see the different side of me. I'm soft with my woman. But what I've noticed is that kind of was like a thorn in me because women, when they see you soft, they kind of lose respect for some reason. You know what I'm saying? And I don't understand that because I'm from the era where your woman was the only person that saw you soft. I don't want to be hard around my woman. I don't want to, you know what I'm saying? I like to leave the streets in the streets and come home to peace, loving, and nurturing. So that's pretty much all for me. And a woman that at least can take care of herself. I'm really not I wouldn't say I'm stuck on a certain pay grade for a woman, but I just want her to be able to take care of herself.
My man wants a Stepford wife. He don't want a wife. He wants a robot. That okay. Woo!
Now you see the Negro said he likes young women. He wants to be able to mold them. And that's all that's about. He want to control somebody, and that's it. So
right.
That says it all. He's older. He wants a child that he can control.
First of all, he said he was like, I don't require much. I don't want much. But you just named 50 things that you want. If you don't sit down.
And then he doesn't mind what she makes. So she's supposed to work and then come home and also take care of him while he's the soft man. No. This just literally made me sick to my stomach. But let me tell you guys, I know someone like that. Can't stand him, but I know someone like that. We all know somebody like that. And that's a scary thing. The thing that scares me the most is this molding her. No, sir. What's wrong with that? What do you, okay, Tiara.
It's a sassy man apocalypse going on around here. He is in the sassy man tribe, and only a certain type of woman will tolerate that BS because it's ridiculous. I mean, a grown ass woman ain't gonna even deal with that and all of his foolishness.
Yes, I noticed those are the type of men that go on Kendra G though. Those are the men that they get on there, and it's a reflection, I think, of the confusion that's in the culture right now with men thinking. I feel like I hear every man on the internet. Now I don't know about men in real life, but I think men on the internet has created like this thing, whatever that is. Like she needs to be soft, but she also needs to make her own. But I don't want her to work, but I do want her to work, but I want her to take care of all my kids and take all my toxic ways, and be good with it. Like it's such a, I think it's so interesting. The internet is so interesting at this point when it comes to dating, especially Black men and Black women.
This is podcast BS. You give anybody a mic and then they start coming up with the most outlandish shit. And I blame Kevin Samuels for starting this BS. And then everybody else taking the reins on. And then it's just like, who could say the most outrageous stuff? Like
Correct.
who can say, and then somebody say something, and then it just gets more and more inappropriate and silly. And that's what podcasts have come down to, because it's all about the likes and the views.
Right.
Really.
Oh, exactly. The more outrageous you can be, the better. The things that get the views aren't what real people typically live with every day. We hear the wildest and the craziest stuff, and that's what gets the views. Yeah. But okay, I see. Cece, are you married?
Me, no, not currently. But I was married 132 years. Married for a very long time. And I have 4 amazing children as a result. But yes, no.
Well, so I'm the married one on the panel. So I can say this. I'm telling y'all, if something ever happened to my wonderful husband, because I have a wonderful husband, I'll just be that crazy dog lady on the end of the corner. I'm not going back into the dating pool. I cannot handle this mess. I don't like it. I advise my nieces. I mean, they always come to the auntie to talk about, and these are the men that I tell them to stay away from. But this wraps right back into like perception, what gets the views and what causes people to want to come in and watch the drama, which brings us back to today's toxic thing. We're talking about the Derricos. Now, ex-husband has a lot of drama. Guys, it says that he lied about their finances. Now, how can you be in a marriage and lie about your finances? But not only did he just say what you said, okay, it's not like he didn't have the grocery money. No, my man has been through 6 foreclosures and 5 bankruptcies, and they have 14 daggone children. So I don't know how $90 is supposed to pay for each one, but that's not enough to even feed one child for a couple of days. So Tiara, let me ask you this, because I have a little bit of background in this part too, but I find it really interesting. They're famous because they're on a reality show.
Mm-hmm.
And so in these reality shows, I always tell people that they keep saying, what, life unscripted? No, it's not life unscripted. It's all scripted. What is your experience for these types of shows and pushing the wrong type of story or agenda?
Well, I think it's all about the story, right? I think as a producer, what we would do is I worked on shows like Big Brother, which tend to be like a live show, right? Where you're literally watching things happen in the moment. But for reality shows like this, where they have to shoot a certain amount of content for a certain amount of time, they kind of have to you have to produce things and create scenarios and put people in situations that they would normally be in. You have to kind of force the story and then go back and kind of create it and pull it together. And if you don't have enough story, then you go back and you shoot again and you say, like, we need some more stuff. So you go back, or you create things that might not be there. It might be like, if Constance and I are on a show together and I look at her a certain way, and later on I say something to her that's a beef, and then another time her and I are standing close to each other but we're not talking, we can put that together to make it seem like there's a whole, like, we don't like each other, we ain't never liked each other. That's kind of the nature of this beast. So I think in this situation with the family, who knows what was scripted. What I do know is, obviously they made a certain amount of money being on the show. They obviously needed that money to actually live, right? It wasn't like they were rich and just on a show showcasing, like, this is the way we live. We have 14 kids. I don't know if Karen didn't know that. Like, I don't know if Karen didn't know that her husband wasn't the businessman that he portrayed. But yeah, so you have this situation where it's like, yeah, there's this great businessman. He has all these real estate ventures. He's buying all this property. He's flipping property. He's doing these things. Let's follow that. And then her at home having all these kids. but that wasn't what it was. But that's what it was. But that wasn't what that obviously that wasn't what it was.
Right, right. Now, Constance, you have a little bit of you have real estate experience. So from this standpoint, how could she have not known about these financial things when you were, if she is a homebody, you know, you got to get letters of foreclosure. You don't just get foreclosed on over 24 hours period. It takes a lot of time. So how do you think she overlooked this?
It sounded like he was a smooth talker. She probably could have had all the notifications that came on the door, posted and everything else, but he probably was like, baby, I got it. Don't even worry about it. I'm taking care. Obviously, this man's a smooth talker because he talked his way out of some child support too. So, I mean, obviously, you know, with being in real estate, he probably was able to put some things in his corporation, and he was probably able to purchase some things as an individual. There's all kind of savvy ways that you could do things. You could have had things go into another address. You know, you have your mailing address and you have the actual address. Well, of course, if it's a foreclosure, they'd have to post the information on the door. So she probably did find out. But I do believe that, you know, he probably was just a slick talking Negro, and that's what ended up happening. And he surprised everybody because, listen, if the man can pay what $1,100 a month in child support for 14 kids, it's like less than $100 a month. He is phenomenal. He is phenomenal.
He needs another kind of job, because if he can get that kind of
information, he got some pass-throughs going on. He is finagling and finessing and everything else, because there's no way. There's no way. He should be he should say that he is on the streets. Like, if you got 14 kids and you pay less than $100 a month, that means you have no place to stay. You are living in your car, because there's no way that he could actually have anything and be paying that type of money for child support.
I agree. If you're just joining us, you're watching Fly Nubian Money, and we are here Monday through Friday at 1 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. You don't want to miss an episode, so make sure that you text the word Queens, Queens, to 87948, and you'll get a notification every time that we go live. Now, if you miss a show and you know you want to hear everyone and everything that we're doing here, you want to make sure that you go over to Spotify. Go to Spotify and type in Fly Nubian Money. We are there as well, so we can be with you on the road. You can listen to us while you're having coffee, your wine for the evening. Maybe we can even put you to sleepy night if you listen to it, so that you can have some fun and some fun dreams. But don't forget that you also can really get some great resources about finances at our website, and that's flynubianmoney.com. And we have a lot of free resources and courses for you to get your money right. Get your money right. So in today's episode, we're talking about the Derrico family and their divorce and their 14 children and all the financial shenanigans that's going on. And I'm joined by my co-queens, Constance and Tiara. Tiara, I got another question for you about reality TV. And then I want to share my little experience that I have with reality TV. With this being known, what you've already told us, at what point do you think the network knew about this, and did they ignore it, or do you think they even knew about it at all?
TLC is a family network. So even if, let's just say, Karen found out years ago that her husband was fraudulent and that he actually didn't have no money, because Constance, I don't think he got no money. I don't think he got money, sis. Like, I just don't believe it. I feel like he's a bum, and a bum that's been you know, trying to get over and trying to look a certain way. And, you know, I saw some quotes on the forum or on the show that's saying that he was always talking about what he was paying and what he was doing and how he was moving, but he was just really fraudulent. It almost reminds me of what's the lady on Steve Harvey's morning show?
Oh yeah, Strawberry.
Shirley Strawberry. It reminds me, there's some parallels between this guy and her ex-husband, almost. Like, I almost see the same kind of thing going on. Anyway, you didn't ask me that, so I'm gonna get back to your question. What you asked me was, I'm gonna go back to your question. So you asked me ask me one more time, because I be going on.
Do you think that the TLC actually knew about this and just ignored it, or do you think they were in the dark?
That's what you asked me. Right. So TLC is a family show, right? And a family network. And I believe that even if they knew that the Derricos were in trouble, it's something like you can't really break it up. It's almost like if celebrities have this like this entanglement, or like this they have this perspective, or this perception, right? They have this brand that they, you can't necessarily, it's not just so easy to be like, well, I'm gonna go my way and you go yours. They have this thing together. They built this thing that I don't know how many seasons they had together, but they were following the money. I believe if you got 14 children, even if they wanted to break up, even if Karen was like, man, this man is fraudulent. We are going to, obviously she knew they were going through bankruptcies. They were going through foreclosures. Like, these are things that were going on. At some point she had to be like, I don't want to be in this anymore. This man is not a good leader. He's irresponsible. He's not good for me. He's going to financially ruin my life, right? Because that goes on her credit. Y'all got to let me know. That goes on because they're married. So that's her debt too. That's
Not
her. Those
necessarily.
are
It
her
depends.
issues.
It depends on how he financed them.
Okay, so she doesn't, if he did it through his business, then it's not. But you asked me about TLC. So I believe that TLC could have known that this was going on, but everybody has a part to play, because at the end of the day, it's all an illusion anyway. It's all, scripted television, just like, some of the movies you watch. It may be a little looser, right? Like in terms of the way they approach it, but it's definitely has to have like a formula. They got to stay, they got to stick to the script.
And that's what's going to lead me into my little story about what I know about reality TV and real estate. So before I get into that, I do want to address a couple of comments that we had, and we'd love for you guys to comment. We love it because we love the conversation. So keep it coming. So Karen says, I still say all these shows are messing up our children for finding partners with respect. I think that's a valid point. And Constance, I'm going to give you a question after this about that. I want to talk to you about maybe the children. And then Gino says, you don't know enough about the man to say he's a fraud. If you had 15 kids, you would be financially stretched then too.
Do I have
Okay. I'm sorry, but what we do know and what has been let out, because it wasn't let out before, is all we knew that there was financial issues. And that's something that you definitely talk to your partner about. It's not like you go hiding it. She could have been blindsided by this. But let me tell you my little story about real estate and reality TV. So I had a listing, and it was actually in California, close to Sherman Oaks. And it was one of the worst, scariest houses that I had ever listed, okay? And it was bank owned. And so it was in horrible shape. I'm telling you, I think there was some voodoo going on there. I kid you not. That's a sad story, but I digress. And so TLC came to me and said, we need to use your house for a show. And I was like, okay, how can I help you? Well, we don't need you. We just need the house. Because it was one of those shows that you're supposed to go see 3 houses and choose one. Had already closed on a house, moved into the house, and then went and found 2 other houses to record. How much reality is that, might I ask you? They had already closed. So guys, don't get caught up in this reality TV, because there's nothing really real about it. So I could see how they wouldn't, even if they did know, wouldn't say anything, because it kind of falls into their agenda. Now, this may be a spinoff show for Karen.
Hopefully.
Okay.
I hope she has that. I hope she gets that opportunity.
Yeah, I do too, because you know what? That's a lot of mouths to feed, and less than $100 for each child is absolutely crazy. So, Constance, you said you have children, and you're divorced. So my question to you is, how do you think that this affects the children? I know that your situation is different. You're not in a reality show, but you can discuss, some of the effects that children have with divorce.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, I have 4 children, and 3 of them are now divorced. 3 of them, divorced. 3 of them are now young adults. 3 of them, because I've been divorced maybe a year and a half now, but 3 of them were underage when we separated. And yeah, I mean, I when I got divorced, I picked up and I moved across the country from California to DC. So when you talk about a whole life shift, right? I snatched them away from their friends, their family, you know, and it's definitely something that drastically affects the kids. But I also do believe, because now what I'm learning now that I'm divorced is the trauma that they had faced when we were together. And you know, I thought about this particular show and I'm thinking, damn, it had to be pretty darn bad if this lady is willing to say, I will take me and my 14 kids and we getting the hell up out of here because I just cannot take this toxicity anymore. It has to be pretty darn bad, because I know for me, I know I thugged it out a lot longer than I probably should have. And when I talk to my children today, you know, they tell me about all the things that happened to them, you know, because I was the breadwinner. I'm at work all day. I'm the first one in, the last one out, and all that stuff. So there's a lot of things that I missed because I was out there hustling. So imagine what these poor children had to endure if this lady said, I'm just gonna take 14 of us and bounce because I just can't do it with this person I'm with. He has to be had to be pretty bad. Because I have to weigh that. You know, I have 4. So 4 add 10 more on that. It's like, you know.
That's a scary thought. That's a lot of people in one house and not 2 parents to deal with what is going on in everyday life with them. It's crazy. So if you're just now joining us, you're watching Fly Nubian Money. We're here Monday through Friday, 1 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, and you don't want to miss an episode. So you want to make sure that you text the word Queens, Queens, to 87948 to receive notifications. And sometimes we have some pretty cool specials on that. So you want to make sure that you text that today so that you don't miss out. Then you want to make sure you head on over to Spotify and look us up over there at Fly Nubian Money and subscribe to us there. And while you're there, why don't you go ahead and give us a good rating, because you know this show is good. So give us a good rating over there as well. And finally, if you're really looking to get some information about getting your financial house in order, we have resources for you as well. All you have to do is go to our website, which is flynubianmoney.com. And we have great courses and resources for you to start there, because, you know, you always got to have your money right. And that's exactly what I want to ask now, because with Karen being pretty much a single mother. I mean, I know that he may still be in their life. We don't know. We'll see how the rest of this unfolds. But she would be technically a single mother now, moving them all into one spot. Tiara, do you see how she could possibly use this to her advantage to get income in with more types of shows?
Yeah, it just depends on how savvy she is as a woman, right? It depends on how, you know, the question is, if you haven't seen, okay, if you've been at home just kind of like living in a bubble, right, and not really paying attention to what's been going on around you and with your husband, it makes me question, you know, it makes me question you. Like, it makes me question Karen and her accountability, and how much of this is her fault, right? Should we just say like helpless woman that's been at home just rearing kids, having kids, or when you started to notice red flags, why you still decided to have the other 5 kids or 7 kids or 10 kids? Like, when did you start to notice that your husband wasn't a good leader? Or did you always know that, right? So that's not what you asked me. But what I know is but what I know, but it just makes me think about that, because it makes me question her character and how savvy she can be after this. But she can get on GoFundMe. You know, people do that and they get millions and millions of dollars. That's the thing. It just depends on the way she wants to spend it. Or she can start to have those meetings with TLC and other shows. Again, if she's savvy, put a little package together and go out and see what she can get. But I would hope that they offer her something. I hope that she is savvy enough. I hope that this situation has made her a smarter woman, that's made her a little more shrewd and a little less like gullible, all the things, right? So I hope that for her. I wish that for Karen.
You know, I want to piggyback on that though. I mean, I think that TLC would be it would be in their benefit to offer her something at this point, because you know it's a hot topic, and they would definitely get the ratings if they did like a life after for her. So I think that it would be to their benefit. So I believe that they will. I don't even know if she has to do anything, but to speak to her character as a woman, you know, unless you've been married and you understand the institution of marriage and what that looks like, and then having children. And then she has 14 kids. I got 4. I barely knew what was going on in my household with 4 children, right? I barely knew what was going on with my spouse with 4 children. So imagine having I can't even, like, my house is chaotic with 4 children. You know what I'm saying, you guys? Like, understand that it is a lot. When I look at, you know, being a single, you know, I'm being a single mother for the first time. And I'm looking, I'm like, damn, this is hard because it's just me. Like, I don't have anybody I could bounce anything off of. My kids, you know, my son got into a car accident last week. My other son towed my car a week before. My daughter banged up my car a week before. And I'm just like, yo, it's always something with these kids. And I don't have anybody that I could just like defer to or say, you know, help me out or talk to or just anything, you know, just yelling at them to clean up behind themselves or whatever. Just having to imagine 14 kids. I got 4 and 3 of them during the year. 1 of them's in college, then 2 was getting ready to go to college, but it's a lot. So I can't say that she wasn't a savvy person. And then to talk about the institution of marriage, right? So my kids ask me to this day, Mom, why you stay so long? Why were you with this person? You know, this is your daddy. I'm like, you wouldn't have been here if I wasn't. And so now I look back at it and I'm like, you know, you're right. But, you know, I'm thinking this is my husband. You know, biblically, we were taught to stay together till the end of our lives. You know, this is a contract and this is a covenant. And we did this before God. And no matter what, we got to go through this for the rest of our lives. Ebbs, flows, peaks, valleys, all of these things. And so, yeah, there may be some flaw in his character, but you don't run at the first sign of trouble or the second or maybe even the 10th, because we were taught and ingrained in our minds, this is what marriage looked like, for good, for bad, for better, for worse, all of those things. And so you have, you know, you got to look at it from her perspective. And then on top of that, if I can reiterate one more time, 14 kids. So, I mean, like that right there, he would have had to been beat my ass when we leave with 14 kids. Like, you know, mismanagement, money, I don't care. 14, I need help. You know what I'm saying? So it had to be pretty damn messed up for her to leave that marriage with 14 kids.
And that's what I think. You know, I think what we're being fed is what we're being fed. And I think that they also drip these things and milk it for as long as they can. You're right. 14 kids, you barely can get up and brush your own hair. To get these babies out of and off to school. You're busy doing the cleaning. You're busy doing everything else. And a lot of times, if you are trusting your husband as the head of the household to handle things, you're trusting him to do that. But I also see an opportunity for her. They did it for the mother. When was that one woman who had all them babies? And then they ended up
Octa lady.
Octa mom.
Kate and then
Kate Gosselin.
Yeah, yes. Okay, they gave her another show, and she succeeded very well. But let me tell you something, Karen. There are T-shirts, there are books on how to be a mother of multiple people. There is talking places that you can go and stand and do your guest speaking. Don't you let this hold you back, because you got a lot of experience that you possibly didn't even think about. So I hope that platform does open up for her. But Constance, you made a really good point. Do you ever think that there's the right time to end a long-term marriage, especially with so many kids involved?
Yeah, that's tough, because, you know, people have endured a lot for the sake of the kids. Now, do I think for the sake of the kids is the reason to stay? Absolutely not. Because again, like for me, I didn't know during the times that we were together, certain things that were going on until now they got good and grown. Now they're sharing with me and them telling me, you know, I wish you would have done X, Y, and Z. So I don't think you ever should stay together for the sake of the kids, ever. But damn, 14 kids, you know, then you got to weigh that, right? Because you're like, oh no, Because that's a whole, it's not normal. It's different. It's like, well, you know, I think I might be able to do it with 3 or 4. 14. You know, he had to be a tyrant. He had to be going in there raising hell every day, just kicking stuff and punching like 14. Because that's the only way I can see I can escape this.
You know what though? I'm gonna say this. My grandmother had 12. And I feel like our grandmothers had 14 and 12. My dad's mother had 18 children, right? I'm not saying that you can't really do that now, but we all made it. Like, you know, my grandmother's children made it, everybody made it, and my grandfather did not stay. He's actually my great grandfather. He didn't stay, right? They broke up and he left and went and started a family somewhere else, but he left my grandma with 12 children. There was a lot of people, so everybody took care of each other. So the kids, at some point, that 18-year-old gonna have to help.
Oh, the 18-year-old is already, what is that, a boy or girl?
I think it's a boy.
Boy. It's a boy. Okay.
18-year-old is already daddy.
Yeah.
My older daughter claims she's a second mama. I raised these boys. Girl, you ain't did nothing. 14 kids. Yeah, you might be the second mama.
Yeah.
Now we have a really good comment from Chica Go Chick. I like that, Chica Go Chick. I can't see how Karen didn't know. Maybe she didn't. If she wants to take herself and 14 kids, where can she go? With whom? I love that family, but she's not Kate plus 8 type of woman.
What does that mean? What does that mean?
Why wouldn't she be a Kate plus 8 type woman in reality shows?
Well, I can only say that maybe she's saying that because she's not white. I'm not sure. I'm not sure what she's saying, but I think in this climate, in this time, if they already have had like a show on television, they're already a recognizable brand. So, you know, people will know Karen's story. They don't have to do too much on this end to brand her and reintroduce the public to her. They know who she is. So I think that it would be. I don't know if this young lady is saying that she's not smart enough or she's not savvy enough. I have not watched the show. I have not watched reality television since I left as a producer, because I feel like it was something that we haven't talked about. I feel like reality TV, and I was a reality producer from 2008 to 2018. And like I said, I worked on some of the shows, some of the bigger shows. And I just feel like it has taught the public there's been residual effects for our community for reality TV. And this is why I've left, right? I think that we lacked conflict resolution skills. There's certain things that I feel like that whole like mind-numbing, watching people fight and over trivial things, and you know, some of the things that we've seen are people trying to act out just to be famous, just to sell merchandise, just to be online and to be able to be and to make yourself a brand, right? Let me tell you, you go to a red carpet event, and between the reality stars and actually like Angela Bassett and some of the other real stars, you don't know the difference, because the reality stars, you'd be like, you don't know who I am. I was on, you know, whatever, like whatever foolishness they were on. And so, you know, I had to leave it for that reason. I feel like it's taught our girls toxicity in the wrong ways, and I felt like I was contributing to that message and contributing to that, and I just didn't want to be part of that.
That's good. Can I ask Tiara something? Why is it only pushed in on the black shows and not on the white shows?
You know, it's so funny because white people get to do all the things. They get to run an Amazing Race. They get to play games on Big Brother. And not that black people don't get to play games on Big Brother. I worked on Big Brother for a really long time. But I feel like, I mean, I worked on like, what is it? Scared and Naked and Afraid. And I feel like white people get to do whatever. They get to go and
we get to do what? Fight.
And we get to fight, and we get to, you know, and no shade to Mona Scott. You know, I shared space with her for a little bit, and I really like, I wanted to ask her, like, how do you feel about the franchise? This is a stupid question that you've created, because I saw so many flaws in it. And really, it's what drove me to start my own production company. But I just saw, I think what Love and Hip Hop was supposed to be when Jim Jones and Chrissy approached Mona and they were supposed to do it. It's supposed to be like about people that loved one another and loved hip hop. It was supposed to be about like music, and it was just supposed to be a different thing. And then it became something else where you saw these, to my, I mean, in my opinion, these young women with low self-esteem chasing rappers, and rappers being toxic. And I mean, over the years it's evolved into something completely different. But yeah, I think that just like in movies, Constance, we get to see white people do all the things. Like, right, in movies we get to see white people be Dumb and Dumber, and all the things that white people get to do in movies. They get to live in these um these alternate universes and play these things. And I think they also get to live that out in reality TV too. Us, unfortunately, we have cookout. We end up doing we have a cookout movie, and we end up doing an electric slide at the end. And that pretty much is the gambit of what we get to see Black people do, unfortunately.
Don't forget the church. Don't forget the church scene. We gotta have the church scene.
Oh, you gotta have the Lord for sure.
Right. Wouldn't it be great though? And I think it would be a great surprise if we seen reality shows that had happy endings, if we seen people loving on each other. And I hope that's what you're doing with your new production company. But it would be, I think the executives will be pleasantly surprised at the ratings that they would get from Black people and the support that they would get from Black people if they started putting out or producing positive things and Black people were in droves watching these things. I think they would be pleasantly surprised.
But that's what we talk about the ratings. They consider that boring. They like to see the fighting and the kicking.
I haven't seen any alternatives. What alternatives do we have? If they present an alternative, perhaps we would watch.
So it's so funny because we used to watch positive things in the 90s, right? Early 2000s, there were all kinds of things on TV, right? Until we got introduced to this whole reality show thing. But it's so funny because I started my production company actually in 2012. And I started it because Deborah Lee was saying something about Black people not supporting positive programming enough to the point where they would make it. So they went where the money was. And I remember being so angry about that. Like I was like, but you got to put it on TV. Just like we've been programmed to like junk food, sometimes we got to be programmed to like spinach all over again. You have to change that. You have to change that palate a little bit. It might take some time, but I don't think they don't want to wait for that. They don't have the patience for that. It's just like, will it make money now?
Yeah, everything is an instant world. And that, I think that's part of the problem. If it doesn't give instant gratification in everything that you do, nobody wants to put their money where their mouth is. This is why AI is also very dangerous right now in all of the industries, because it's instant gratification without quality or craft. So I think it's really hard to change people quickly in their mindsets. But we've been talking about how Karen can possibly revive things and be able to care for these children on such little child support. And by the way, if she's not really stable, how's she paying for the insurance? Because honey baby girl, insurance baby, you down. Insurance will take you down. So I want to talk about Kevin, because we talk about the money, like buying houses and flipping houses and all that stuff does take money. Can he recover from this? My thought is this, is knowing so much about REO. I deal with REO a lot of the times. You have to really be far behind before they start on your door and sending the letters and everything else, because it costs a lot of money to do this. Now, if he did these things within an LLC or his corporation, he can very easily bounce back, guys, by just opening another corporation. Whereas I don't see how Karen could do anything in real estate if she didn't have the credit or the ability to tap into money and funds that are not related to a bank. So, Tiara, do you think that now he also has an opportunity to come back to TLC and say, make me the good guy? Because guys, we know Trump does it. Trump did it all the time. So why can't he come in and do the same thing and be like, from grave to success? Do you think that's a story?
I love that you said that. See, yeah, giving him some grace, because I wasn't going to give it to him. I feel like, I don't know if his lead, and I don't know him. I know somebody in the comments was like, y'all don't even know him to be talking about him like that. But what we know is there's a paper trail, right? There's a paper trail that says that he has five bankruptcies and 6 foreclosures. And for the real estate queens, y'all gotta explain to me what that means and what that means for his life, right? Like, does that can he bounce back with just like a different LLC or by starting another corporation? I don't know if TLC will touch it because it is a family show, and because there is a bit of there's negativity attached to this, right? Like I mean, from what I see, he's been fraudulent. He hasn't been doing what he's supposed to be. He hasn't been doing the right things with his money. It says to me that
So
he's
my
not a
question is,
businessman.
who's going to touch him with the finances, And let me correct myself, guys. I got all worried about Karen, but I think I called him out of his name by calling him Kevin. His name is Dion. Sorry, y'all, I get the wrong name. Yeah, I was like, okay, I got all into this. So I see, and Constance, about real estate. Do you feel like he may be able to tap into some funds? Because a lot of the times when people are saying, fix and flip, you don't use your own money. You use other people's money. Do you think anybody would be willing to touch him to move on?
Of course. I mean, I filed bankruptcy in 2009. In 2010, I opened up my real estate company, which went on to become the largest Black-owned real estate firm in California. So yeah, you can bounce back. Like, money thing is easy. That's not a hard thing to do. If you know how to make money, you lose it all, you know how to make it back. Like if you've made it, if you got it out the mud in the first place. So sure. But in terms of reality, I don't think they're gonna give his black ass another opportunity. By the way, is his hair blonde or white? That's blonde, huh?
It's blonde. He's going through a midlife crisis. He's
Okay.
53, by the way, and she's 40.
He's what?
She's 40. She's 50. He's 52. She's 43.
Oh wow, yeah, it's horrific. But yeah, no, I mean, I don't think they're gonna give him. They'd be stupid if they did. And they may do it just for that reason. But all the bad press that he's getting, I don't think they're gonna give him a chance. But people, I think they like a redemption story, so they might give her something. But in terms of the money thing, anybody can bounce back from anything if he's smart enough.
That's the question. If he's smart enough.
I have it right. I have a question. So, okay, so in terms of foreclosures and both, like that's a double thing, right? You said one bankruptcy. What if you have 5 bankruptcies and 6 foreclosures? Does that matter? It doesn't matter. No.
But I don't understand how he's had so many bankruptcies when you can only do so many within 10 years. So how did he have
amount of time?
I think it's Vegas, isn't it? Is it vacant? He could have possibly had more foreclosures in different states.
Is it more? Is it different businesses? What if it's different? If it's under a different,
well, yeah, and if it's a business, that's easy. You open up a business, you file Chapter 11 on that one, and you start over. I mean, that's the Trump way. So yeah, that's easy. Yeah,
that's the Trump way. Woo, Lord help me, Jesus! That just
means he's a savvy business investor, according to the Republicans and Donald Trump.
Exactly. If you're just joining us, you're watching Flying Nubian Money. We are here Monday through Friday at 1 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. You don't want to miss an episode, so make sure that you text the word Queens, QUEENS, to 87948. And we sometimes have goodies, so you want to make sure that you get in on that. And don't forget that we are now on Spotify. So all you have to do is go on over there and type in Fly Nubian Money, and you will find us there. Take us wherever you go. Like, oh, did I miss a shot? Do it on Spotify. Easy to do. But if you want to get your financial house in order and you really don't even know where to start, you can join us on our website at flynubianmoney.com, where we have free financial resources, courses, and more. And we do like to talk about pop culture and how it also affects money. This is very much a money conversation because you're talking about bankruptcy, which most people don't understand that you can bounce back from. Thank you, Constance, for reminding people of that. And we're also talking about foreclosures, which doesn't mean that if you've had a foreclosure or 2 or 3 or six, that you couldn't start over again. I've had clients, guys, that have lost homes twice and were able to buy a third home. And I've had clients that had 2 bankruptcies and were able to buy another home. So, Constance, have you seen this a lot in your business where people can get their financial houses in order and still be able to own their own roof over their head?
Absolutely. I mean, I do trainings all the time with people who have had bankruptcy, because people have to decide. Bankruptcy is a really serious thing. And when I filed bankruptcy, I was like, this was the hardest thing I'd ever had to do. That was a lie. That was the easiest thing I ever did. It was probably the best thing I've ever done financially, right? Because I was in a financial quandary. I had overextended myself. I had more month than money. I had these properties that were upside down because it was a middle of 2008, 2009, the foreclosure crisis. And so when I went into bankruptcy court, it was like gloomy, the sky was gray, and I went in there and I was scared. And when I came out, Lord, it was like the sky was blue, the birds was chirping, and the sun was out, and it was beautiful. But if you're in a financial quandary and you have to make that decision, it might be something that you should do, because for me, I had to look at it like this. If the total debt I have is going to take me over 2 years to pay, let me go ahead and get rid of it. And the reason why I say that is because in 2 years after you file bankruptcy, you could purchase a home again. So if I got $50,000 in debt, and I want to be a good steward, I do. No, not really. But if I have $50,000 in debt, it's going to take me 6 years to pay it off. Chapter 7 that mug. I won't chapter 13. I will chapter 7 it, and then I can reset and restart my life and go. And you just have to remember to fix your stuff after bankruptcy. So I do trainings and things all the time on my Grow Your Money Club, where I help people fix their credit after bankruptcy. I show them how to invest. I show them to do all the things in order to get back in position. So if I just feel like my hardships are the blueprint to help other people, because I've been through that.
That part. And that is the reason, I also teach first-time homebuyers classes. Like, you can be financially responsible, but you don't have to think that everything is over if you filed bankruptcy or if you've had a foreclosure. I've helped so many people, but the first thing is to get educated. Constance, you are so right. Out of necessity, I call it mother necessity, because when I first got into real estate, my real estate agent, I wasn't in real estate. He was horrible. So when I decided to get into real estate, I was like, I'm going to do everything opposite of what he did and educate people as well. So I don't think that either one of these people's lives are over. I think that they could definitely recover. I think that they can use this to launch into more things. I know we've thrown out the orange one's name once or twice today, but that is a lot. People always look up to him, and that's why they think that he's a smart businessman, because it doesn't matter how many bankruptcies and stuff that he's had. He's able to bounce back, and just because he could doesn't mean that we can't. We just need to know the type of resources that we can tap into in order to continue to grow. So I do want to bring this up, because someone in the comments earlier, I missed this comment, like, where is she going to live? Well, you know what? He did lose the home that they were living in. And that's what concerns me, and the fact that if that was where the home was, they are still going to come and knock on your door. So my concern with that is, how could she not have known about at least that home? Because we have to post those notices on the door, whether it's a tenant there or people who actually live there. So how can she, in this situation, even if she did or didn't know, we've got all these kids, how could she possibly teach her children that this is a learning lesson? Tiara, do you think that she would be able to educate her children through this? Because children are not going to not know about this. This is public.
Yeah, I think experience is the greatest teacher. I think that they are watching, absolutely watching their mother and their father go through this very public, divorce and battle. And I think that they've learned lessons. If the younger children, obviously there's younger children, so maybe they don't know everything that's going on, but the older children may know what's going on and learn lessons. And then I'm sure she's saying, like, make sure you're paying attention, and there's conversation. I'm hoping there's conversations being had, but I think that experience is the greatest teacher, and I'm pretty sure that after this she won't find herself in a marriage full of riddled with red flags. Hopefully she can, if
Prayerfully.
she
We can
right,
only pray.
prayerfully, hopefully she doesn't end up in the same situation. It's so interesting that we have these conversations about whether she'll be able to find love again. It makes me think of how people are like, she should have stayed with him because they have 14 kids together. Who's going to want to somebody with 14 children, but there's somebody out there for everyone. So I'm praying that the children recover, and they will. I think everybody, like Constance says, I love what you said, Constance. A lot of what you said, because you're absolutely right. Everyone will be all right. Hard times come and they go, and there's ebbs and flows of life. And I hope the kids will gain. I'm pretty sure they're not uh, stupid children, so that they're paying attention to what's going on, and children are very intuitive. So I'm sure they'll understand at
Can
some
I
point.
add to that though? And I love what you said, experience being the best teacher, because it is. And then you said about people saying who's going to be with her with 14 kids. Y'all know Kiki White got about 12 or 13 of them, and she got a new boo. Y'all know that, right? Y'all know that, right?
Exactly.
But
Exactly.
let me also add to that, just here's what I think as parents we need to do. As a mother of 4 children, one of the things that I tell my kids when they tell me, certain experiences that they've had or trauma, whatever, I try to explain to them that I'm a real human being, right? I just try to explain to them that, like, mommy is not perfect. I lived my life trying to create experiences for my children, trying to do things that I never got to do. Like when I was growing up, we never rode in the car as a family. So I made sure we were always riding in the car as a family. We never ate dinner at the dinner table. So I made sure we always ate dinner. Well, not always, but we ate dinner at the dinner table. Significant moments. We never went on vacation in my family. So we always went on vacation as a family, right? But there were the other things that I missed. I was trying to create these other experiences that I didn't have, recreate them for my kids, that I missed out on certain other things. And so the things that I tell my kids now is that mommy messed up in some ways. I didn't have all the answers. I'm a real human being. And yeah, I missed the mark in some areas. And, I try to create, but here's what I did do. I did the very, very best I could. Fell short in some areas. I messed up. I wasn't always available. I was working my ass off to create these experiences for you guys, but I am human. And when you get up and you become adults, you just try to do better. And so I think as parents, with her, that's the lesson that I would hopefully she takes from this, is just saying, I am human. And I may not have made all the right choices and right decisions, and I might not have done all the right things. However, I've done the very best thing that I could. And that's all I got to give you, kids. And, they appreciate that. My kids appreciate that shit. They just be like, my mom is dope. Yeah. And mom is not perfect, far from it, but they think I'm pretty dope just because I'm real with them in that way.
I think that's really great.
I'm sorry. Can I also add to, I just want, and I'm gonna shut up. I love that. I love what you just said. But then also, when your kids get your age, when your kids get into the workforce, when they get kids, they'll be able to be like, you know what?
Right.
Actually, my mom did a pretty good damn job. Like,
Yeah.
Because kids get that perspective from time and experience. And I love that. Go ahead. I'm sorry, Lala.
Amen.
No, I was just gonna say that is so wonderful. My child is 37, so he's grown, right? But he really went through a tough period of his life struggling with addiction, and it's okay for me to say that because he allows me to share his story. And at that time, I had to be the best mother that I could be. And that's when I had to rely on, this is the skills that I taught you. This was the best that I knew that I could do. But at some certain point, you have to learn to flap your wings and get strong enough to decide that you want to take over in your life. My son and I are very close. And I'm very happy to say just the last couple of weeks, he literally called me and said, Mom, I am so glad that you taught me this, this, and this, because most of the people my age don't know this. And even though I was going through my addiction, I always fell back on what you taught me. So I don't we sure lessen the fact that what we teach our children, what we structure our children in the best way that we possibly can, never really leaves them. So never think that you're being too short about what you're teaching them in life, because maybe just a small little thing will get them through a very tough time. And oh my God, I cannot believe that we have gone through this hour. I think we have really touched on a lot of great information about, reality TV. Is it real? Is it not? How does this affect financial? How can you bounce back? There's hope for you if you're going through something like this as well. So I'm going to end the conversation by allowing my queens to give their final thoughts about this. And please also let us know where we can find you. We'll start with you, Tiara.
So I just believe that we don't have to always go through experiences. I know we were just talking about experience being the best lesson, but I think it's so great that God allows us to watch other people's experiences and extract lessons from those things. So I don't have to have 14 kids and a terrible husband to know that I don't want that. I don't want that. I don't want 5 bankruptcies and 6 foreclosures. I don't want that life in my life, right? And so thank goodness there's people around us that are having those experiences that we can watch and go, wow, nope. But we had a conversation and it wasn't from a place of judgment. I love how, all of the queens, also extended grace, and it wasn't about bashing one person or the other. We're just all trying to have this experience, right? We're trying to all live this life out, and sometimes we don't always get it right. So that's what I got from today, and I love that. If you are interested in learning more about me, I am at Miss Black Hollywood across all platforms. That's MS BLACK Hollywood, and check me out. I also have a company. We're called Real Virtual. That's REEL virtual.net. And if you are interested in writing anything creative, your first film project, a book, anything creative, you reach out and let us know.
You're muted.
You are muted because she
Building
is going
your
in too.
empire. Building your empire. I want that in. I'm proud of you.
You so dope, Tiara. You so dope.
Right? Superwoman. So, Constance, what are your final thoughts, and where can we find you?
Man, listen, you put that thing in perspective. I don't need to have 14 babies, 6 bankruptcies, 5 foreclosures, or whatever it was. That is crazy. You think your life is bad? Try 14 kids, a single mom, 6 bankruptcies, 5 foreclosures. It's crazy. In any case, I just think that, we just need to focus on just doing and being the best people and the best versions of ourselves that we can be. And I pray that she has a great life, and I pray that she can bounce back from this. And if she's able to parlay this into an opportunity, I think that will be awesome. There are a lot of things online, about her and the red flags and calling her stupid and all kind of things. But you got to think about it. When somebody has 14 kids, you have to put a lot of thought in separating yourself. So understand that, being married is tough. And I, when you talk about, hopefully she doesn't get back into that situation again. I pray I don't. I pray that I find, a great man that loves me and loves all of my kids, even though they damn near grown. So it's, you kind of like look at these situations and think to yourself, how can I improve from looking at somebody else? And that's what I've taken from this. But anyway, she can bounce back. He can bounce back. For me, follow me on I Am Constance Carter on all platforms. Go to ConstanceCarter.com to get more information. I have the Grow Your Money Club, where you can learn all about how to grow your money and not blow your money. Just different ways. I have tons of trainings and masterminds. I also have the Net 7 Collective, where I coach Black women from all over the country. I am getting ready to start my 4th cohort of the Net 7 Collective. And this is Black women from 25 to 80, from your startup entrepreneur to successful business owners, from me with a PhD, a public high school diploma, to actually I've coached Harvard PhDs. And I just show them in a very safe and very loving environment how to not only get money, but to be able to keep it, to be able to increase their net worth by 7 figures. And so that's my passion project at this juncture of my life. I went from helping thousands of people build wealth through real estate to helping Black women specifically, because I believe that the African proverb that says, you know, when you teach a man, you teach an individual, but when you teach a woman, you teach a nation. And so my contribution to closing the wealth gap is really with Black women. And my passion right now is really with Black women and helping them to really be able to grow so that they can help themselves and the community. So that's where I'm at.
And this is why I absolutely love being a part of this network, because if you notice, I am surrounded by queens that uplift others. And this is why it's really important that you make sure you still follow us, because no matter, I'm like tearing up, like, because I've got 2 queens here who have nothing but uplifting things to say. And my message to you is, don't get so wrapped up in somebody else's life journey that you can't take care of your own. It's fun to look at other people and have your personal opinion about their lives. But are you looking at the skeletons in your closet? Are you cleaning out those cobwebs in your closet? Are you making sure that you're financially stable? Are you taking care of your body, mind, and spirit? Because all we got is this one life, and we want to make it the best life journey that we have. And you can find me, I made it real simple. Just go to bit.ly/Laura Key Info, and you'll find me on all of my platforms. Guys, woo, what a show. What a show. I want to take the time to say thank you to each and every one of you who have watched, who have commented, who have shared, who have just laughed with us and also put in your questions. This is really important to us. So we hope that it's just important to you that you never miss a show. We are here Monday through Friday at 1 p.m. Always catch us here, or you also can find us on Spotify. But if you don't want to miss an episode, all you have to do is text the word Queens, QUEENS, to 87948. And if you find yourself in a situation where you really need to get your financial house in order, you can come to our website, flynubianmoney.com, where we have free courses, free resources, and you can start really seeing and put things down on how you can also become financially successful as well. Once again, we thank you for being here. Make sure that you come and join us tomorrow, because we're going to be here 1 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Queens, thank you for joining me today, and thank you for being my co-queens. We'll see you tomorrow, guys. Have a
Okay, hello everybody. My name is Dr. Alicia, and I'm going to get right into it. Today we are picking up where we left off. This is my book club, and we meet pretty often. Actually, I would like to meet every Sunday and discuss this book, How to Be an Adult in Relationships, 5 Keys to Mindful Loving by David Richo. And I've been working with people who enrolled in the Healing Haven program. I've had 2 cycles. In August, I'll be starting cycle 3 of Healing Haven, and it's so much fun. We just finished cycle 2 earlier today, and we talked about how to have a positive mindset. I really do think that this book really helps, I think, to explain all the things that happen to us. And so today I'm going to be reading from this book, but I'll be coming on here. I'm available next Sunday, so I'll come on here next Sunday to talk about how to be an adult in relationships. I love this book. It really talks about how we need to treat other people like humans. I feel like so much of what I see and observe, just politically, how people treat each other in this world, and even the way people treat each other in our homes. You know, I think there's so much effort to dehumanize other people. And I know that hurt people tend to hurt people, you know, but I would love to find some sort of foundation and basis on just basic human dignities being restored. And a wonderful framework with another therapist who clearly agrees with me on how to live in a way that's very peaceful. And I think that being an adult in relationships is something that our world needs to embrace. There's a lot of adult children walking around this world harming other people. So I would love to have this to be a foundation on how we need to see our pain, see each other, and how we need to treat each other with some dignity and basic human rights. I mean, this is where this is coming from, just basic human rights. We have been covering this book for quite some time, and this is my first time actually recording these conversations. So anyway, today we're going to talk about, on page 18, we're going to talk about, and we still haven't even gotten into the chapters of this book. This is really just kind of the epilogue. It's chapter 1, how it all began. We haven't even gotten to the meat of it. And the last time we met, we did talk about how to live the life of a Buddha. How to live a life of being mindful, of experiencing things in the way where instead of reacting to things from the gut, saying things from the gut out your mouth. Have y'all ever done that? I have. When I'm not in my mindful space, anything that comes to my gut, I have no filter. I'll just I'll just blurt it out. And when things like that happen, you regret because you haven't been mindful with how you're talking to somebody and presenting yourself to people. And we all are victim to this sometimes. So, I think that this book, in the last time we met, was a wonderful way to start to become mindful in how we speak to people, how we interact with people, all of that. So I just want to welcome everybody. I see JG in the chat. Welcome. And if you're here today and you're just joining us, one more time, I just want to say we are covering how to be an adult in relationships. It is a book by David Richo. He's a wonderful therapist. I love therapists because licensed therapists, y'all don't know the training that we go through. It's not like I'm speaking from the gut, right? We go through an extensive application process just to enter a school that's going to train you on how to help others. And then you have lots of courses you go through. And then even when you graduate, after taking a whole curriculum of courses, you still have, that's where the practice really starts, right? And so years and years of study and practice, so I sort of understand and I love drawing upon what other therapists have figured out. So anyway, he does a wonderful job. I love the title of this book. I think we're going to get right into it. I'm on page 18, and it talks about a positive spin on how it was and is. So the very first thing he mentions is that it may seem like a sign of weakness to have needs. Actually, needs direct us to grow in ways we were meant to. Childhood yearnings for attention, acceptance, appreciation, affection, and the experience of being allowed to be ourselves are not pathological, but developmental. And I would say this does not only mean these are experiences you've had as a child. I think as adults, we still have these needs as adults. But a lot of what we have and a lot of the things that we see in media is that having needs and needing something and not having it, for a lot of us, we feel ashamed by it. Like there's something wrong with us because I have a need, an emotional need. It could be a physical need. It could be a materialistic need. Whatever needs that we have as children, And as adults as well, there's always some shame just by having this need. It's like, what's wrong with me that I really do need a hug from my mom today? Or I really would love for my partner. I really need my partner to come and compliment me, or I really need for somebody to call me. I really, really love to have somebody in my life that I can share my life with. Sometimes we look at that as a weakness. And I think that we need to start looking at all of our needs as is not a sign of weakness to have these needs, right? So it says, in trying to get a parent to pay attention to us. So all of us have these needs, but when we're growing up, to try to get a parent to pay attention to us, we were seeking what we needed for our healthy evolution. We were not being selfish. We were not, but self-nurturing. There is no need to feel ashamed about it now. And I think that as children, when we grow up and we have some of the fundamental needs that were never met, a lot of times we get the message that needing love and attention and acceptance for yourself, needing to have our parents pay attention to us, sometimes we feel like we get the message from our parents that having these needs means that you're selfish. Well, I can't do that for you now. I'm tired. Well, I can't do that for you now. I've had a long day of work and I'm too tired to give my children what they need. Or I can't give that to you right now. And I think it's legitimate because so many of us are working every day, long hours, and we come home and we got more things to do. We have to be able to give to our children. But it's very difficult to do that when you're tired and exhausted. But the thing is, the dynamic of that's the reality. But the dynamic of that is often being told, can you please pay attention to me? We get the message that means we're selfish. And that's not the case, because when you feel like you're selfish because you have some need that you would really like to get met, you start to feel ashamed by that. You guys in the book club, does that resonate with you at all? Feeling like selfish because you want someone to pay attention to you. You want someone to stop what they're doing and to pay attention to you. Have you ever felt shame? How about you all in the chat? Have you ever felt ashamed because when you were growing up, because you want your parent, your mom or your dad, or to someone to see how good of a grade you got in school, or come home and wanted someone to just listen to your day? You know, you struggled. Maybe you got into a fight on the playground and you really needed somebody to sit and pay attention to how your day went. And a lot of us would have loved for that to have happened, but sometimes we can see that our parents are busy and they're not able to give us that, or you feel kind of ashamed for having this need to want somebody to pay attention to you. So a lot of times we are given messages that wanting individual attention from a parent or from a spouse or from a friend, that somehow you are being selfish for wanting that. So that's what he's talking about. You know, these are, it's seen as a sign of weakness and selfishness that we even need somebody to pay attention to us. Yeah, so JG is saying, I never want to feel like I'm using them or being a pest. Yeah, and particularly women, we're always given that we need to self-sacrifice, you know, that we need to sacrifice ourselves, that we need to like forfeit a nap or sleep just so that we can just give to other people. And we also have to be in a position where we can receive. Okay, so he goes on to say, childhood forces influence present choices. For the past is on a continuum with the present. Early business that is still unfinished does not have to be a sign of immaturity. So it's okay for all of us to have baggage from our childhood. All of us do. Every single one of us, myself included. We all have baggage. And it's not a sign of maturity when your baggage comes up, right? Rather, it's a signal. It can signal continuity. Recurrence of childhood themes in adult relationships gives our life depth, in the sense that they are not superficially passing over life's events, but inhabiting them fully as they evolved. Our past becomes a problem only when it leads to a compulsion to repeat our losses, or it smuggles unconscious determinants in our decision. Our work then is not to abolish our connection with the past, but to take it into account without being at its mercy. The question is how much the past interferes with our chances of healthy relating and living in accord with our deepest needs, values, and wishes. What he's saying is that you have to spend some time making the connection between what's happened in your past and how you function today. And that no matter what has happened in your past, not to be ashamed of it, not to be ashamed of some needs and wants that wasn't met, but to be consciously aware of the fact that you had these needs, they weren't being met, and thinking about how they show up in your life currently. And this happens for all of us. So the question is how much the past interferes with our chances of healthy relating, living in accord with our deepest needs, values, and wishes. Okay, so he goes on to say, for better or for worse, our psychic development is the result of a lifelong continuum of relationships. The adult goal is to work through each of them. So I think for so many of us, we bury them. We say, yeah, this happened to me in my past, but you know what? That was just in the past. I don't want to think about it. I just want to continue on with my life, and I just want to disassociate myself and disconnect myself with pain that's happened. I'm going to go through in my life, and that's where you don't know it's going to come up for you. So the best way to deal with the pain of your childhood sometimes is to go through them. That doesn't mean to live in the past. That means recognize how the past is affecting you now, and to deal with some of that and to process it. I was talking earlier today with another group that I was meeting with, and we were talking about reflective learning, being able to be reflective of your past. And they were saying in the study how well you're able to think about your childhood and reflect on your childhood is deeply correlated with your level of functioning as an adult. So what they were saying was that there's a scale or an assessment. You can scale of reflective thinking. So the assessment is from a -1 to a 9. And they said the general population of people, general population of people are able to reflect at about a 6 level of reflection. But they also gave this scale to people who were in prison. And people who were in prison, their reflective ability was maybe at about 2. So it was 3 points lower than just the general population. And so they were talking about what happens when we're not able to process all of the things that's happened to us in our past, that we're low level of being able to reflect and to be able to think, has an impact on our ability to be empathetic to others. So it's not that you've been traumatized by all the things that have happened to you in your past. That's not important. It's things that have happened to you that were problematic. It's your ability to be able to think about those things and to be able to, why would my parents do that? Why would my teachers do that? What happened that this person did this? When you're able to kind of come up with a reason, why your parents did it. You know what? I think my mom, she was really cranky sometimes, because I do remember her mother treating her this way. It's just being able to be empathetic and understand others has a lot to do with how we're able to function as an adult. So that's just an example of like how we do need to kind of deal with this and confront this, because it helps us. Also, people who have depression, their reflective ability was more at like a 3 or a 3.5, where the general population is almost at a 6. But the good thing about this study was that therapy, going into therapy, having a place to just talk about some of the things that's happened to you in your past really does help you to become an adult in relationships, because you have this place where you've been able to have a reflective functioning, which increases your ability to have empathy. And having empathy helps you with adult relationships currently. So the empathy is what's developed when you're able to reflect upon what's happening with you. So that was really, it was really nice for me to know that, because as a therapist, I want to know, gosh, am I really making a difference? Well, yeah, probably more so in ways that I don't know, like just having a place where someone can just sit and talk about the things that come up for them really is having an effect, or having a positive effect on just their ability to empathize with anybody in general. And I think it's great where I can be in a position where I can give someone a corrective experience so that they can get through a lot of the issues that are happening with them. I know he's being loud. It's very noisy in here. Yeah, Boyce is right. He'll walk around and just talk like that. Thank you, Khalid. He just walks around. I was trying to hint to him that he was being talking a mile a minute. But anyway, so that's important. I lost my train of thought. Oh yeah, so that's important. Like, and studies have shown that just being in therapy, even 10 to 15 sessions in therapy, increases your reflective functioning, which decreases anxiety and depression and the ability to be empathetic. And I'm thinking that me or therapists being empathetic to other people kind of helps create this sort of empathetic environment that's a corrective experience. Okay, so let's go on. It says, for better or worse, oh, I think I read that already. Where did I leave off? Okay, we wrestle with past relationships respectfully, like Jacob with the angel, until they yield their blessing. The blessing is the revelation of what we missed or lost. So the blessing is just in the realization of, wow, I needed this when I was growing up and I never got it. That's the blessing, that revelation. Can you believe that? This man is actually talking about the pain that you experienced when you were growing up is actually a blessing. Yeah, I think that makes sense, because pain is inevitable. Experiencing pain, all of us are going to. I'm not saying that it's a great thing that people are mistreated. But what I'm saying is that if you do enter into a situation where you do feel pain, I'm saying that these opportunities, if you process them and you deal with them, you can learn from them. So I'm not saying that this is great, that bad things happen to people, but I am saying that what this author is saying, that the revelation is a blessing. Knowing that gives us momentum to let go of the past and find need fulfillment in ourselves and in other people who can love us for affirming ways. Such love restores or repairs a psychic structure that was lost or damaged in early life. We can begin a coherent sense of who we are, which in turn makes it possible for us to love others in the same powerful ways. I like that, because you are not your past. There's so many people who get online and they say, oh, you came from a broken home, so there's something wrong with you. Or you came from a home where your mom wasn't there for you. Or you came from a home where your dad abandoned you. And they try to pigeonhole you and put you into a box based on your past experience, as if it's a determinant of how you're going to live your life right now. And it's not. It does not have to be that. The past does not have to dictate the present. I think this is what this man is saying. Yes, you can go through things that are unfortunate. And yes, relationships happen and relationships fail. And sometimes they don't fail. All of these things happen to you, but it does not have to define who and what you are. You can deal with it. And honestly, I really think that it gives people, personally, I think it gives people a lot of character and substance. When you know, in a sense of sensitivity, when people have gone through things. Does that make sense?
Yes, it does.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Okay. All right. We receive from others and thereby learn to give, for love teaches generosity. This maturation consists not in leaving needs behind, but in recruiting support of others who can give age-appropriate and generous responses to our needs. Excellent. Among childhood habits, defenses, in particular, have been looked upon as signs of inadequacy and pathology. However, we need many of our defenses for psychological survival. We are defending ourselves from things for which we do not feel ready. For example, closeness or full commitment. We learn to stand guard over our unique wishes and needs in early life. If showing them was unsafe, we learn to defend the delicate and vulnerable core of ourselves from humiliation, depletion, or distrust. These are skills, survival skills, not deficits. I really love that because it's the best thing that Freud ever did in his career is talk about our defenses. I think that when we were growing up, sometimes it's so painful to deal with disappointment, with anger, towards somebody doing something that they shouldn't have done, or they didn't do something that they needed to have done. All of the disappointments that all of us have had growing up. I remember being 5 years old, waiting for somebody to pick me up somewhere, and my mom being late, and I'd be like, "Why were you late picking me up?" And she was like, "I was on the phone and lost track of time." And I remember thinking, "Hey, this lady can't get it together." Like all of these things that happen where you have disappointment. So that's just an example of a disappointment. And the defenses are some of the things that we have to tell ourselves so that we can deal with the pain of, is my mom picking me up, or is my mom going to be there for me when I need it? And for the people who are in Healing Haven, I think I did a whole thing on this. Let me see if I can find it in our book. 50 defense mechanisms. Yeah, so our defense mechanisms, instead of looking at them as pathological, our defense mechanisms really keep us, it really keeps us grounded. You know, it really should be a place where we are able to look at it and be able to say, you know what, I needed to rationalize. On page 48 of our book, the Healing Haven book, I don't know if y'all have it in front of you, but they talk about defense mechanisms, or I wrote about defense mechanisms. All of the feelings that we have, anger, fear, disgust, sadness, surprise, and happiness. Those are basic feelings all of us have, but anger and sadness are the two things that for a lot of us is uncomfortable to feel. And sometimes it doesn't make sense to feel anger toward my mom, for not picking me up like she was supposed to be, because when I came home to her, she had dinner cooked. You know, she had, there's so many other wonderful things that she's done. So in my childhood mind that thinks black and white, sometimes it's really difficult for me to kind of think about that. So I can rationalize it. I can say, well, it wasn't really that big of a deal. You know, I wasn't really that sad that she didn't pick me up like she said she was going to do. It's really not that big of a deal. That's a great way to kind of like minimize, because if I had to deal with, this is just an example, if you deal with the pain of being abandoned, you know, which is very painful for some of us, sometimes we'll just deny it, or we'll minimize it, or we'll just say, you know, I've had some experiences where I'd be like, I forgot about that whole thing. That was really terrible. Well, I just kind of suppressed it, right? We suppress some of the things. And some of that is the defenses that we have to do to kind of like deal with things that are painful. In that moment, it was appropriate to do. Now, I think the issue, and I'm wondering if he's going to get to this, and I think he will. These were survival skills, not deficits in the moment, in your past that you needed to do. Now, I think where it can become problematic is if you continue to adhere to these defenses when you're an adult and you're reacting to somebody as if they were your parent, but they're not. You're holding on to these defenses, right? Okay, so let's read on. I think we're going to get to that. If we feel unsafe as children, we may still feel that way and still be using our old defenses. Yeah, so he does get to it. We may run from or defend ourselves against intimacy now for fear of a replay of childhood betrayals that left us crouching behind the wall of fear, which is defenses, right? On this wall are graffiti that besiege our self-esteem. And part of that graffiti is, don't let anyone get too close. Don't commit all the way. No relationship will ever work. No one can love you as you truly need to be loved. Men and women can't be trusted. Our work as adults is to replace these governing principles of behavior with healthy and more optimistic ones. Governing principles that limit our full potential for lively energy. The manifestation of our own unique life force are like the governor on a truck accelerator that prevents the truck from ever getting up to full speed. That fear, the abandonment issues. Thank you, Khalid. People in the chat are writing things. Thank you. That fear is what stops us from really having intimacy later in our life. And for many of us, I mean, I think it's appropriate to be cautious when you're dating or when you're loving someone. It is appropriate to be cautious, right? You don't want to just put all your love and energy into somebody right off the bat and you haven't really worked on things. I mean, it takes time to build up trust. But for some people, they just never quite feel like they can trust, you know, because of this abandonment issue. Or they instantly come in and they want to be instant friends or instantly start dating or cling to somebody because they're afraid that that person will abandon them. So it still comes up in your life. Any comment on that, you guys? I see you all in here. You're shy to talk. People in the chat are talking. How about you all in the chat? Khalid talked about abandonment issues. Yeah, abandonment issues are tough. You know, are you going to be there for me? There's a lady, oh my God, may she rest in peace, Sue Johnson. She's a fantastic lady. I've taken a lot of her trainings. Sue Johnson, you're nodding, right? Sue Johnson recently died. She passed away, and that lady was phenomenal. What a great teacher. And she talked about couples therapy. She said every single argument between a man and a woman or a man and a man, every single argument between any couple is boiled down to one question. Are you going to be there for me when I need you? And it's funny because when you first hear it, you're like, nah, it ain't about that. It's not about that. But she goes through in her training and she videotapes herself meeting with couples. And I've seen all of her videos and she'll boil it down. She'll have a grown man in there in tears talking about, yes, I really deep down feel like I don't want my wife to leave me, or I don't want this. Like, she has really been able to use attachment theory the way this gentleman does, David Richo, How to Be Adult in Relationships. She's able to use it in married couples or dating couples, and she's been able to pinpoint exactly what it is, how to be an adult in relationships. And that she boiled it down to that simple question that comes up for people: attachment. Are you going to be there when I need you? If I am sitting at the dinner table at your parents' house and your mom says something to me that is insulting, are you going to stick up for me? Are you going to protect me? If I call you and I'm sad about something and I need to talk to somebody about it, are you going to stop everything and address my needs and help me with this, or are you not? And she has been able to remarkably talk about every single argument between a couple boils down to that one question, and she's amazing. Sue Johnson, may that lady rest in peace. Ashe to Sue Johnson, because she had helped out a lot of people. And she's Britain. She has this accent, and I think sometimes the accent kind of throws people off in listening to her, but I love her work. So she talks about attachment. Anyway, the wall of fear, right? Most of us have unrelenting longing for whatever is missing from our childhood. Every intimate bond will resurrect these archaic yearnings, along with the terrors and frustrations that accompany chronically unmet needs. This is the reason why I feel that every intimate relationship you've ever been in on some level is the exact relationship that you needed to have in that moment. Because on some unconscious level, you picked that particular person to be with because you needed to work through some issues from your childhood. Why are you so attracted to that person? There was some issue that you needed to work through. I don't know, maybe on some level, maybe I married Boyce because he's a college professor and my dad was a college professor, and we started dating when my father passed away. So that's kind of like, and that's something, right? And my dad, he knew Boyce. He probably was the number one fan of Boyce, by the way. We used to talk. My dad and I used to have long conversations about Boyce way before we started dating, because I've been friends with Boyce for 30 years. But he would call me, he'd be like, what's going on with Boyce this time? I'm like, well, he was on CNN. This is back in the CNN day. Boy, he got shut down on CNN. They really handed it to him. He's like, man, he needs to do, and I would relay messages between them in our conversations or whatever. So I don't know. I'm sure Freud would have a fun time with that analogy. But anyway, okay. But this puts us in ideal position to revisit these thwarted needs, to revive our energy, and to reconstruct our inner world in accordance with life-affirming principles. A solid bond in a relationship, as in religious faith, endures despite the impact of events. Wow. Endures expect the impact. So our resistance is the only obstacle to the growth that can emerge from pain. I've been talking about this for such a long time. I don't know if I need to talk about it some more, but there's growth from pain. I think when I started in my book, my workbook, we talked about mindfulness earlier today. And my quote was that I came up with, you may be forced to feel pain, but you are never forced to suffer from it. So it isn't an inevitable thing. So the issue with pain is a place of growth. Or it could be suffering. It's up to you to decide. But the pain that you experience in your life, a lot of times you can't decide that. But what you can decide is whether you're going to take that pain and grow from it, or if you're going to take that pain and suffer from it. As we mend the broken fabric of ourselves, what was arrested in the past is released. As we mend the broken fabric of ourselves, what was arrested in the past is released. We are back in touch with who we really are and can live in accord with that rediscovered essence. The way through your pain is dealing with it and releasing it and not being held back by the pain, afraid to feel the pain that's inevitable, right? Here I am on YouTube, you know, comments are great in here, but things come up, things happen. My husband can come by and talk real loud, talk over me real loud. There are all these things happen, but I can decide how I want to deal with it, right? So yeah, I mean, to me, that's pretty heavy. That's heavy. Okay. Every person needs the nourishment of food throughout life. Likewise, psychologically healthy person needs the sustenance of the 5 A's. And y'all know what the 5 A's are: attention, acceptance, appreciation, affection, and allowing in our lives. It is true that unmet needs for the 5 A's in childhood can be made up for in later life, in the sense that they cannot be fulfilled so absolutely, so immediately, or so unfailingly that absolute immediate fulfillment of needs by one person is appropriate only to infants. But needs can be fulfilled in short or long installments throughout life. Yes, you find moments of where all of your needs are met, right? You're in a relationship with another person, and it ain't always going to be great, right? We have to be realistic. You're always going to have issues in your relationships, but what you need to do is cherish the moments where things are going smoothly. Because circles, one of my favorite songs is by, y'all download this song by Robbie Fitzsimmons. It's a white boy. We're transcending race here. He's got a song, Robbie Fitzsimmons. He's got a song called Circles. And Lord, he was on to something, because that's what happens. You have moments where things are going wonderfully and all of your needs are met. Cherish those times, because there will be some problems happening. You will experience pain. There will be things going on. Being an adult in relationship is being able to realize that things are going to get missed. You're going to feel some pain. You will, in a relationship, your spouse or your partner will get it wrong. You know, it'll be like, y'all will miss each other. You'll be mad at that person because they didn't done something. That's inevitable. It's the wonderful way that human beings are with each other. Okay. So but in the midst of it, you know you're going to get it in doses. So it ain't going to be like that. It's not going to be rosy all the time. That's what he's saying there. Okay, and this is what he says. The problem is not that we seek gratification, but that we seek too much of it all at once, right? What we did not receive enough of before, we cannot receive enough of now. We did not receive enough of before. What we did not receive enough of before, we can't receive enough of it now. It's not over for you. I remember I was working as a social, when I first began my work as a social worker, I worked in schools. I worked in a school in Southside Chicago. And I remember talking to the kids about college or whatever. And we were having this conversation. And one girl was just like, we can't do none of that stuff. We live in the projects. Just because we live in the projects, I mean, we can't do none of that stuff. We ain't going to be able to go to college and do all that stuff because we live in the projects. And I'm like, listen, just because you live in the projects, I mean, you're never going to become anything. Like, she really believed it. She used to tell me that. We live in the project. And I would be like, nobody knows you live in the project. If you went to college, filled out this college application, because I was helping some students process their application. And so if you fill out this college application and get into college and do okay on your ACT scores, You can go to college. No one knows you're from the projects unless you say you're from the projects. Like, you are not defined by some project girl, but she had embraced and just thought that projects was her life, and that's what she was going to be. That's where she was always going to be. Interestingly enough, those housing projects are gone, so God knows where she is now, but they knocked them all down and built really nice house. I wouldn't even recognize that part when I go there nowadays. It's really kind of sad because there were some beautiful people there who lived in the projects, but I don't know where they are. But she really thought that being a project girl was who and what she was, and she was defined by that. But and I would be like, come on, you don't have to be defined by. You can pick and choose what you want to be. Your past does not have to define you. There's no shame. You shouldn't have shame dealing with that. Not to be proud of the fact that you're from the projects, but it's just saying that, okay, that was my past. That was who and what I am, but it doesn't have to dictate my future, right? So no matter what you experienced, it doesn't have to have a hold on you. And instead of pushing it down and repressing it, at some point you need to work through the pain. I think that's the biggest thing for today, working through the pain. Okay. We do not outgrow our early needs, whether they become less overwhelming and we find less primitive ways to fulfill them. For example, an infant may need to be cradled and carried, while an adult may be satisfied with a supportive remark or a kindly glance. Sometimes a lifelong need can be fulfilled by such little moments of mindful love. However, we still need to be cradled at some time. So we all need. You want to say something, Karen?
Yeah, I wanted to say, Dr. Alicia, that I like how the author says that the processing of the pain is the good part. The pain itself is painful, obviously, yes. But the blessing in it is that we get to process the pain. And in processing the pain, we also get to change our mindset, which is what we worked on earlier today, is retraining our mindset to not stay stuck on the problem.
Yes.
To not stay fixated and stuck in the problem forever, but to find the silver lining or reframe what the problem is. And so that's what we talked about, and we worked on looking at the positivity, the positive aspects of the problem and finding out what can we do about it. So like with the young lady who came from a bad neighborhood or whatever, the silver lining may be that if she gets accepted into college, if she was able to apply to a college, a university, and get the acceptance into the college, the silver lining or the reframing is that she has been accepted into college, that she can have a brighter future, that she can develop a better life for herself. So, again, it's what my takeaway is to not stay in the problem, to refocus our attention to the solution, the silver lining, and reframing it so that we can, again, that ties into our gratitude, our mindset, what are we grateful for, how can we find, the solution to the problem.
Yeah, I mean that's it. And again, that's a beautiful way of saying what I've been talking about, suffering from our pain versus growing, like that is beautiful. Yeah. Thank you, Karen, for sharing.
Welcome.
If our emotional needs were fulfilled, he goes on to say, even if our emotional needs were fulfilled by our parents and caregivers, we emerge from childhood with trust that others can give us what we need. So if we have these emotional needs that were met, We emerge from childhood thinking that, others can give us what we need. So sometimes people can be too trusting, right? We can then receive love from others without distress or compulsion. Our needs are moderate. We can trust someone to help fulfill our needs while we help fulfill theirs. This provides a foundation for a lifetime of intimacy and equanimity. Yes, it does. So just knowing that people who feel fulfilled growing up, you see the world as trusting. People who have not gotten their needs met growing up, you see the world as suspicious. You ever met people where they say, I don't trust none of these people. I don't trust, no. They just immediately think that the world is dangerous. And you start to wonder, why do they think everything is dangerous? Well, this is why. They think the world is dangerous because they've been taught that the world is scary, because in their homes, they experienced a scary world. So therefore, the world in and of itself is somewhere where no one can be trusted. You don't even trust yourself to make good judgments. So that's what's required. Okay. Our life begins in a containing womb and then moves into an embrace. Our identity cannot grow in isolation because we are dialogical by nature. So that means that we have to have a human contact. The importance of human relationships, that is so important. Only if someone has her arms around the infant can the I am moment be endured, or rather risk. So he's quoting Winnicott. And I love Winnicott, by the way. He's a fantastic child psychiatrist. You guys need to check him out. He's pretty awesome. The original emotional needs of life were fulfilled in the holding environments of the womb. So he goes on to talk about, listen, at one point, all of our needs were met, right? So this creates a safe and embracing environment. This is all attachment theory and childhood growing up. If their needs are unmet, on the other hand, they may have difficulty trusting a higher power than ego or acknowledging the need for spirituality in adult life. Faith commitments call for trust in an invisible source of nurturance. And when visible source of nurturance have let us down, we are less likely to trust the invisible sources. That's interesting. So, I do find, spirituality and religious practices being a really good kind of model for attachment. So I see why a lot of people, I'm just thinking about slavery times and times where things are really hard. I can see it could be a spiritual experience where you want to hold on to something because there's nothing else around you. Yeah, that kind of makes sense. Okay, let's move on. When we did not receive fulfillment in one or more of the 5 A's, y'all know what the 5 A's are. Where is it? Attention, acceptance, appreciation, affection, and allowing, right? When we did not receive fulfillment in one of the 5 A's, a bottomless pit was created in us, an unfulfillable yearning for the missing piece of our puzzling and arid past. Mourning in an unfulfilled childhood is painful. He's going back to this pain, the pain that we experience. We fear grief because we know we will not be able to control its intensity, its duration, or its range. And so we look for ways around it. Instead of dealing with the pain, we look for ways around it, right? But engaging with our grief, you have to grieve your childhood. Your dad wasn't there for you when you needed him to be. You have to grieve that loss. Your mom treated you poorly. You have to grieve that loss of having those 5 A's met in your life. Engaging with our grief is a form of self-nourishment and liberation from neediness. Paradoxically, to let ourselves experience our wounded feelings fully places us in the path of healthy intimacy. You have to deal with the pain, or you'll never, ever be able to have a healthy relationship. And you know what? Honestly, I think that this is why so many people turn to addictions, shopping addictions, porn addictions, substance abuse, alcohol abuse, everything to kind of numb yourself out so you can't deal with the things that are happening for you. And it's a learned ability of these defenses. The defenses are there because they protected you when you were young. But when you're an adult, I think that you have that responsibility to deal with what's going on with you head on, or it will haunt you forever. And nothing is costly and pricey, and nothing destroys a relationship more than addictions. Is this my problem? Have I been afraid to grieve what I did not get from mom and dad, and so have demanded it from partners, strangers, and innocent bystanders? I am unable to find it in myself because I have been investing all of my energy in looking for it in some place else. You're not going to get it in a Gucci belt. You're not going to get it from driving a fancy car and from all of the external things that you think can make you worthy. You're definitely not going to get it from how much money is in your bank. To retrieve the past and undo the past are the paradoxical goals in relationships. No wonder our relationships are so complex. But their complexity is not about the transactions between two adults, but the fact that such transactions ever begin. Instead, two children are tugging at each other's sleeves, shouting in unison. This is what two married couples look like to me. Two children trying to get each other's love and attention. It's so great. It's like being married means, will you be my friend? Yeah, I'll be your friend for life. Will you be everything for me? That's what two married people. And it's funny because when you bicker with each other, it's like you really do regress. You go back to like children bickering. It is really amazing how adults be regressing, bickering. This is quite fascinating. Look what happened to me when I was a kid. Make it stop. Make it better for me. In effect, we are asking an innocent bystander to repair a problem he or she has no knowledge of and little skill to repair. That's deep down inside what you're asking for in your partner. And all the time and energy that goes into that transaction distracts us from the first part of our work, repairing our own lives, which may require some work in therapy. He's telling you right now in this book that sometimes you have blind spots. And a really keen therapist will be able to look at you and will be able to connect the dots, give you that reflective functioning. You want your reflective functioning score to be up. Okay. The cold ground of our psyche is like cryogenic laboratory where our unmet needs from childhood remain frozen in its original state, awaiting healing and fulfillment, usually without revealing to us the full extent to which we felt forlorn and bereft. The path to love begins in our own past and its healing, then moves outward to relationship with others. It is frozen inside of you. He's talking about trauma and dealing with a lot of that and seeing a lot of that. I think if it's frozen, it helps to melt it away. Okay. Even if our childhood needs were met, we may need to work on ourselves as an adult. So there's no escaping it. Everybody got some stuff to work on. Even people who grow up and become adults and have healthy attachments, there's still some things that come up for you. And I can attest to that, right? Nurturant parents make sure our childhood environments are safe and soothing. And as an adult, we may keep looking for people or things that we can create that miracle. It's a miracle thing. It is a miracle. If you grew up, and I would have to say personally, like, I'm a second generation therapist. So both my parents have advanced degrees in, not to say that I'm not better than anyone else, but they had advanced degrees in child development. And my parents were in their 30s when they had me. So it's not like they were just seasoned people. My dad had a PhD. My mom had a master's. She's got 2 master's degrees in childhood development. She's a therapist too, and all of that. And my dad taught, you know, like I do right now. So I had 2 parents that really sent me into adulthood with a secure attachment. I'm just self-disclosing that, but that doesn't mean that I don't have my issues. You know, I still got my issues. Maybe I'm a little spoiled sometimes. I don't know. I like to get my way. I don't know. You have to ask Dr. Boyce. With my Boyce.
Yeah.
What are my issues?
What are your?
I said I grew up with a secure attachment, but even if you had a secure attachment, there's still some stuff that can come up for you.
You asked me a question.
But you're making a lot of noise, so people know that you're here.
Oh, I thought you had a question for me.
No, I was just saying, what you say? Look at this. Look at everybody. Look.
Is that Aisha? I see Aisha and James.
That's her face. And
James. Oh, and I know that's down at the bottom. What's your name, ma'am? Wait, wow, are you looking?
You are so hilarious.
What? No. But anyway, hi everybody. How you doing?
Dr. Boyce.
Oh, that's Errol. Okay, yeah. Okay, now I see. Okay.
Someone asked a question.
Okay, what's the question?
Do you and Dr. Boyce Watkins read together to continue to enhance your relationship?
No.
We do not read together.
We don't.
That would be appropriate, but he's not.
Well, we listen to
not
audio.
reading this book.
We listen to audiobooks together. Like
Yeah.
sometimes I listen to your therapy stuff. Yeah. So
No, we don't.
I'm gonna walk out of here. Hello,
Okay.
everybody.
But even I have some issues. Would you not say?
Yes. That's my whole statement.
All right, just keep moving along.
Only after he was forced. Let the record know. Only after he was
I gave him permission to say I have issues, but right. Okay. So the recurrent fantasy or search for the perfect partner is a strong signal from our psyche that we have work to do on ourselves. No perfect partner, but I think you find the perfect partner for yourself, even in their flaws. So that's my caveat I add to Mr. David Richaud. Okay. Okay. The perfect partner is the mirage we see after crossing the desert of insufficient love. So mirages is false. It don't ever happen. Like a mirage is, you know, like on a desert, you think, uh-oh, I'm thirsty, and that's water right there. And you get up to it and it's not water. That's the mirage that we have in relationships. We think this person is going to complete me. Y'all remember what movie was that? Oh, You Complete Me. What movie was that where he says, you complete me? Jerry Maguire. Jerry Maguire. Yes, Jerry Maguire has You Complete Me. That's false. Like, that is, you are not going to find a partner that's going to complete you ever. Like, they need to stop making movies like that, because no person is going to actually complete you. I think we need to stop with that. That's a mirage, right? Mirages happen because we lack water. That is, we lack something we have needed for a long time. They are normal, nothing to be ashamed of. We should notice them, take them as information about where our work lies, and then let them go. Because ain't nobody going to be perfect, right? If we do this, we will come across the real oasis. Nature's gift to those who keep going, who are not stopped by the mirage. Oh my goodness. I love that part. That is so beautiful because it is so normal when you're falling in love with somebody, you think the world of that person. And you start noticing all the similarities. We got this in common. We got this in common. And oh my God, you're staying up all night, talking on the phone, planning to be together, all excited about seeing each other. We know the first 12 to 18 months of a relationship when you just fall in love. You are not falling in love with the person. It is infatuation, and that's what it is, right? And I don't want to say love bombing, but it's normal to do a little bit of love bombing. Love bombing is normal. You don't want to go overboard with it because then that's a deep sense of insecurity. But it's important that beginning stages of relationship, you want to put your best foot forward. That makes sense. And you just love everything it is about each other. But after that 12 to 18 months, the real oasis is getting over the disappointment and the letdowns that will happen in your relationships. It is normal. And so many people break up with someone. There's a lot of people I work with in my client and my caseload where they're just unrealistic about relationships. Like, it is normal. We should expect to just fall in love and, think think the world of this person. And it's also normal to get past the differences, because eventually you're going to start noticing the differences. God, I never noticed that he scrapes his teeth when he eats. Good grief, I never really noticed he snores so loud. But golly, does he have to be talking so loud? You start noticing things. And it's just normal. It's just normal, right? But what we don't understand is that the true gift is the other side of that. That's where true love and true intimacy happens, when you are able to love someone through their faults. As long as it's not toxic or some of the awful things. I mean, there's some caveats to that. I'm not saying people should stay together. Sometimes there's some things you can't deal with. But for the most part, being realistic about relationships, the true gift is those who keep going, who are not stopped by the mirage. Yet it is a given of life that nothing is permanently and finally satisfying. Despite this fact, many of us believe that somewhere there is a person or a thing that will be permanently satisfying. Such a chimerical belief and the restless, desperate seeking that follows from it can become deeply disheartening and self-defeating. In mindfulness, though, we can surrender to reality with all its impermanence and frustration. And from that position of surrendering, something wonderful, encouraging can happen. We find that we want a partner who walks beside us in the world, not one who will change its given or provide an escape hatch from them. That's the commitment. Someone who's going to be your companion, even through ups and downs. And to have that in another person is a blessing, even in their faults. We will find a pleasing balance between surrendering to the given of the fundamental unsatisfactoriness of life while maximizing our opportunity for contentment. It is our discovery of the fallacious past. He's really working his vocabulary right now. He's using SAT words here. Where was I? For unsatisfactoriness. Okay, fallacious past between the snowy peaks of disillusion and despair. From this point of view, moderate need fulfillment experienced in days or even moments becomes satisfactory. Moderate is the key word for giving and for receiving the 5 A's: attention, acceptance, affection, appreciation, and allowing. A nonstop flow of them would be quite annoying. So if you got it all the time, if I would stop everything and just give my partner, give Boyce the 5 A's, he'd be like, lady, get out of my face. you've been up under me too long. Like, we don't need it all the time. You just need it. And if he was all in my space all the time, I'd be like, okay, I need a break. I think we need a break from each other. I love you, but I need a break. So it's okay to say that. You're not supposed to be all wrapped up in each other all the time. It's normal. You need a break from them. Our fantasy mindset makes us long for just what we would soon flee. Hence, what seems like an unsatisfactory compromise is actually the adult's best deal. The hospitable sanctuary and the generous waters of an oasis can be enjoyed for one day or many. So it's not like you're going to get your fantasy relationship 100% of the time, but sometimes you'll get it. Sometimes there'll be moments where, we actually had a really good time today. I'm going to appreciate this. Okay, you kind of got on my nerves today, but we'll try again tomorrow. You know, this is just realistic, right? Sooner or later, they will cloy, and our hearts will long for what comes next. The desert and what lies behind it. Whatever their mystery or hardship beckon, and they cannot be evaded or renounced. Journeying is built into us no matter how beautiful our home. The idea, it's a journey. You're always on this journey of ups and downs, right? The idea of something more or different excites us no matter how pleasing our present circumstances. Okay, so he's going on about, he's using lofty words at this point. I can skip the lofty SAT words. So lastly, here's what we're saying. As long as you hold on to wanting something from the outside, you will be dissatisfied because there is a part of you that you are not totally owning. I promise you, I don't understand. Like, I know it's great for women to pay attention to their, what they look like and all of that. But I really do wonder, with all the plastic surgery, with all the BBLs, thinking I got to do and be a certain way to look a certain way, like sometimes there's just never ending. Like, you always are scrutinizing yourself. Like, I'm going to feel good only when I look a certain way. Not when you look like yourself, because I promise some of these women, they don't even look like themselves anymore. Now, I do have on blush and a little bit of lipstick. And I mean, so there's, with reason, right? Not that I want to change the way I look, just look like a totally different person. Because you're holding on to something on the outside. This is the materialism that I'm talking about. And that's the bottomless pit. Be content with who and what you are right now, is what he's trying to say. How can you be complete and fulfilled if you believe that you cannot own this part of yourself until somebody else does something? Are you going to be beautiful because somebody calls you beautiful? Or are you just going to be beautiful because you believe in the beauty of who and what you are? Because beauty is really what you do and how you are and how you treat people and treat yourself. That's the beauty, right? If it's conditional, it will not totally be yours. If you believe that you cannot own this part of yourself until somebody else does something, waiting on somebody else to fulfill you, and moments where you're not fulfilled by that person is conditional. If it's conditional, it's not totally yours. So we'll leave it here, page 24. Let me mark my page. I do want to come back next Sunday. I ain't doing nothing Sunday evening. But I do want to come back and probably the same time, 7:00, to talk about this book, How to Be an Adult in Relationships. Get the book, read up until page 24, so you'll be able to see what we've covered in the past. Thank you for talking. Thank you for contributing. Thank you, everybody in the chat. We got some people here. Zara. Who else is here? Khalid. Dr. Vive. Thank you, Dr. Vive, for joining us. And everybody. So I think I'm going to come back next week. An hour and a half. We'll probably shrink it down, maybe not so long next time. But anyway, let me say goodbye to StreamYard, and then I'll come to Zoom later. Okay, bye everybody.
Thank you, Dr. Alicia.
Okay, is it ended?